Chapter 43-49. Seeing that Fairy Jing didn't understand, the mountain patrol envoy continued, I don't know what the Qing banquet is all about. However, because of the Qing banquet, I obtained the Demon King's token, which allows me to relax my vigilance within Bai Qingyu's territory. Regardless of whether they are here to participate in the Qing banquet or not, they will be allowed to enter the depths of the demon territory. However, the Demon King's token also clearly states that the area within 10,000 miles of the Demon King's cave is a forbidden area. Humans aren't allowed to enter. Just now. Maybe it's because the flying artifacts of the humans here are too powerful that they managed to sneak in? It would have been fine if the mountain patrolling envoy didn't explain, but after hearing this, Fairy Jing was even more confused. She asked in surprise, You're saying these dozens of human cultivators are here for the banquet? They are here to participate in the banquet. The mountain patroller nodded and said with a serious expression. Fairy Jing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She pointed at the flying artifacts that had just been dragged into the swamp and said, They waved their artifacts like this and came to the banquet in such an aggressive manner? And this is how you captured them to treat the guests? Speaking of this, Fairy Jing's heart suddenly jolted. Her expression became thoughtful as if she had understood something. Sure enough, the mountain patrolling envoy said proudly, Fairy Jing, you don't know, but my king said that who said the banquet must invite guests? My banquet invites delicacies. Sigh, I understand now. Fairy Jing waved her hand. This idea must have been given to my king by the Demon King of Ancient Bell Mountain, right? The mountain patrolling envoy was shocked. His tentacle extended a thumb, and the respect on his face increased. Fairy Jing, you're indeed a human, and you're indeed of my king's bloodline. I'm impressed. My king just sent out a message saying that the Demon King of Ancient Bell Mountain might come today, and he wants us to be careful. Forget it, Fairy Jing's face showed a hint of arrogance. She waved her hand and said, I'll go greet my king now. Fairy Jing, please? The mountain patrolling envoy respectfully bowed. He watched as a cloud appeared under Fairy Jing's feet and carried her into the depths of the swamp. Envy appeared on his face, and he muttered to himself, Humans are humans indeed. I can't compare to her brain. I only said one sentence and she understood so much. No wonder she's favored by my king. Fairy Jing controlled the cloud to slowly fly toward a direction. There weren't too many mountain patrolling beasts along the way. However, every time she flew over a mountain or swamp, a powerful sense of origin cheese tea sense would sweep over her. Fairy Jing turned a deaf ear to all of this. Even when she looked at the scenery she hadn't seen in over 200 years, the dense confusion in her eyes didn't dissipate at all. After flying for less than an hour, there were fewer and fewer demons to the left. The scenery became more and more dangerous. On the mountains and in the swamps, there would often be strange lights that would fly out. They would either sweep across Fairy Jing or block her path. Fairy Jing had no choice but to use her heart shell to protect herself. Whenever the tricolored light of the heart shell came into contact with the rainbow would vanish. Stop! Just as Fairy Jing was lost in thought, a bell-like voice rang out from the swamp. Oh! Fairy Jing was startled and involuntarily stopped in the air. Below Fairy Jing, a reef over 10,000 feet in size suddenly moved. With the sound of water, the reef flew out of the water. Layers of demonic clouds appeared on the surface of the reef. After the green light flashed through the demonic clouds, a water creature several thousand feet in size blocked Fairy Jing's path. Fairy Jing smiled and bowed. General Shi Shui, I'm Li Jing. I've come to greet you on the orders of my king. Li Jing? That water creature's head was very big, but his eyes were very small. After blinking a few times, he seemed to remember something, and said with a silly smile, Oh, this old man remembers, you are that little girl who established a country in the hidden immortal continent. You came here 400 years ago. It was 200 years ago. Fairy Jing seemed to have a good impression of General Shi Shui. She smiled and replied, Old man, you must be sleepy. 400 years is about the same as 200 years. General Shi Shui smiled and slowly fell back into the water. He said, "Little girl, you know that this old man likes to sleep, but you still haven't taken out the king's demon king token. Aren't you disturbing this old man's sleep?" "Yes, yes, it's my fault." Fairy Jing covered her mouth and smiled. She quickly took out the 5-colored beast skin. The beast's skin immediately gave off a hazy light that covered Fairy Jing. Seeing the 5-colored beast skin, General Shishue's body fell into the swamp and turned back into a huge reef. Fairy Jing looked up at the huge island 100 miles away. She took a deep breath and flew over. As they approached the island, the scenery on the island entered Fairy Jing's eyes. There were palaces all over the island. These palaces were dazzling with extraordinary auras. Outside each palace, there were water creatures in colorful clothes. They were either carefully walking or holding their breaths while standing respectfully. Powerful auras rushed out of each palace without any concealment. This was indeed the palace of a demon king. Fairy Jing flew to the front of the island, but she wasn't in a hurry to enter. Instead, she raised her hand and pointed at her heart shell. The heart shell was like a bright star that flashed with brilliance. She then pointed at the 5-colored beast skin. The beast skin landed on the heart shell. Whoosh! The 5-colored halo on the beast skin suddenly penetrated the beast skin and turned into the shape of a heart shell that rushed into the air above the island. Pop! Like a bubble bursting in the air, the scenery in front of Fairy Jing suddenly shattered. A 5-colored whirlpool in the shape of a heart shell appeared out of nowhere. Junior Li Jing has come to greet the king. As the ruler of a country, Fairy Jing was very respectful at this moment. She faced the whirlpool in the air and raised her voice. After a long while, a thunderous voice came out from the whirlpool. "Li Jing? Oh, it's you. Why are you only here now?" As the voice passed, 5-colored brilliance flew out of the whirlpool and covered Fairy Jing's body. Whoosh! Fairy Jing's body and heart shell were sucked into the whirlpool at the same time and disappeared in a moment. When Fairy Jing's body reappeared, she was already in an extremely large space. The space looked similar to a cave, but the walls of the cave were not made of ordinary rocks. 5-colored lights were emitted from the walls of the cave. Faintly discernible demonic clouds were gently drifting, and there were many splashes of water that bloomed and faded from time to time. The walls looked very far away, but as far as the eyes could see, the nearly transparent walls were extremely close. Not only were the innumerable talisman markings on the walls clearly visible, even the water ripples outside the walls could be clearly seen. Fairy Jing stood still in the space and looked down at the crystal-clear ground under her feet. At this moment, there were auspicious clouds surging on the ground, as if they were dancing in the wind in the sky. Fairy Jing understood that she had arrived at Bai Qingyu's Demon King Cave. However, there was one thing she didn't understand. Where on the island was the Demon King Cave? When she first entered, Fairy Jing thought that she was on the island, which meant that she was in one of the many palaces. But now that she thought about it, Bai Qingyu's demons were all of the water race. The palaces on the island were probably an illusion. The Demon King's cave should be under the island. When she came in the second time, she made a new discovery. She felt that the Demon King cave was in a space high up in the sky. But when this thought appeared in her mind, she couldn't help but laugh. What did the location of the Demon King cave have to do with her? What was the point of thinking so much? Li Jing, why are you only here now? Do you think you have the power to fight against this king now that you're in charge of a country? Before Fairy Jing could raise her head, a powerful intent came out of nowhere and pressed down like a mountain. A rather unhappy voice sounded in her ears. Let this king tell you, you're just a human descendant of this king. I, Bai Qingyu, have hundreds of humans like you, if not 1,000. This king can find someone to replace you at any time. If it were any other time, Fairy Jing would have panicked and knelt down to beg for forgiveness. But now, an inexplicable sadness rose from the bottom of her heart. Although Fairy Jing knelt down, she didn't beg for forgiveness like before. Your Majesty, after this concubine bid farewell to you, I didn't stay in the 1,000 Demons' sacred realm for even a moment. Then, I went deep into the West Ocean to train. In the past 200 years, I haven't set foot in the 3 continents. When this concubine returned to the hidden immortal continent, I saw your Majesty's Demon King token. This concubine rushed over without stopping and didn't dare to be negligent. "Oh? Is that so?" That voice didn't believe Fairy Jing's explanation and said coldly, "This king doesn't care where you went. What this king knows is that because you didn't come in time, you almost delayed this king's important matter. Therefore, this king must punish you." Yes, this concubine understands. Fairy Jing's heart was filled with sorrow and resentment. However, that voice changed the topic and said, "The ancestor liked the jade eyes you brought back last time. He said that you've done a great service for Bai Qingyu and wanted to reward you greatly. Now that I think about it, you've atoned for your crimes. This king won't reward you." "It's fine," Fairy Jing replied indifferently. "This concubine works for your majesty and doesn't ask for any reward. Get up." That voice said, "This king has a few questions for you." Fairy Jing stood up and looked up at the top of the space. At the top of the space, a cluster of dazzling five-colored light was blooming like a star. Under the light was a huge reef. Precious pearls of various colors were embedded around the reef. Although the pearls were also shining, they were much dimmer than the five-colored light. Fairy Jing's gaze landed on the light. Illusions of falling flowers and falling leaves or rising and falling tides appeared before her eyes. She turned her eyes and looked away. At that moment, the five-colored light receded and a shellfish several hundred meters in size appeared on the reef. "Your Majesty," Fairy Jing was shocked and hastily asked, "May I know what your Majesty wants to ask this concubine?" Chapter 4350. The Shellfish Demon King's body moved slightly, and a strange primordial spirit stood up from the shell. This primordial spirit was also five-colored, and there wasn't a single strand of hair on its body. It looked like a little monk. However, this little monk didn't have hands or legs, so it was more like a five-colored boiled egg with its shell peeled off. The primordial spirit stood up, and a mouth appeared in the middle. It opened and closed its mouth, saying, "Did you get the jade eyes from Xiaohua last time?" "Xiaohua?" Fairy Jing frowned, seeming to feel a stab of pain in her heart. She said hesitantly, "I don't seem to know Xiaohua, but I do remember that it was Xiaohua, Taoist Xiao, who gave it to me." "What did he say at that time?" The Demon King wanted to get to the bottom of this. Think carefully. This time, Fairy Jing didn't hesitate at all. She immediately replied, "He asked me if I knew that thing, or if I had seen it before. If I had any information, I could directly send a message to him." "Is that all?" the Demon King asked indifferently. "It should be." Fairy Jing nodded affirmatively. "Although I don't remember what happened before clearly, this matter doesn't seem to be in my lost memories. I can be sure." "AI, how troublesome." The Demon King's primordial spirit suddenly swelled several dozen times, and an irritated aura that seemed to fill the entire space swept over, scaring Fairy Jing into trembling slightly. The Demon King said angrily, "I've interrogated you for 100 years, but I couldn't get anything out of you. I thought I could get something out of you when you came, but you actually don't know anything." "Interrogate?" Fairy Jing was a bit bewildered, looking at the Demon King in confusion. Suddenly, Fairy Jing seemed to realize something, and a trace of ecstasy flashed in her eyes. She said in surprise, "Your Majesty is saying, make a trip to the Heavenly Dam Water Prison. Xiaohua is there. Ask him where he saw that thing. As long as he can tell me, I'll definitely let him out. Moreover, there will be a great reward. His Majesty invited Xiaohua to Bai Qingyu." Fairy Jing smiled bitterly. A ball-shaped head appeared on the Demon King's primordial spirit. He nodded and answered vaguely, "I received the ancestor's order to invite Xiaohua. Just so happened that I had the opportunity to invite him to Bai Qingyu." "Your Majesty has interrogated Xiaohua for over 100 years, but he still didn't say anything. This concubine also doesn't seem to be familiar with Xiaohua. How can I ask him about the ugly truth?" Fairy Jing was a bit embarrassed. "Bullshit." The Demon King scolded, "If you weren't familiar with him, why would he give you such an important jade eye? Over the past few days, there have been many human cultivators trying to sneak into my Bai Qingyu, and a few of them are quite capable. What were they doing here?" Isn't it just to save Xiaohua? This Xiaohua really befriended a lot of Dao sect cultivators on Yaode Mountain. Why didn't he give it to them? Fairy Jing's heart trembled. Thinking of the strange situation outside the Demon King's cave, she immediately understood the purpose of the banquet. However, she still said with difficulty, "But this concubine really isn't familiar with Xiaohua. How do you know it won't work if you don't try?" The Demon King said impatiently, "Quickly go. You don't have much time left." Yes. Fairy Jing didn't dare to disobey the Demon King's order. She hurriedly bowed and walked towards the cave behind her. However, she only took a few steps before suddenly pausing. She paused for a moment. However, she only paused for a moment before raising her foot again and walking towards the cave entrance. However, at this moment, Fairy Jing's heart was in turmoil again. The Demon King has interrogated Xiaohua for over 100 years, but he didn't get any information. He must have lost his patience. That's why he organized the banquet to lure the cultivators of the hidden immortal continent who are on good terms with Xiaohua. He can use them to find the information he wants and even use those cultivators to interrogate Xiaohua. The day of the banquet was supposed to be the day Xiaohua was killed. No wonder the Demon King said, "I don't have much time left." It's also strange, Xiaohua. Why does this name sound so familiar? But why is my impression of him so vague? I really don't understand what's going on. Who cares? What does Xiaohua's death have to do with me? Fairy Jing thought as she walked to the cave entrance. There seemed to be light outside the cave, causing Fairy Jing to squint her eyes. She couldn't see the situation outside clearly. When she stepped on the light, it immediately turned into a light screen and slowly opened. Fairy Jing walked out of the light screen. She was clearly outside the island again. Fairy Jing looked around. There was still a hazy mist to her left. It didn't seem to have changed since she entered. Fairy Jing didn't move towards the so-called Heavenly Dam water prison because she didn't know where it was. A moment later, a snake-like demon flew out from the island and arrived in front of Fairy Jing. He said respectfully, "Fairy, I am under the orders of the Demon King to send you to the Heavenly Dam water prison. Thank you for your trouble." Fairy Jing responded faintly and flew with the demon. After flying for a while, a tall mountain peak that looked like a cauldron appeared in their field of vision. Then, there was a deafening roar, and the whistling of flames could be heard. Fairy Jing released her divine sense, but it was blocked by a strange restriction after just a few miles. She couldn't extend it any further. Who? Just as Fairy Jing withdrew her divine sense, a dozen demon beasts in armor flew out of nowhere. They raised their weapons and blocked Fairy Jing and the water snake. The water snake took out a 5-colored shell and loudly said, "I'm under the Demon King's order to send the humanly Jing to the Heavenly Dam water prison." When the patrolling demon beasts saw the 5-colored shell, they immediately bowed and moved aside. After the water snake and Fairy Jing flew past, they didn't dare to go to other places to patrol. They were only a few dozen miles away from the mountain when Fairy Jing encountered 14 patrolling teams. Each team dutifully stopped them and interrogated them. The water snake dealt with all of these investigations. Fairy Jing only quietly watched as the mountain grew closer and closer. The mountain was thousands of feet tall and straight. There was no mountain path to go up or down. The stone walls of the mountain were densely covered with holes of various sizes. Every single one of these holes was filled with fiery light, and every single one of them was letting out clanging noises. The top of the mountain was like a giant torch. Flames hundreds of feet tall rushed into the sky. Above the flames, there was nearly 1,000 feet of black smoke billowing. The black smoke gathered in the sky and condensed into a strange ghost head. It didn't dissipate for a long time. Whoosh! Suddenly, an indescribable cold wind blew on Fairy Jing's body. Although Fairy Jing had a protective light around her, she couldn't help but feel cold when the cold wind blew. She couldn't help but shrink her neck and even tug at her clothes. Stop! Seeing that the water snake was about to take Fairy Jing into a huge cave at the bottom of the mountain, a cold voice came from the sky. Fairy Jing's expression didn't change. She slightly raised her head and saw a demonic light rush out from each of the 5 caves. The 5 demonic lights were different. When they fell on top of Fairy Jing's head, they condensed into a ball. A platform dozens of feet large appeared in the light. A beautiful conch woman stood on the platform and looked at her with vigilance. Fairy Jing was a bit surprised and didn't answer. The water snake still raised the five-colored shell and said loudly, "Under the orders of the Demon King, I'm here to send Li Jing of the human race to the Sky Dam water prison." The conch woman nodded and waved her hand. The five-colored shell fell into her hand. After she looked carefully, she returned the shell to the water snake. If it was an ordinary patrolling demon, they would have waved their hand and let Fairy Jing and the water snake enter. But this conch woman was different. She ignored the water snake and looked at Fairy Jing, asking, "Are you Li Jing, the human descendant of Bai Qingyu?" Fairy Jing didn't know where this conch woman came from. But seeing the woman's knife-like eyes looking at her from head to toe and the fact that she was in charge of the water prison, she could only bow and say, "This concubine is Li Jing." "Why have you come to the Sky Dam water prison?" the conch woman asked again. "Under the orders of the king, I've come to ask Xiaohua a few questions." Fairy Jing thought for a bit and didn't hide anything. "You know Xiaohua?" The knife intent in the conch woman's eyes grew stronger. This Li Jing was displeased. She was in charge of a country. How could she lose to this strange demoness in terms of words? She pretended to hesitate and immediately answered, "This concubine isn't familiar with Xiaohua. But since I've received orders from the king, I can only come and take a look." "Oh, so you're not familiar with Xiaohua." Hearing this, the conch woman unconsciously let out a sigh of relief. Then her face actually changed into a smile, saying, "Elder sister, please don't blame me. Xiaohua is the key to the Sky Dam water prison. This is my duty, so I can't not ask a few more questions." It's fine." Fairy Jing nodded with a smile, but she didn't feel that this conch woman was speaking from the bottom of her heart. "Elder sister, please." The conch woman smiled again and waved her transparent little hand. The five-colored platform below her soared into the sky and disappeared into the peak of the mountain. "Fairy, please come with me." The water snake saw this and urged the demon cloud to rush into the cave. Fairy Jing wanted to ask who this conch woman was, but thinking about this so-called Sky Dam water prison, she probably only came here once in her life. She didn't care who this conch woman was. Hiss! Flying into the mountain and seeing everything before her, Fairy Jing couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. The situation inside the mountain was far beyond her imagination. She saw a pillar of fire that directly penetrated the mountain in front of her. Chapter 43:51. The magma and flames inside the pillar of fire roared like crazy, and a series of muffled thunderclaps came from the pillar of fire. The surface of the fire pillar was covered with a thin layer of five-colored halo. Between the five colors of the halo, there were many demonic characters. These demonic characters were like clever tadpoles that swam in the halo. Every time the demonic characters swam, there would be a kind of obscure fluctuation. As the fluctuation fell into the void, countless light pillars of stars and moons would rush out from the void. The light pillars of stars and moons did not directly enter the surface of the fire pillar. They only landed a few feet away from the surface of the fire pillar. With a roar, the light pillars transformed into talismans that were similar to demonic characters. The talismans fluttered up and down the fire pillar like dancing butterflies. When these butterflies were tired, they would find a demonic character that was similar to the talismans and land on it. As the talisman fell, a flower-like shadow appeared within the pillar of fire. The moment the roars of thunder and flames from within the pillar of fire fell into the shadow of light, they immediately disappeared and no longer made any sound. The sound of the magma and flames inside the pillar of light was blocked by the demonic runes, but the scorching heat couldn't be completely blocked. Although there was a gap of several hundred feet between the mountain and the pillar of fire, this gap was almost negligible. A heat that ordinary cultivators couldn't resist forced Fairy Jing to use her magic power to resist. "Fairy, please wait a moment." The water snake seemed to dislike the heat and immediately stopped when it reached the side of the fire pillar. It turned its head and took out a piece of animal skin. After spitting out a mouthful of demonic chi, the animal skin turned into a fish and fell between the mountain peak and the fire pillar. Fairy Jing nodded and released her divine sense. She wanted to look through the entire pillar of fire. However, just as she released her divine sense, she felt a burning pain from her divine sense. She was shocked and quickly withdrew her divine sense. She looked at the pillar of fire in horror and knew how powerful the demonic formation here was. Just at this moment, about 1,000 feet to the right of Fairy Jing, a tortoise-like demon was dragged out of a cave by a few shell-type demon beasts. The tortoise's shell was shattered, and demonic blood flowed out from the cracks and dripped into the air. The demonic blood only dripped for about 10 feet before disappearing into nothingness. A few shellfish demons flew towards the fire pillar for a moment and then stopped. At the same time, they activated their demon powers and threw the tortoise demon towards the fire pillar. At the same time, a shellfish monster gently waved a small flag in his hand. As the demonic light from the small flag fell into the fire pillar, a small vortex appeared in the light of the fire pillar. Countless demonic runes spiraled out of the vortex and covered the turtle demon. He dragged the tortoise towards the fire pillar. As soon as the tortoise monster touched the surface of the fire pillar, it immediately let out a heart-wrenching scream. Following the scream, a wisp of flame rushed out of the fire pillar and fell into the vortex. In an instant, the tortoise monster was burned to ash. When the whirlpool fell into the fire pillar, the few shellfish monsters put away the small flag and flew back into the cave and disappeared. Sigh, how is this the heavenly dam water prison? This is clearly the fire pillar hell. Fairy Jing only took a glance and couldn't help but sigh. What was strange was that she looked down at the bottom of the fire pillar with uneasiness. A sense of worry and uneasiness came from the depths of her heart. So, just at this moment, a gust of wind came from the edge of Fairy Jing's vision and arrived before her in just a few breaths. Oh, mid-stage 4th grade origin energy. And the origin intent is actually not afraid of being burned by the fire pillar. Fairy Jing was startled and couldn't help but think to herself. Before the gust of wind arrived, a powerful origin intent swept over and landed on Fairy Jing. Fairy Jing narrowed her eyes and looked at the origin of the gust of wind. Immediately, a demon clan member that was several feet tall and covered in a black shell flew out from the light shadow. The demon clan member's body was hidden in the shell, and its true appearance could not be seen. Only 2 tentacles extended from the sides of the shell, and the tentacles were holding a demon weapon that looked like a sledgehammer. Greetings, emissary. The demon's origin intent landed on the water snake's 5-colored hide. He stopped in midair and respectfully saluted. This is Li Jing of the human race. She's here on the king's orders to ask Xiaohua a few things. The water snake had repeated this so many times that he himself was getting impatient. Emissary, please. The shelled demon ignored Fairy Jing and respectfully said to the water snake. I won't go down. The water snake waved his hand. First check the king's order and take Li Jing down. I'll wait here. Then take Li Jing back to the king. Yes. The shelled demon took the order and looked at it before returning it to the water snake. His hidden eyes swept over Fairy Jing and said, Fairy, please follow me. All right. Fairy Jing knew that the water snake was afraid of heat and didn't want to go deeper. She nodded and followed the shelled demon into the cave. Below the cave, the fire pillar gradually shrank and the mountain peak slowly expanded. The space between the 2 layers grew even wider. However, Fairy Jing's heart slowly shrank as she went deeper. She had previously called the Sky Dam water prison the fire pillar hell, but everything she saw made her realize that this was a hell. And it was divided into many layers of hell. Every 10,000 feet she flew, she would encounter a prison filled with demons and even some humans. From time to time, some demons would be tortured and thrown into the fire pillars to burn to death. If it were any other time, Fairy Jing wouldn't have any other thoughts, but today, she couldn't help but worry about Xiaohua, who was being suppressed here. She didn't even know why she was worried about this unfamiliar human cultivator, whose appearance she had already forgotten. After flying through the endless evil energy, the stench, and the stench of blood, Fairy Jing finally reached the bottom of the cave. At this point, the huge pillar of fire had shrunk to a size of 3,000 meters and pierced straight into the ground. Moreover, the fire pillar here had already taken on a dark red color. The magma and flames within it were not as roaring as before. However, an aura that was even more violent than before was emitted from within the fire pillar. The demonic runes and halos on the surface of the fire pillar seemed to have drifted away due to this violent aura. It seemed that they did not dare to be trapped for long. Where is Xiaohua? At this point, Fairy Jing didn't dare to release her spirit sense. She looked at the blood-red bottom of the cave and the blood-stained stone walls and was rather puzzled. There, the shelled demon casually pointed at the bottom of the cave and flew up. After all, this shelled demon was also a member of the Water Clan. Although he had a heat-resistant shell, he still didn't dare to stay here for long. But Fairy Jing looked at the bottom of the cave. The place where the fire pillar touched the ground was crimson red, and there were faint tongues of fire coming out of the fire pillar. How could she see anything alive? Fairy Jing was about to descend when a fierce wave of heat came from the bottom of the cave. It swept up crazily and extinguished most of the light around Fairy Jing. A wave of heat completely ignored Fairy Jing's defenses and directly entered her body. Fairy Jing was shocked. She immediately flew up 1,000 feet before coming to a stop, still in a state of shock. She looked at the shelled demon that had just flown away. He only flew 100 feet and stopped not far away. She didn't know if he was watching the show or worried for Fairy Jing. Damn it! Fairy Jing looked at the shelled demon and cursed in her heart. She knew that this shelled demon must have done it on purpose. Otherwise, he would have warned her long ago. Unfortunately, the shelled demon's face was hidden in the shell, so Fairy Jing couldn't see his expression. Moreover, this demon only stayed for a few moments before flying back into the cave and disappearing. Fairy Jing coldly snorted and opened her mouth. Hum! A blue light shot out from her mouth, and a fist-sized sea pearl shot out. Fairy Jing formed a seal with both hands and struck the sea pearl with several seals. The Sea Clan member landed on top of Fairy Jing's head, and a cluster of water light shot out from the sea pearl. Zzz. With a series of sounds, the water light collided with the surrounding blood-red heat waves. In a few breaths, the water light protected Fairy Jing in a cool and refreshing environment. Fairy Jing looked at the watery light that seemed to be breathing in the heat wave. She then urged her magic power and flew down the fire pillar. However, as Fairy Jing went deeper, the sizzling sounds from the water became more and more intense. Fairy Jing's heart began to feel uneasy again. Although she didn't remember Xiaohua's situation, she knew very well that the human cultivators she knew, how strong could they be? She couldn't hold on even with her magic treasure. That human cultivator was suppressed here by the Demon King for more than 100 years. What kind of torture did he suffer? How did he survive 100 years of torment? However, even at this moment, Fairy Jing still didn't understand why she had no impression of Xiaohua. But why did she miss Xiaohua? She rushed into the flames around the fire pillar and rubbed her hands. Her magic power spread out and a torrent of blue water appeared on the sea pearl and rushed to the bottom of the fire pillar. Shwa! A burst of water mist appeared. When the mist dissipated, there were no flames. Fairy Jing saw a black shadow that was as large as a bull being suppressed by the fire pillar. Sii. Fairy Jing was shocked again. She seemed to understand that the pillar of fire didn't pierce into the ground like she had seen with the naked eye. Instead, it was standing inside the mountain. The bottom of the cave was the end of the pillar of fire, and Xiaohua was pressed to the ground by the pillar of fire. When Fairy Jing flew down several dozen feet and saw the black shadow, her heart ached. That black shadow was a human head. At this moment, it was lying on the ground with only the back of its head pointing to the sky. Compared to the thousands of feet tall pillar of fire, this head was truly tiny and pitiful. Chapter 43-52. Xiaohua? Are you Xiaohua? Fairy Jing probed in a low voice, her voice carrying a hint of sadness. Who? The head seemed to be on the verge of death. Only now did it notice that someone had landed. It tilted its head slightly and looked at Fairy Jing with difficulty. Although the light was as red as blood, although the shadow was like a ghost, and although Fairy Jing was prepared, when she saw half of the human's face, Her body trembled as if she had been struck by lightning. She couldn't help but tremble, and tears began to flow from her eyes. Xiaohua. Fairy Jing once again called out these 3 words. Although these 3 words weren't any different from the 3 words from a few breaths ago, the concern, heartache, sadness, and surprise were countless times greater. Following these 3 words, the memories from 200 years ago that had been washed away by the water of unruffled love gushed out like a fountain that had almost dried up. Every time a sliver of memory was born, Fairy Jing's heart felt as if it was being cut by a knife. The sweetness was filled with sorrow, because she understood in her heart that the reason why Xiaohua was suppressed here and suffered so much for the past 100 years was because of her. For you. Xiaohua raised his head and stared at Fairy Jing before asking in bewilderment. It's this concubine. Li Jing, you don't remember? Fairy Jing's voice trembled. Xiaohua's words were like a knife stabbing into her heart. She had originally blamed Xiaohua's fall on her. Now that she heard Xiaohua's words, she felt that Xiaohua hated her. The regret in her heart was incomparable. Li Jing. A trace of confusion appeared in Xiaohua's eyes. It was as if he didn't know Fairy Jing at all. This Xiaohua naturally wasn't the real Xiaohua, but rather the transformation of Little White Dragon. If it was Xue Xue or Fairy Hong Xia, Little White Dragon would naturally know. However, Fairy Jing hadn't been with Xiaohua for long, so Little White Dragon hadn't seen her before. What was more special was that Xiaohua had never mentioned Fairy Jing again after she left. Even if Little White Dragon had Xiaohua's soul imprint, how could he know Xiaohua's secret? Oh, I remember now. Little White Dragon was only confused for a moment, but it immediately pretended to wake up and replied in a calm tone, "Why are you here? Didn't this concubine tell you earlier?" When Fairy Jing heard Xiaohua's indifferent tone, her heart tightened again. She thought that Xiaohua was blaming her and hurriedly explained, "I have the bloodline of the demon race, and this bloodline comes from Bai Qingyu." "Oh, I see." The Little White Dragon nodded with difficulty and grinned. "Thank you for coming to visit Fairy." Hearing this, Fairy Jing's heart hurt even more. She felt that Xiaohua was mocking her. "This," Fairy Jing said in a low voice, "this is not what I expected, nor is it what I want to see. It's fine. Wasn't it just that he couldn't move here? What can this shellfish do to me?" Little White Dragon said indifferently, then spat into the air and shouted, "Little shellfish, look at me. I'm just a copper pea hit, boom." Just as Little White Dragon was cursing, the entire fire pillar suddenly emitted a loud roar. A ring of fire suddenly fell from the top of the fire pillar. However, just as it reached the middle of the fire pillar, a powerful wave of energy came crashing down in all directions. Fairy Jing turned pale with fright and hurriedly moved. Just as she fell into a cave, the ring of fire rushed through the cave, and a powerful wave of heat annihilated most of the water of the ocean pearl. Right before Fairy Jing's eyes, the ring of fire fell to the bottom of the fire pillar and smashed into Little White Dragon. The entire ground shook, and blood-red flames rushed out from the bottom of the fire pillar within a range of several hundred meters. It sounded like a scream, but it also sounded like a dragon's roar. Little White Dragon's voice made Fairy Jing's heart break. The pain was like her heart was being torn apart and sewn back together with needles. Boom, boom, a series of explosions rang out a total of 9 times. The hundreds of feet tall fire pillar crazily shot out 9 times like a purgatory. Whitey's miserable cries became louder and louder each time, rippling within the mountain peak and within the fire pillar. After half an hour, the ring of fire stopped, and the fire pillar gradually calmed down. Fairy Jing flew in front of Little White Dragon again. "Why haven't you left yet?" Little White Dragon looked at Fairy Jing with a puzzled expression. Suddenly, he realized something and asked, "Do you need something?" Looking at Xiaohua's familiar face, Fairy Jing's heart began to churn. Fairy Jing had heartlessly left Heartbreak Mountain not because she was too rational, but because she felt inferior. It wasn't just because of her demon bloodline, but also because she was a puppet of the demon race. She felt that her status wasn't good enough for Xiaohua, and she didn't want to bring trouble to Xiaohua because of her status. But now, what she worried about still happened. Little White Dragon was suppressed and tempered by the fire pillar, and Fairy Jing's heart was also roasted in the fire pillar. However, after being stabbed in the heart, Fairy Jing immediately put away her sorrow and made a decision. She sniffed and asked faintly, "Yes, I came on the king's orders to ask you where you saw the rainbow-colored conch in the jade eye." Bullshit. Little White Dragon naturally didn't know where Xiaohua saw the rainbow-colored conch. He only cursed, "I said it a few thousand times, I don't know." But Fairy Jing was terrifyingly calm. She asked in return, "The jade eye was given to me, and it also told me to send you a message if I saw something similar. Also, I couldn't let anyone else know. If you don't know, others might believe it, but I definitely won't." Ah? Little White Dragon was stunned. He didn't know how to answer. Fairy Jing didn't wait for him to answer. Instead, she continued, "When I obtained the jade eye, I was shocked because I was very familiar with the brilliance of the rainbow-colored conch. It was very similar to Bai Qingyu's 5-colored conch. However, I didn't have the king's permission, so I didn't dare to casually explain it to you. Therefore, after I obtained the jade eye, I returned to Bai Qingyu and reported this matter to the king. I wanted the king to make a decision." The expression on Little White Dragon's face was very interesting. This was Xiaohua's secret. He didn't want to interfere, but unfortunately, he was still dragged into the web of love in Fairy Jing's heart. He didn't know how to respond. Should he curse Fairy Jing? Should he curse her? Or should he comfort Fairy Jing? At this moment, a pleasant voice that sounded like a kingfisher interrupted Fairy Jing's words. It came from above the pillar of fire. "Damned bitch!" Fairy Jing was stunned. She quickly looked up and saw a 5-colored demonic cloud carrying an extremely beautiful and graceful woman. That woman's eyebrows were slanted and her almond-shaped eyes were wide open. She stared at Fairy Jing as if she was looking at an enemy. She didn't even wait for her to come close before cursing. "If it wasn't for you, how could Xiaohua be suppressed here? You actually have the face to interrogate me? Look at your withered appearance. You still dare to act pitiful here? If I were Xiaohua, I would definitely drown you with my spit. Who are you?" Fairy Jing's scar had been exposed, so she was extremely angry. She glared and coldly asked, "Who are you?" "Woo." That woman sneered. She didn't seem to take any action, but a rumbling sound came from her body. Her origin sense was mixed with a kind of power, and it pressed down on Fairy Jing like a mountain flood. Fairy Jing sensed the power of this power and was shocked. She didn't dare to be careless and quickly patted her head. "Woo." She released the pressure of a nascent soul cultivator, wanting to resist. Boom. A loud sound came from the empty mountain peak. Fairy Jing's figure was sent flying like an autumn leaf. When she landed, the blood on her face suddenly surged and then retreated. Her face was deathly pale. 6th grade origin force. Fairy Jing's eyes were filled with shock. She was clear that this woman's pressure was immediately withdrawn when it touched her. It wasn't too forceful. However, with just a touch, Fairy Jing's chi and blood had already surged and her true essence had gone astray. This woman was at least a 6th grade star-plucking realm cultivator. "You're only a 4th grade descendant. You dare to be arrogant in front of me." That woman was very arrogant. Seeing Fairy Jing's shock and pale face, she berated, "Why aren't you scramming?" Fairy Jing clenched her teeth. Although she didn't know this woman was able to enter the Sky Dam water prison and even reach the bottom of the fire pillar. She was naturally an important demon to Bai Qingyu. Fairy Jing didn't dare to talk back to this woman, but she wasn't willing to lower her head to this woman in front of Xiaohua. She squinted her eyes and said, "This concubine is under the king's order to ask. Since Xiaohua isn't willing to speak now, this concubine will come again in the future. Xiaohua, the king said that as long as you tell him where you saw this rainbow conch, he will immediately release you and reward you greatly." Little White Dragon bitterly smiled. He was willing to speak, but he really didn't know where he saw this rainbow conch. Seeing Little White Dragon not speaking, Fairy Jing's heart ached even more. She didn't even look back as she flew towards the top of the fire pillar. When she arrived at the exit of the mountain peak, the water snake was still waiting there. Seeing Fairy Jing come out, the water snake didn't ask about the result and turned to bring Fairy Jing back to the Demon King's cave. Fairy Jing bit her lips and said, "Wait. Is there anything else?" The water snake asked curiously. "If there's nothing important, it's better to turn back. The king is still waiting for a reply in the cave." Chapter 43:53. I didn't get anything out of him. If I go back and report this to the king, I'm afraid I'll be scolded. Fairy Jing lowered her eyebrows and timidly replied, "Leave the king's order here and report back to the Demon King's cave. I'll go down in a few days and ask again. What do you think?" The water snake only pondered for a moment before handing the 5-colored beast skin to Fairy Jing. It nodded and said, "That's good. The king has been troubled by this matter. If Fairy Jing can get something out of him, not to mention once or twice, even 10 times would be a great merit." Fairy Jing nodded absent-mindedly and took the beast's skin. She flew to the left side of the mountain. The water snake didn't suspect anything and returned to the Demon King's cave to report. At the bottom of the Heavenly Dam water prison, the woman saw that Fairy Jing had lost all face and left in a sorry state. She let out a cold snort and said, "You're only a human, yet you dare to steal my lover." After saying that, the woman landed in front of Little White Dragon. She looked at Little White Dragon and said coldly, "What? Do you feel bad? When did you get this old lover? She caused you to be like this and you still treat her like this? You can't even bear to say a harsh word to her?" None of your business." The Little White Dragon let out a cold snort and ignored the woman. "Ioyo." When the woman saw that the Little White Dragon was angry, she immediately turned into water and jumped before the Little White Dragon. She coquettishly said, "When you were looking at the moon with me, you called me little sweetie. Now that the new person has surpassed the old, you're actually ignoring me." "Bullshit." The Little White Dragon looked up and cursed, "When will you see the moon here? How could I call you little sweetie?" "So you want to see the moon? That's great. I've always wanted you to accompany me." The woman was pleasantly surprised. She raised her hand and took out a 5-colored flag. When she waved the flag, the stone wall at the mountain peak immediately disappeared. However, it was noon outside the mountain peak, so where did the moon come from? The woman was a bit busy and quickly said, "Don't rush, don't rush." Although she told him not to rush, her actions didn't seem to be in a rush at all. He hurriedly waved the flag and restored the mountain wall to its original state. Then, he opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of green light. The green light rushed into the sky and turned into a green full moon. The faint brilliance of the moon sprinkled down like moonlight, brightly illuminating the blood-red flames. The Little White Dragon soldier was unmoved. It looked at Yu Hua indifferently and said coldly, "What do you mean by this? Are you trying to show off in front of me?" "Io Xiaolang, how would I dare?" The woman was shocked. She quickly opened her mouth and swallowed the green light. She said, "Wait a little longer. It will be night in a few hours." At this point, a strange expression appeared on the woman's face, as if she was about to cry. "What?" Little White Dragon chided. "If you don't let me see the moonlight, darling Xiao." The woman was on the verge of tears. "Today seems to be the 3rd day of the lunar month. There's no moon." Little White Dragon didn't say anything. It only snorted coldly. However, this sound was like thunder in the woman's ears. She hurriedly said, "Darling Xiao, it's all my fault. Don't be angry with me. Actually, I just casually taught her a lesson. I didn't mean to hurt her, and I'm not jealous. I just think that she's too much. If it weren't for her, how could you have been suppressed here for 143 years and 42 days? Hearing the woman's precise description of the date, a smile appeared on Little White Dragon's face. It replied, "If I wasn't suppressed here, how could I have met you?" Hee, that's true. When the woman saw Little White Dragon smile, she was happier than anything else. She hurriedly flew up from the ground. Her entire body spun a few times in the air as if she was showing off. "Darling Xiao, take a look. Don't you like human forms? The human form I transformed into today. Do you like it?" There's no need to look. Little White Dragon blurted out. You're the most beautiful in the world. It doesn't matter if you transform or not, I like it. Darling Xiao. That woman was really drunk. With a moan, she threw herself at the side of Little White Dragon's head. Strangely, when the woman's body leaned against the pillar of fire, the demon runes on the surface of the pillar of fire could not stop her. The woman's body disappeared into the pillar of fire. Then the entire fire pillar shone with demonic light, enveloping an area of several thousand feet. Several days later, a timid voice came from the demonic light. Yaoji, the king has ordered you to kowtow in the Demon King's cave. On the demonic light, the conch woman, who had been wary of Fairy Jing, stood respectfully on the demonic cloud. She lowered her head, not daring to look at the demonic light. She only whispered to Fairy Jing. Damn it! The voice of the woman hidden in the pillar of fire was very pleasant to the ears, but it was also somewhat angry. Call me princess. Didn't you hear darling Xiao calling me princess? Yes, yes, your highness. The conch woman trembled and hurriedly changed the way she addressed her. This servant deserves to die. Please forgive me, your highness. The king has ordered for your highness to go to the Demon King's cave. Damn it. The princess was still cursing, but there was a hint of laziness in her voice. When the demonic light flickered, an extremely graceful figure appeared in the fire pillar. The curves of this delicate body were indescribably seductive, especially at her abdomen, where there was a bulge. Strangely, the woman's skin flashed with a seductive 5-colored halo, and the oval on her abdomen had a different color. Little White Dragon didn't miss the opportunity to snort. The woman was startled and a 5-colored halo flashed. A gorgeous set of clothes instantly appeared and tightly wrapped around her body. Darling Xiao, don't be angry. The woman begged in a low voice. I'm not too familiar with this human's body. Wear more clothes in the future. Don't let everyone see everything. Little White Dragon shouted in an imposing manner. The woman replied in a delicate voice, Yes, darling Xiao, hurry up and scram. Little White Dragon roared again. The woman wasn't ashamed of Little White Dragon's scolding. Instead, she smiled sweetly and kissed Little White Dragon's cheek before flying into the air. Looking at the conch girl, she asked coldly, Who sent the message? It's that bitch from a few days ago. The conch girl said indignantly, She must have said something to the king, and that's why the king summoned Princess Yao for questioning. She doesn't want to live anymore. The woman was furious. How dare she ruin my plans? I'm going to skin her, pull out her tendons, and let her know how powerful I am. As she spoke, the woman's body flashed with 5-colored demonic light, and she flew toward the mountain's exit. Io princess, wait for me. Although the conch girl called out, she didn't fly high. Instead, she strangely turned her head and looked at Little White Dragon. She winked mischievously at Little White Dragon, as if she was proud of herself for sowing discord. Little White Dragon raised its head with a lazy smile on its face, but its brows were filled with disdain. When she heard the Little White Dragon's cold snort, the woman, who had already turned her head to look at the Little White Dragon, suddenly stopped. The woman raised her head to look at the sky. After which, she clenched her teeth and suddenly flew in front of the Little White Dragon. She fiercely kissed the Little White Dragon's face and cried out through gritted teeth, Xiao Lang, you missed me so much. After saying this, the conch girl didn't dare to stay for long. She hurriedly flew into the sky and reluctantly looked at Little White Dragon before she flew out of the cave. Since ancient times, excessive love has left behind only regret. This regret will never end. Little White Dragon's melancholy voice rang out from under the fire pillar. Heavens, forgive me for my unruly love. Just as Little White Dragon finished speaking, boom! There was a huge roar above the fire pillar. Another ring of fire was born from the peak of the mountain, and it fell down with a huge force. Little White Dragon howled in grief as a sea of fire appeared. Which Confucian cultivator said that? Pain always comes after pleasure. Damn it, it's too true. The Little White Dragon's sorrowful wails and recitation naturally could not reach the exit of the mountain. However, a figure stood at the exit, watching the endless rings of fire descend. His eyes were already filled with tears, and an indescribable sense of remorse appeared between his brows. When the ring of fire disappeared, this figure immediately took out a 5-colored beast skin and rushed to the bottom of the fire pillar without hesitation. This figure was Xiao Hua's acquaintance, but Little White Dragon didn't know who Fairy Jing was. Outside of the swamp where the Demon King's cave was located, the sky was covered with red clouds. Thin strands of lightning were faintly discernible between the clouds. The muffled sound of thunder was covered by the loud whistling sound of the wind. The wind became stronger and stronger, blowing away the withered grass and breaking the trees. Even the gravel was blown into the air. It was truly a scene of flying sand and rolling stones. The clouds were low and lightning flashed. Crackle. Raindrops mixed with hail began to wreak havoc between heaven and earth. Gee! An eagle's cry came from the horizon. The red clouds that covered the horizon suddenly rolled. A golden-winged great peng that was several hundred meters in size spread its flashing lightning wings and revealed its figure in the clouds. This golden-winged great peng flapped its wings and a hurricane suddenly appeared. The dense red clouds were immediately blown away by the hurricane and a passage several li in size appeared in the clouds. Rumble. Several bolts of lightning fell and hit the back of the golden-winged great peng. Boom. Hundreds of demon characters rushed out from the back of the golden-winged great peng. They flickered with golden light and turned into a faint bird shape to block the lightning. Then, the lightning turned into threads of lightning that fell between the golden-winged great peng's wings. Woo! The golden-winged great peng flapped its wings again and crossed several li in an instant. Chapter 43-54. Ah! Brother Peng's ability is indeed powerful. I'm not as good as you. After the golden-winged great rock leaped over the wind and lightning, a slightly hoarse voice rang out from within the gradually gathering red clouds. Following which, a strange whirlwind appeared. This whirlwind was as heavy as a mountain. Although it did not blow a path through the red clouds like the golden-winged great rock, it was still able to sweep away all the red clouds within a radius of several kilometers. Within the whirlwind, a strange demonic beast revealed itself. This demonic beast looked like a dragon, but it was much smaller than a real dragon. It was even a little short and fat. On the demonic beast's back was a pair of wings that did not belong to the dragon race. Below the wings was a particularly protruding abdomen. However, on the demonic beast's head was a single horn that was extremely similar to a dragon's. In the lightning, it gave off an indescribable halo. We are the golden-winged great peng. Wind and thunder are innate remarkable abilities. How can we compare to a flying feather void beast like you? Whether it's wind, thunder, or earth fire, we can calmly escape through them. The golden-winged great peng's loud laughter sounded. Although it was humble, its tone was not without pride. Heh! The flying feather void beast smiled. Its short and fat body trembled slightly, and the wings on its back flashed. Strange ripples suddenly appeared in the space within the whirlwind. These ripples landed on the flying feather void beast's body, and the flying feather void beast instantly disappeared. A light mark like a wing flashed faintly through the red clouds, and it quickly surpassed the golden-winged great peng. Damn it! The golden-winged great peng yelled. I didn't plan to compete with you. What's the point of surpassing me? As he spoke, the golden-winged great peng flapped its wings again and chased forward amidst the lightning and wind. The two demonic beasts seemed to be even faster than the wind and thunder. In less than half a meal's time, they had already surpassed the area covered by the wind and thunder. A golden light flashed in the golden-winged great peng's eyes as it looked towards the ground. Then, a powerful origin thought swept towards a swamp like a mountain. Boom! Just as the golden-winged great peng's origin thought swept across the swamp, a pillar of light shot up into the sky. When the pillar of light landed in front of the golden-winged great peng's head, Bai Qingyu's body flashed with a 5-colored halo as she appeared within the pillar of light. Brother Peng, brother and I? Demon King Bai Qingyu's shellfish, which was hundreds of meters long. A strange voice came from within the shellfish. Peng, 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 Great Peng's Peng. As soon as Demon King Bai Qingyu's voice fell, a layer of spatial ripples appeared above his head. Bai Qingyu didn't dare to delay and hurriedly moved aside. The flying feather Nikong beast's figure appeared amidst the spatial distortion. Its wings were still flapping slightly. "Ha, Bai Qing." The flying feather Nikong beast laughed and said, "The two of us had already set off. However, we received a message from Peng Sage. It seemed to be related to the 7th Great Sage, so I followed Peng Jun back to Veiling Sky Ridge." "Oh?" Bai Qingyu was startled and hurriedly asked, "Ni Quan, who is the 7th Great Sage of our demonic beasts?" The flying feather Nikong beast's expression didn't change. He raised his hand and pointed at the golden-winged Great Peng who had stopped behind him. "You'll have to ask Peng Jun about that." When the golden-winged Great Peng Jun saw that the flying feather Nikong beast had surpassed him, a trace of displeasure appeared on his face. When he saw Ni Quan pointing at him, he said coldly, "My ancestor didn't say who it was. How do you want me to tell you?" "Ah." Bai Qing smiled and said, "This isn't the place to talk. Two demonic brothers, please come to my Demon King cave for a chat." "Please." Ni Quan smiled and glanced at Peng Jun. After a moment of politeness, he followed Bai Qing and descended. The three demonic beasts entered the Demon King cave and took their seats. The water tribe served a banquet. Before the banquet started, Peng Jun looked around and asked curiously, "Brother Bai, where's your brother? Why didn't he come out? Could it be that he was defeated by me last time and doesn't dare to come see me? Who knows where he went?" Bai Qing glanced at Peng Jun unhappily. "After being defeated by you last time, he didn't return to Bai Qingyu. It seems that he heard that one of his descendants got into trouble, so he went to take a look. It's either the hidden immortal continent or the Western paradise." "Ha, he's really bold." Peng Jun smiled and didn't ask any more. Then, the three raised their cups and drank. After chatting for a while, Bai Qing looked at Peng Jun again and said with a smile, "Brother Peng, I wonder what message Peng Sage sent you? Can you tell me?" Peng Jun looked up and asked Bai Qing with a faint smile, "Could it be that Bai Sage didn't send any news about the 7th Great Sage to Bai Qingyu?" Sigh. Bai Qing sighed and put down his wine cup. He said, "How could Bai Sage send a message directly to me? The message I received was from the star-obscuring lake. Although there's a lot of news from the star-obscuring lake, who exactly is the 7th Great Sage and where in the 1,000 demonic sacred realm did he become a Great Sage? Until now, the star-obscuring lake still hasn't given a definite answer. I think my old ancestor is also confused. If Bai Sage is like this, then why isn't my old ancestor?" Peng Jun smiled and said, "The news I received actually came from Tsangyue Heaven. It wasn't personally sent by Peng Sage. It's just that brother and I happened to see it, so he made a big fuss about it." "Brother Peng, don't blame me for talking too much." Ni Quan hurriedly explained, "After all, the 7th Great Sage's appearance is too strange. From the news from the Shen Space Forest to my ancient Bell Mountain, it can be seen that his ascension to a great sage is much stronger than my old ancestors. That momentum is comparable to our demon race's first great sage, Peng Sage. Therefore, I think your Tsangyue Heaven might have received more information." Peng Jun pondered for a moment and said, "Actually, the news from Tsangyue Heaven this time is also a guess about the 7th Great Sage's strength." "What do you mean?" Bai Qingyu and Ancient Bell Mountain were shocked and stared at the demon monarch of Tsangyue Mountain. "My old ancestor and the other 5 great sages have already gathered in the Great Sage Hall." Peng Jun smiled bitterly. "It said that there's already a phenomenon that has never appeared in the Great Sage Hall. This phenomenon shows that the 7th Great Sage's strength not only surpasses Peng Sage's, but also surpasses all the great sages in the 1,000 demonic sacred realm." "Ancient sages?" Bai Qing and Ni Quan couldn't help but exclaim. "That's right. Ancient sages in the past, and it's even possible that there won't be any sages in the future." Peng Jun nodded and looked at the flying feather void beast. He said snappily, "This is the reason why I lost my composure when I saw the beast's skin. Presumably, it won't be long before the two of you receive the news from the Shen Space Forest and the obscuring Star Lake." "Damn it, how is that possible?" Bai Qing looked at Ni Quan and then at Peng Jun. She lowered her voice and exclaimed, "Although we only control a corner of the demon realm, the 6 great sages have investigated the entire demon realm. How did a great sage appear? They don't know anything about it? What's so strange about that?" Peng Jun said disapprovingly. "The hidden immortal continent is the world of Confucian cultivators, and the immortal palace has investigated the 9 prefectures. However, didn't the Tao sect have a primordial chaos ancestor? If not for the Buddhist and Confucian cultivators working together and even borrowing the power of our demon race, how could they suppress him? Even if they did, didn't the primordial chaos ancestor escape and harm the Confucian cultivators? Forget it, forget it." Bai Qing laughed and raised his wine cup. "The 7th Great Sage's matter is related to the Great Sage Hall. It's the Great Sage's effort and has nothing to do with us. When there's news, we'll naturally know. Come, come, 2 demon brothers, please. Drink, drink." Peng Jun also smiled and raised his cup. "We'd better worry about our own matters and help the great sages take care of the trivial matters. Please." The 3 demon kings drank again, and then the women of the water tribe came to dance. After half an hour, Bai Qing waved his hand and the attendants left. He opened his mouth again and said, "2 demon brothers, this time I invited you 2 demon brothers to discuss the banquet." "Banquet?" Ni Quan looked at the other 2 demon kings and said with a smile, "It's a good banquet. Does Brother Bai have other ideas?" Bai Qing hurriedly explained, "Banquet is such a brilliant idea. It's completely Brother Ni's idea. I can't think of any good arrangement even if I break my head. However, since it's a banquet, there must be a time when the song ends and people disperse. I want to discuss with you 2 demon brothers, how to deal with Xiao Hua." Peng Jun raised his eyebrows, and a strange light flashed in his golden eyes. He said curiously, "I don't understand. What does Brother Bai mean?" Ni Quan smiled and said, "Brother Bai is quite interesting. The banquet hasn't even started yet, but Brother Bai isn't discussing how to harvest the banquet with us. Instead, he's talking about the bait's ending. This really puzzles me." "There's nothing strange about this." Bai Qing smiled faintly and said, "It should be related to the 3 demon kings' ideas. It should be related to what we want from Xiao Hua." Hearing this, Ni Quan smiled and looked at Bai Qing. He asked, "Since Brother Bai mentioned your idea and purpose, I also want to ask something. Back then, when Xiao Hua came to my ancient Bell Mountain, he was a good friend of a human descendant of my ancient Bell Mountain. He seemed to have nothing to do with my demon race. I don't know why Brother Bai suddenly set a trap for me after hearing the name of this human. You used an ordinary demon weapon to exchange for my sleeve. Only then did you capture Xiao Hua and bring him to Bai Qingyu to be suppressed. Of course, I was very puzzled after that. I started to look for news of Xiao Hua everywhere. Only then did I find out that Xiao Hua was actually the Dragon Master conferred by the Dragon Island. Damn it, I was stunned at that time. When did you, Bai Qingyu, become so daring? You actually went against the Dragon Island?" This question. "I've been suppressing it in my heart for hundreds of years. I didn't dare to say it out loud. It seems like today is the time to reveal it." Chapter 43-55. Hearing this, Bai Qing sneered in his heart. How could he not know what Ni Quan was thinking? He even felt that before he made a move to capture Xiao Hua, Ni Quan should have already known that Xiao Hua was the Dragon Island's Dragon Master. However, Ni Quan also wanted to obtain some benefits from Xiao Hua, so he pretended not to know. If the Dragon Island came to denounce him, he would use his ignorance as an excuse to evade responsibility. If Ni Quan could say so, how could Bai Qing not? He replied with a sad face, "This old man also didn't know at that time. It wasn't until Xiao Hua was suppressed in the Heavenly Dam water prison that this old man got the news. At that time, this old man was already in a difficult position. So, when the 2 demon brothers came to discuss with this old man again, this old man agreed without hesitation. Even if the 2 demon brothers wanted to gain benefits from Xiao Hua, this old man didn't even think of asking." "Hee hee." Ni Quan laughed. "What this old man wants to do, although I didn't tell you clearly, I don't believe that you don't understand after more than 100 years. Whether this old man understands or not, that's my business. Bai Qing shook his head. What exactly do you want to do? I still need you to say it yourself. I think it's time for Ancient Bell Mountain, Bai Qingyu, and Concealed Sky Ridge to be frank and honest, right? Peng Jun had been silent all this time. At this moment, he suddenly opened his mouth. Brother Bai, how do you plan to deal with Xiao Hua after the banquet? Kill him? Anai Quan asked with interest. Bai Qing shook his head slightly. My ancestor said it herself. Ancestor said it? Peng Jun was shocked and said anxiously, how does she know about this? This old man doesn't know. Bai Qing shook his head slightly, his face was also puzzled and replied, my ancestor wants to search his soul personally. Peng Jun heard and unconsciously took a breath, his face showing a difficult expression. Two demon brothers. Bai Qing saw that Peng Jun was in a difficult position and understood what he was thinking. She said, actually, I wanted to search your soul several decades ago. However, because I, Bai Qingyu, made an agreement with the two demon brothers, and the two demon brothers, especially Brother Peng, abided by the agreement when they came to ask for information, I didn't want to break the agreement. This time, I'm discussing the banquet with Brother Peng because of my ancestor's words. I want to make a final effort for you two demon brothers. Sigh, this old man understands. Peng Jun said with a sigh. Many thanks, Brother Bai. Let's do as Brother Bai says. Since the old ancestor has spoken, this old man will have to answer to Tsang Yu Tian when I return. All right. Seeing that Peng Jun had agreed, Bai Qing heaved a sigh of relief and looked at Anai Quan. What about Brother Anai? I don't care. Anai Quan said with a smile. This old man just thinks highly of Xiao Hua's power in the hidden immortal mainland. I want to support him to be the representative of Ancient Bell Mountain. You also know that my Ancient Bell Mountain is not like Bai Qingyu and Concealed Sky Ridge. We don't control much power in the hidden immortal mainland. This Xiao Hua is a Dao sect cultivator, and he happens to be on good terms with a human descendant of my Ancient Bell Mountain. If we use him, we can save a lot of energy. I even heard from my human descendant that this guy's strength may be comparable to Grand Mist Ancestor in the future. That's why this old man made a previous agreement with you. If you don't need Xiao Hua, then search his soul. Even if you kill him, it doesn't matter. My human descendant already has a way to deal with this. Bai Qingyu glanced at Anai Quan and said with a smile, your Ancient Bell Mountain really has a good idea. This Xiao Hua does have some foundation in the hidden immortal mainland. Since the news of the banquet spread out, more than 10 groups of Dao sect cultivators have come to find and rescue Xiao Hua. After the banquet, this old man will hand over those Dao sect cultivators to your human descendant. Many thanks, Brother Bai. Anai Quan smiled and raised his cup. After the three monster kings drank a few more cups, Peng Jun said meaningfully, oh right, Brother Bai, in these years, could it be that Dragon Island or the Dragon Race didn't come to investigate? Ais. Bai Qingyu sighed. Xiao Hua is the Dragon Master of the Dragon Race. Not only did the Dragon Island not send any Dragon Race to the Dragon Palace of the Four Seas, this is the reason why this old man has been nervous. This old man didn't dare to relax for hundreds of years. Isn't it because I'm afraid of the Dragon Race's revenge? Peng Jun sneered in his heart. How could he believe Bai Qingyu's complaints? He then probed. Although Xiao Hua is a human cultivator, his strength is not particularly high, but since Dragon Island conferred him the title of Dragon Master, what? Hearing this, Bai Qingyu was shocked and hurriedly interrupted Peng Jun's words. He said curiously, Brother Peng, say it again. You said Xiao Hua is a human cultivator? Yes. Peng Jun said curiously, Xiao Hua is naturally a human cultivator. You think he's a dragon. But Bai Qingyu was puzzled and was about to speak when Anai Quan also said with a smile, Brother Bai, of course Xiao Hua is a human cultivator. Otherwise, why would he participate in the Immortal Palace's Jade Pavilion gathering and make friends with the human descendant of our ancient Bell Mountain? Damn it. Bai Qingyu almost jumped up and said in shock, could it be that we made a mistake? How could it be a mistake? Peng Jun's heart also moved, but his expression was still calm. He said with a smile, "Brother Bai, do you still remember the demonic artifact this old man took the first time?" Bai Qingyu originally wanted to explain, but after hearing Peng Jun's words, he swallowed his words and said doubtfully, "Of course this old man remembers. You even activated the demonic artifact in front of this old man and interrogated Xiao Hua." "Actually," Peng Jun said with a smile, "that demonic artifact is not a demonic artifact, but a soul artifact. This old man didn't interrogate Xiao Hua the first time. This old man was just activating the soul artifact to confirm whether this Xiao Hua is the real Xiao Hua." You're sure?" Bai Qingyu was dumbfounded. "Xiao Hua is the human Xiao Hua you're looking for?" "His soul is Xiao Hua's soul." Peng Jun replied resolutely, "This old man can guarantee, but as for how this old man knows, forgive this old man for not being able to say." What the hell? Bai Qingyu was greatly surprised. "How is this possible? Could it be that you and I, the three Monster Kings?" At this moment, a clear voice sounded outside the Monster King's cave. "Father." Following this voice, a shell-type monster with a five-colored halo around her body flew in. That monster called out before she came in, "Father, what's the matter that you're urgently looking for your daughter?" Just in time." Bai Qingyu saw the shell-type monster come in and said loudly, "Bai Bo, come over and tell the two Monster Kings whether that Xiao Hua is a human or a dragon." This concubine greets the two Monster Kings. The halo around the shell-type monster named Bai Bo flashed a few times, and then she bowed respectfully. "He, get up." And Ai Quan was the least anxious. With a wave of his hand, he helped Bai Bo up and said with a smile, "Brother Bai is so lucky. Your Bai Qingyu's Yao Ji has only not seen you for a few decades, and your strength has increased by a lot. I'm afraid you're about to reach the sun-devouring realm, right?" "Your Majesty praises me too much." Bai Bo said with a smile, "This concubine is only at the star-plucking realm. There's still a long way to go before I reach the sun-devouring realm. This is my Yue Heaven's monster core. It's most useful for the star-plucking realm water clan. Just keep it." Peng Jun was somewhat impatient. He raised his hand and took out a pill from the universe ring and handed it to Bai Bo, saying, "Tell this king whether that Xiao Hua is a human or a dragon." "Thank you, Your Majesty." Jade Wave happily accepted the medicinal pill, then swept a glance at his father and said, "Xiao Hua is originally from the dragon race. How can he be a human? How is this possible?" Not only did Peng Jun roar, even Ni Quan turned pale with fright. He looked at Bai Qing and shouted, "Brother Bai, how is this possible? Could it be that we three Monster Kings have schemed for hundreds of years, but in the end, we still can't figure out whether Xiao Hua is a human or a dragon? Whether Xiao Hua is a human or a dragon, it doesn't matter at all." Bai Bo was very puzzled. What this old man wants has nothing to do with whether he's a human or a dragon. Moreover, since Xiao Hua is Dragon Island's Dragon Master, he's naturally a dragon. What's so strange about this? Wrong. And Ai Quan waved his hand and said, "Xiao Hua is a Dao sect cultivator. He participated in the Jade Pavilion gathering and even proclaimed himself as a king in Black Wind Ridge. He was once a country's teacher. How can he be a dragon?" At this point, Ai Quan seemed to have some understanding. He pinched his chin and said with a smile, "This old man understands. This might be Dragon Island's trick, but it doesn't matter. Whether Xiao Hua is a dragon or a human has nothing to do with my ancient Bell Mountain. Xiao Hua can't be a dragon. He can only be a human." Peng Jun stood up from the ground and spread his wings. "This has a lot to do with this old man." "Bai Bo." Bai Qing said with a smile, "You're in charge of the Sky Dam water prison. Tell me, is Xiao Hua a human or a dragon?" Xiao Hua is naturally a dragon." Bai Bo said with a smile, "Father, is it because of this that you hurriedly called your daughter over from the Sky Dam water prison? When did this old man call you over?" Bai Qing was stunned and asked back, "Damn bitch." Bai Bo immediately realized and cursed, "She actually dared to scheme against me. Who?" Bai Qing asked curiously. It's that human descendant who took father's monster king token and went to interrogate Xiaohua. Bai Bo said while gnashing her teeth. Li Jing? Bai Qing said curiously. Before Bai Qing finished speaking, another exclamation came from outside the Monster King cave. King, Yaoji, not good. Something big happened in the Sky Dam water prison. Not good. Hearing that something big happened in the Sky Dam water prison, Bai Bo didn't wait for the Water Clan outside to finish speaking. She turned into a 5-colored rainbow and flew out of the cave. Bai Bo was naturally worried about her lover. Bai Qing, Peng Jun, and Denai Quan, the 3 Monster Kings, were even more anxious than her. Seeing that Bai Bo had just left, the 3 Monster Kings activated their abilities and instantly overtook Bai Bo and rushed towards the Sky Dam water prison. Chapter 4356. Fairy Jing took the 5-colored beast's skin and flew into the Heavenly Dam water prison. Her heart was beating wildly, and she silently recited the speech she had prepared beforehand to deal with the patrolling beasts that appeared at any time. However, what surprised her was that when she landed at the bottom of the fire pillar, the back of Xiaohua's head was faintly visible in the flames. Not to mention that shelled beasts, even the other patrolling beasts, were nowhere to be seen. Fairy Jing naturally didn't know that it was Jade Wave's appearance that made these beasts flee in panic. When she faked the Demon King command, those fleeing beasts still hadn't returned. While she was secretly delighted, she landed in front of Little White Dragon. Little White Dragon had just been burned by the 5-colored flames of the fire pillar and was currently powerless. He didn't raise his head at all, thinking that Conch Girl or Jade Wave had returned. He mercilessly roared, "Scram! I'm not in a good mood right now." Fairy Jing's peach blossom-like face paled. She whispered, "Xiaohua." Little White Dragon was stunned. He slowly raised his head, looked at Fairy Jing, and asked curiously, "So it's you. Why did you come back?" Little White Dragon immediately came to his senses and replied with a wry smile, "Although I gave you that jade eye, I have never seen that thing before. Because it's used to refine magic treasures, I had you look for it. Even if you personally came to ask me, I wouldn't know about that thing. Xiaohua, do you still resent me?" Fairy Jing didn't pay attention to Little White Dragon's explanation. She only stared blankly at Xiaohua's familiar face and asked word by word. "No, absolutely not." How could Little White Dragon find trouble for Xiaohua? He replied without hesitation. Then why did you?" Fairy Jing still asked with hidden bitterness. Little White Dragon was now an old dragon that could move unhindered among flowers. Under Jade Wave's torment, he already had a silent response to this question. He hastily replied, "I didn't ignore you. It's not like I don't know you. Why don't you think about it? Where is this place? Can I rashly say that I know you? Can't I protect you?" When Fairy Jing heard this, she couldn't help but smile. This smile was truly like 100 flowers blooming. Even the resplendent sparks in the surroundings couldn't compare. To be able to hear those words from my dear Xiao before leaving this filthy world, this concubine is already perfectly satisfied. Although Fairy Jing's tone was exceptionally calm, her gaze was fixed on Xiaohua as she muttered to herself, "This concubine has lived in this world for so long. Apart from Xiaohua, this concubine has never met another person as pure as Xiaohua, who is as pure as crystal." That day, it wasn't that this concubine was unwilling to accompany Xiaolang, but this concubine wasn't worthy of Xiaolang, and this concubine was afraid of bringing trouble to Xiaolang. What this concubine didn't know was that this concubine had brought so much trouble to Xiaolang. This is all this concubine's fault. This concubine is willing to make up for this mistake. I only hope that Xiaolang can forgive this concubine. With that, Fairy Jing stretched out her hand and touched the back of Little White Dragon's head. Her cherry-red lips touched Little White Dragon's cheek. Damn it! Little White Dragon was dumbfounded. He hurriedly retreated and shouted, Don't, I'm not." Fairy Jing's face turned even paler when she saw Little White Dragon running away. She bit her lip and said, "Darling Xiao, I know you won't forgive me, but..." Although this concubine didn't do it on purpose, it's still the biggest mistake this concubine has made in her life. Moreover, This concubine is very regretful right now. This concubine shouldn't have drunk that unruffled water. Let me ask you, what is love in this world? It makes people want to live and die for it. How can a love that doesn't even care about life and death be washed away by a handful of water? If it wasn't for that unruffled water, this concubine would have been able to think of you day and night for the past 200 years. That would have been such a beautiful thing. That little white dragon opened his mouth and wanted to transmit his voice. However, he was suppressed by the pillar of fire and couldn't use his dragon power. He could only shout, "I'm really not Xiaohua. The real Xiaohua is your lover. I don't know where he is. You still won't forgive me." Fairy Jing's face was ashen. She stared blankly at little white dragon's familiar face and said, "Although this concubine has already drunk the unruffled water, your voice and smile have already been imprinted in this concubine's heart. Seeing your face, this concubine's heart is beating wildly, damn it." Little white dragon anxiously said, "I'm imprisoned by the Demon King's pillar of fire and can't return to my original appearance. No need to say any more." Fairy Jing said faintly, "Xiao Lang, whether you forgive me or not is no longer important." While speaking, Fairy Jing opened her mouth. Pooh! The heart shell fell into the air. The moment it appeared, it immediately emitted a 5-colored halo. This light was like Fairy Jing's heart that was crying blood. It flickered and condensed into 5-colored dots that fell from the heart shell. Pooh! Fairy Jing didn't stop at all. She opened her mouth again, but this time, she spat out a mouthful of essence blood. When the essence blood landed on the heart shell, the 5-colored halo of the heart shell suddenly retracted. A blood-colored heart shell emitted a blood-colored brilliance in the air. "What are you doing?" Little white dragon didn't understand. Fairy Jing ignored little white dragon and raised her hand again. Wung! A nascent soul wearing soft armor rushed out of the door with an even smaller sea pearl in his hand. Wung wung! The blood-colored heart shell emitted a huge rumbling sound before finally exploding with a bang. When the blood-colored heart shell exploded, Fairy Jing couldn't help but moan. Even little white dragon's heart was broken. Woo! After the blood-colored heart shell exploded, Fairy Jing's nascent soul opened its mouth and sucked in all the blood mist. Boom boom! Thunderous sounds flashed around the nascent soul. The strange runes on the heart shell appeared one by one. However, the runes weren't 5-colored, but blood-colored. The nascent soul crazily expanded in the blood-colored light and the thunderous sounds. In an instant, it was more than 10 feet tall. "Xiao Lang!" Fairy Jing suddenly cried out, "This time, we will be separated by life and death. Even if I have thousands of thoughts, they will all turn into a flower in the yellow springs. I will have no one to complain to, damn it." Seeing the nascent soul emitting obscure waves, little white dragon suddenly realized and said in surprise, "You want to break the seal? You are really too whimsical. Even Jade Wave doesn't dare to break this seal. You think you can break it? You are throwing away your life for nothing. Xiao Lang, this is all I can do. Goodbye." Fairy Jing's eyes were filled with tears as she said sadly, "I finally understand the thoughts of the sister in your story. I only want to reincarnate and not be a descendant of the demon race. I only want to be a clean person. Even if I don't have any cultivation, I only want to live a quiet life." Roar! Little white dragon angrily roared. His entire dragon body powerlessly struggled within the pillar of fire, but the flames within the pillar of fire didn't even move. Little white dragon shouted, "Idiot, don't do anything stupid. I'm really not Xiaohua. I'm Xiaohua's good friend. My name is Little White." Really? Unfortunately, at this time, not to mention Little White Dragon couldn't restore his dragon body. Even if he did, how could Fairy Jing still believe him? Sometimes, when the fake is real, the real is fake. Pooh! Fairy Jing took one last look at Little White Dragon's face, her eyes filled with reluctance. Then she slapped her head. Blood splattered, and Fairy Jing's entire body collapsed. Following the collapse of her body, that several zhang long nascent soul fell with a loud rumble and merged with her flesh. "AI, damn it!" Little White Dragon powerlessly raised his head and muttered, How should I explain this to Xiao Hua? Weng Weng. After Fairy Jing's nascent soul merged with her flesh, her nascent soul released a powerful rumbling sound. Her pressure quickly broke through from the nascent soul realm to the out-of-body realm. Another infatuated, brainless woman. Little White Dragon looked at Fairy Jing's nascent soul and shouted, "Even if you give up your life, you are only at the edge of the 5th level. How can you break the seal with this kind of shallow strength? You should hurry and stop. Although you are only left with your nascent soul, you still have your life. With Xiao Hua's ability, it's not impossible." Unfortunately, before Little White Dragon could finish speaking, the blood-red runes around the nascent soul burst open again. Fairy Jing's nascent soul spirit body collapsed, and the entire spirit body crashed into the ocean pearl that had been hovering above the nascent soul's head. Weng Weng. When the nascent soul rushed into the ocean pearl released an even louder rumbling sound. Waves of dark green water rushed out from the ocean pearl and fell into the air. Beautiful scenes of the sea appeared in the light. There were waves of blue waves, or fishes leaping and birds flying, or thousands of layers of snow, or thousands of miles of sea. Previously it was still hot, but now it was instantly cool. Moreover, when the waves of water fell into the fire pillar, the fire runes and 5-colored halos on the fire pillar all retreated, and the fire pillar's trembling was still frozen. Gotcha! The moment the waves of water spread to the fire pillar, a blood-colored crack appeared on the ocean pearl. The entire ocean pearl shattered, and the blue water mixed with the blood runes turned into monstrous remorse and crazily crashed into the fire pillar. Boom! Inside the heavenly dam water prison, the entire fire pillar was trembling. It was as if the raging fire had succumbed to Fairy Jing's remorse. Wherever the blue water touched, a loud rumbling sound could be heard. The red fire pillar was frozen inch by inch. What was special was that at the bottom of the pillar of fire that was suppressing the Little White Dragon, the threads of blood dyed the entire pillar of fire. The threads of blood were mixed with a 5-colored halo, and they quickly seeped into the pillar of fire. The immovable restriction that was like a mountain suddenly showed signs of loosening. Little White Dragon was overjoyed and let out a roar. The dragon energy in its body suddenly surged. Boom boom. The fire pillar suppressing Little White Dragon was slowly lifted up by Little White Dragon. The entire heavenly dam water prison was trembling. Chapter 43:57. Damn it! How could such a large commotion from the bottom of the fire pillar not attract the attention of the demon race? The armored demon appeared out of nowhere. Seeing the situation, he couldn't help but curse. His body quickly swayed and his armored demon body suddenly grew to several hundred feet in size. The shelled demon didn't fly to the fire pillar. Instead, it went straight to the top of the mountain. Its entire body spun quickly. The 5-colored halo around its body shone brightly. It turned into a pillar of light that fell into the fire pillar. Woo! Where the 5-colored halo landed, the fire pillar responded. All of the 5-colored runes flowed on the surface of the fire pillar and rushed down the fire pillar. As the runes rushed in, the flames and runes that had been frozen by Fairy Jing's sea pearl began to jump again. Break! The shelled demon had just calmed down when he heard a dragon voice coming from below the pillar of fire. Immediately after, countless strands of fire-type origin energy rushed down the mountain. A ball of golden light quickly appeared in the crimson and dark green light. Damn it! The demonic beast could feel the power of this golden light and could not help but grumble bitterly. Just as it was about to activate its divine ability, boom! At this moment, the golden light suddenly exploded and the entire fire pillar started to collapse from the bottom. At the same time, the mountain peak of the Heaven Dam water prison started to shake violently. Just at this moment, a cold snort came from the distance. Following this sound, a 5-colored light pillar more than 100 feet large smashed into the fire pillar. Rumble! With a series of rumbles, the 5-colored halo fell from the surface of the fire pillar to the bottom. Wherever the halo passed, whether it was the green water, the blood strands, or even the golden light, all of them were destroyed as easily as crushing dry weeds. The entire fire pillar instantly stabilized. My king! The armored demon race was overjoyed as it fell to the ground and shouted, "This little one deserves to die. Fuck!" Just as it was about to break free, the shackles that had just been broken through came crashing down again. The little white dragon sighed as its body was once again suppressed by the pillar of fire. However, just as it was about to be suppressed, the little white dragon's eyes suddenly lit up as it hurriedly opened its mouth to release a ball of soul strands. A series of crackling sounds rang out as a faint human figure that was invisible to the naked eye fell into the little white dragon's mouth. Damn it! Seeing that the fire pillar had finally stabilized and the entire Heaven Dam water prison was no longer shaking, Demon King Bai Qing's figure appeared from the five-colored light pillar. Although the Demon King's expression couldn't be seen clearly, his tone was abnormally angry. When she saw the blood splattered around the fire pillar, the bloody clothes on the side of the stone wall, the remains of Fairy Jing's body, and the five-colored beast skin on the ground, Bai Qing already understood a lot. A tentacle grew out from her demon body and took the beast skin. Then, she released her primordial thought and looked at Little White Dragon. "Xiao Hua, was it Li Jing who risked her life to save you?" Little White Dragon looked coldly at Bai Qing and replied disdainfully, "Aren't you very resourceful? Don't you already know? Do you still need to ask me?" Hee hee. Bai Qing didn't seem to be angry, as though Little White Dragon had already scolded her 1,000 times. She only smiled and said, "Do you know, other than this Li Jing, there are some humans who walk into a trap and get killed by my subordinates every day. They seem to be here to save you. Think about it, it's just telling this king about the origin of that thing. It won't harm you at all, nor will it affect you in any way. Why don't you say it? Today, Li Jing died. Tomorrow, there will be Wang Jing, Qin Jing, and all the girls who like you will die in front of you. Do you think this is interesting?" Little White Dragon laughed. "I have told you countless times. I don't know the origin of that thing at all. Li Jing's jade eyes weren't given by me at all. Where do you want me to find that thing for you? Besides, there's a saying in the human race. It's called, 'Death might not be scary, but it's scary that death is as light as a feather.' Li Jing died for the love in her heart and for Xiao Hua's survival. Her death is as heavy as a mountain. She died without regrets. This kind of death can move heaven and earth. Damn it." Bai Qing, who had been cursing Fairy Jing countless times, heard Little White Dragon's words and felt endless jealousy in her heart. However, what was extremely rare was that other than this jealousy, there was another feeling in her heart. She's just a descendant of the human race. She overestimated herself. If she dies, then so be it. Bai Qing keenly understood the meaning in Little White Dragon's words. She waved her hand and said, "From what I heard, the jade eyes she gave to me weren't given by you? Then, aren't Xiao Hua?" "Who said I wasn't Xiao Hua?" Little White Dragon looked around, his gaze sweeping over Peng Jun, and Ai Quan, Bai Qing, and even Bai Bo. A faint smirk appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Each and every one of you has asked this poor Taoist for several hundred years, and one of you even checked with a soul tool. This poor Taoist is naturally Xiao Hua." "Enemy." Seeing Little White Dragon smirk, Bai Qing cursed inwardly. All the bones in her body went limp, and the jealousy in her heart instantly disappeared without a trace. "Xiao Hua, are you a human or a dragon?" Peng Jun restrained his temper and asked, "What do you think?" Little White Dragon didn't answer. Boom! Bai Qing's tentacle of light waved, and the several hundred feet tall pillar of fire instantly became transparent. Little White Dragon's body was revealed in the flames. Immediately, the entire pillar of fire shook again, and a ring of fire fell from above. Right around Little White Dragon's body, crimson-red flames mixed with a five-colored halo were born again. For Little White Dragon roared, and that human-shaped shell was burned into a huge dragon body. Sigh. Following Peng Jun's sigh, Bai Qing raised her hand and the pillar of fire disappeared. Little White Dragon's body was covered in flames. Haha. Little White Dragon's painful expression was somewhat ferocious. He seemed to know that he couldn't hide it anymore. While groaning, he laughed and said, "Ridiculous three little things, really pitiful. It's just a truth, and I hid it from you for hundreds of years. You say I'm smart? Or you're stupid? What do you two demon brothers say?" Bai Qing ignored Little White Dragon's sarcasm and turned to ask Peng Jun and An Quan. An Quan's expression didn't change, and he replied indifferently, "I don't care. A dead Xiaohua is more useful than a living Xiaohua. Also, I suggest that you don't need to deploy guards around Bai Qingyu anymore. Let those humans with evil intentions come in. We might as well hold a banquet and catch all of them in one fell swoop." Beside him, Bai Bo was shocked and hurriedly asked, "Father, you want to kill Xiaohua?" Bai Qing looked at Bai Bo dotingly and responded, waving her hand to signal her not to speak. Peng Jun's expression was a little ugly. He thought for a moment and shook his head. "Since this guy is from the dragon race and not Xiaohua, I have to report to Tsang Yuetian first. I hope Brother Bai won't make a move before I get the news from Tsang Yuetian." "Of course. However, I don't know how long Brother Peng will need." Bai Qing knew that this matter concerned Tsang Yuetian and he had to report to Star Concealing Lake, so he asked a few more questions. Chapter 43-58. Since this guy isn't Xiaohua, but a dragon, I'm afraid this is no longer something I can decide. Peng Jun didn't answer directly. Instead, he gave an ambiguous answer before cupping his hands. "I'll take my leave first. I'll immediately send the Sky Concealing Ridge's demons to assist Brother Bai." However, before Peng Jun could fly up, a faint light shone from high up in the Sky Dam water prison. A palm-sized beast's skin landed in front of Bai Qing. Bai Qing was a little surprised. He knew that if it was an ordinary matter, his subordinate wouldn't dare to send it. There must be important information in this beast's skin. Bai Qing nodded slightly at Peng Jun, and his consciousness entered the beast's skin. Peng Jun was displeased. He cupped his hands at An Quan. "Brother and are you coming with me? Or will you stay in Bai Qingyu for a few days?" Before An Quan could answer, Bai Qing's tone turned cold, and he said in a low voice, "Are you two demon brothers leaving now? The Dragon Island's envoy is here." Hiss! Peng Jun and An Quan both sucked in a breath of cold air and exclaimed, "Dragon Island actually really sent an envoy over?" "That's right," Bai Qing answered. "The dragon envoy is 100 miles away from me." Is the dragon envoy waiting for us to welcome him?" Peng Jun sneered. "The Dragon Island is really arrogant." Not only that. Bai Qing waved the beast's skin in his hand and smiled. "The dragon envoy said that if I, Bai Qingyu, suppress the dragon master of the dragon clan, he'll definitely massacre Bai Qingyu." "Brother Bai, are you scared?" Peng Jun asked with a faint smile. "If it was yesterday," Bai Qing smiled and answered, "I would have already flown to the Star Concealing Lake to ask for help. But today, what do I have to be scared of? I even want to know if this guy isn't Xiaohua, then who is he? What's his relationship with the Dragon Master and Xiaohua? Even if it was yesterday, would Brother Bai run away?" An Quan asked with a smile. "Of course," Bai Qing said seriously. "After the Thousand Demons' sacred realm, the Great Sage Hall doesn't fear the Dragon Island. Even the Star Concealing Lake has to avoid the dragon envoy of the Dragon Island. Thus, Xian Kong Forest isn't scared?" Scared, how can I not be scared?" An Quan hurriedly replied. "The Dragon Island is the island of the Dragon Clan. It commands all the Dragon Clans in the world. No one dares to disobey. Although there are many demon clans in the Thousand Demons' sacred realm, which demon clan can compare to the Dragon Clan? Let's not talk about Dragon Island's orders. Even if it's the Dragon Palace of the Four Seas orders, few demons in the Thousand Demons' sacred realm would dare to disobey, right?" Bai Qing said with a smile. "That might not be the case." Peng Jun, who had been silent all this while, smiled faintly and said, "Dragon Island has been high and mighty for a long time now. I'm afraid it's no longer down to earth. If not for the support of the Dragon Palace of the Four Seas." When he spoke up to this point, Peng Jun stopped. On the other hand, An Quan blinked his eyes and smiled. "Brother Peng, what do you mean by that?" Forgive me for being inferior to the human race, but I can't understand the meaning behind it. This old man didn't say anything. How could Peng Jun say anything else? He looked at Bai Qing and smiled. Brother Bai, are you going to leave the dragon envoy of Dragon Island outside? Bai Qing looked at the two demon kings and smiled. How would this old man dare to neglect the dragon envoy? Aren't I waiting for the two demon brothers to come with me to welcome the dragon envoy of Dragon Island? Let's go together, let's go together. And Ai Quan smiled. Previously, because we didn't speak frankly, we actually let this guy hide it for so long. Now is the crucial moment. If we don't work together, how can there be any trust in the future? Indeed. Peng Jun nodded. If it's just Bai Qingyu alone, the dragon envoy of Dragon Island might not care. Bai Qingyu, Ancient Bell Mountain, and Sky-Concealing Ridge might not be in the dragon envoy's eyes. But what about Star-Concealing Lake, Xian Space Forest, and Sangyu Heaven? This old man doesn't know. If Brother Peng wants to know, you can ask the dragon envoy of Dragon Island. Bai Qing laughed loudly and flew to the exit of the Heavenly Dam water prison. Peng Jun and Ai Quan also caught up. Bai Qing's body moved a little. He looked at the little white dragon, but in the end he didn't follow. After the three demon kings left, that conch girl flew over timidly. Looking at Bai Qing, she lowered her head and didn't dare to speak. Darling Xiao. Bai Qing looked at the little white dragon's face and didn't know what to say. He only called out and then hesitated. You're actually not Xiao Hua? You've deceived me for so many years. Alas, Bai Qing. The little white dragon sighed. It's not that I want to hide it from you, but I don't want to make things difficult for you. If you knew that I'm not Xiao Hua, what would you do? Hide it from that little shell or tell it? Besides, whether I'm Xiao Hua or not, it doesn't matter. I still only have you in my heart. A sweet smile appeared at the corner of Bai Bo's mouth, but she still snorted coldly. What little shell? That's my demon king, Bai Qingyu's father. Speaking until here, her gaze was like lightning. She glanced at the conch girl and said, Do you only have me in your heart? If it's only me, I'll kill this little slut right now. No, your highness, spare me. The conch girl's expression changed greatly, and she hurriedly knelt down in midair. What's the point of this? The little white dragon said in a low voice. I won't live for more than a few days anyway. Why do you have to make my heart ache? Bai Qing pursed her lips, not knowing what she was thinking. She then asked, That human slut just now, did she really die to save Xiao Hua? The little white dragon nodded and told her what happened just now. He then warned, No matter what, Li Jing died for Xiao Hua. In the future, you absolutely can't call her slut. Of course, as long as she has nothing to do with you. I'll call her Fairy Jing now. Bai Qing replied with a laugh. The little white dragon glared at her and said, You'd better scram. In a while, your father and the two demon kings, as well as the dragon envoys from Dragon Island will come. Don't attract their attention. You care so much about my comfort? A sweet smile appeared on Bai Qing's face as she asked. Of course, you're my little sweetheart. Whether there's a moon or not, I'll sing in your ear in a low voice. I hope you'll have a peaceful life and a happy life. The little white dragon's sweet words came easily. You're such a sweetheart. Bai Qing pouted coquettishly. She wanted to pounce over and take a bite, but in the end, she was afraid of any accidents. She stomped her feet and turned into a ray of light, rushing towards the entrance of the cave. The conch girl also jumped up from midair, stuck out her tongue at the little white dragon, and also flew up. After less than an hour, outside the water prison, a loud and clear dragon roar could be heard from the horizon. The dragon envoys from Dragon Island arrived on clouds. Although Peng Jun, Bai Qing, and Ai Quan were trembling with fear, guarding outside the water prison, not knowing how the dragon envoys from Dragon Island would deal with the little white dragon when they saw him, the little white dragon was very clear that his name was not legitimate. There was no record in Dragon Island's dragon policy. The dragon envoys would definitely not fall out with Bai Qingyu because of him. But too bad, although the little white dragon was somewhat prepared, the reality still told him that he had been overthinking things. The majestic dragon envoys landed on the ground alone, waving his hand and extinguishing half of the flame pillars. The dragon envoys looked at the little white dragon's dragon form, then asked him two questions expressionlessly. The first one was, "Are you Xiaohua?" The second one was, "Are you Reverend Yun?" To these two questions, the little white dragon only had one word to answer: no. Then, the dragon envoys once again controlled his dragon body and flew towards the entrance of the mountain with an expressionless face. The little white dragon's self-esteem was severely trampled. He could not help but cry out anxiously, "Dragon envoy, although I'm not Xiaohua, I'm his old acquaintance, and I'm also Reverend Yun's brother. How can you just leave like that, and ignore my life and death?" The dragon envoys were about 1,000 feet high in the sky, but when they heard the little white dragon's words, they hesitated for a moment before stopping. Then they turned and said, "I'm here on the order of the elders of Dragon Palace to investigate. If you are Xiaohua or Reverend Yun, Dragon Island will rescue you, even if it means having to fight with the sacred realm of thousand demons. But too bad, you are not Xiaohua, neither are you Reverend Yun. So why should I rescue you? But before I leave, I'd like to give you a piece of advice. Wherever you go, please strictly abide by the local laws and respect the local customs. Don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you are a dragon. Dragon Island can never shelter every single dragon." The little white dragon was struck dumb. He really did not expect that the dragon envoy would say something like that. To be honest, even though the little white dragon was suppressed in by Qingyu, his days were truly free and unfettered. He was so happy that he almost forgot about home. Not to mention by Bo and Conch Maiden throwing themselves into his arms, just the refinement of the fire pillar was not harmful to him at all. Instead, it was a form of tempering for him, a form of cultivation that was hard to come by. Therefore, for the past 200 years, the little white dragon had been foolishly pretending to be Xiaohua to tease the three demon kings. Until today, when Fairy Jing had fallen for Xiaohua, and Bai Qing had mentioned that she was doing it for him, many humans except Bai Qingyu had walked right into the trap. What was more, Bai Qingyu even had the intention of killing him. Therefore, the little white dragon had no choice but to consider escaping. When the dragon envoys of Dragon Island arrived, the little white dragon wanted to tell them the truth. Although he was not Xiaohua or Reverend Yun, he was, after all, the embodiment of dragon cleansing liquid, a rare existence among the dragons. But when he saw the dragon envoy come alone without any dragon generals, he realized that the dragon envoy did not seem like he was going to rescue Xiaohua. If he claimed to be Reverend Yun, not to mention whether Bai Qing could help him and the dragon envoy escape, even Peng Jun would definitely turn hostile. Not only would he not be able to escape, but the dragon envoy would also fall. And, if the dragon envoy could escape safely, although he could not escape for the time being, the dragon envoy would definitely inform the Dragon Palace of his situation. Perhaps he would still have a chance. But now, when he heard the dragon envoy's high-sounding statement, the little white dragon completely extinguished the thought of asking for help from Dragon Island. He stared at the dragon envoy's back and cried out in shock, "Are you the dragon envoy? Are you here to save me or to humiliate me?" Chapter 4359. I am the envoy of Dragon Island. Unfortunately, you are not the master of the Dragon Clan. The Dragon Clan said proudly, "You are not qualified to listen to my words." The little white dragon roared angrily and watched the dragon envoy fly out of the heavenly dam water prison. Bai Qing and the other two demon kings stood outside the cave, worried about their gains and losses. Bai Qing even arranged for some elite disciples to lie in ambush around the water under Peng Jun's suggestion, just in case. When the three demon kings saw that the dragon envoy came up alone with the same expression as when he flew down, they were relieved. Bai Qing went up to him and said with a smile, "Lord Dragon Envoy, may I know if my actions have offended Dragon Island? Since you dared to suppress my dragon clan, you naturally offended Dragon Island." The dragon envoy replied, "However, Dragon Island has always abided by the non-fighting agreement between the demon clans. We will not condone the dragon clan who uses Dragon Island's name to make things difficult for the demon clans. Since this white dragon offended you, it is a personal grudge between you and him. Dragon Island will not meddle in it. Dragon Island is indeed a sacred place revered by both the human clan and the demon clan in the 3 continents and 4 seas. Bai Qing said with a smile, I can't say for other places, but from the fairness of the envoy's incident, I know that Dragon Island is relying on you for its prosperity. In fact, when this one captured this dragon, this one already knew that this fellow was spouting nonsense. How could the dragon master of the dragon race be like this? Yes. The dragon envoy nodded proudly and said, since Bai Qing you didn't suppress the dragon clan member, then my mission is considered completed. I will take my leave now, Io, Lord Dragon Envoy. How could Bai Qing let go of such an excellent opportunity? He hurriedly stood in front of the dragon clan member and said with a smile, Lord, why are you in such a hurry to leave? I have already prepared a banquet. After you have finished your tiredness, I will send you off. How about that? No need. The dragon envoy said proudly, the inspection of Dragon Island is very strict. Not to mention having a banquet here, even taking a primordial stone may be discovered by the inspectors. When Bai Qing heard this, she immediately understood. After sending a voice transmission to a demon next to her, she smiled and said, if that's the case, I'll send the messenger out, and that dragon envoy nodded and took the lead to fly into the clouds, flying out of Bai Qingyu. The 3 demon kings, Bai Qing, Pringjun, and Enai Quan, didn't dare to be negligent. They hurriedly moved their bodies and followed behind, wanting to send the dragon envoy out of Bai Qingyu. Seeing that the dragon envoy was about to fly out of Bai Qingyu, the demon that Bai Qing had sent a voice transmission to caught up with her and secretly handed a universe bangle to Bai Qing. Bai Qing looked at Pringjun and Enai Quan and was about to send a voice transmission to the 2 demon kings. Suddenly, Pringjun's eyes flashed with golden light and he shouted, where did this little thing come from? You actually dare to show off your abilities in front of us demon kings? Along with this furious roar, Pringjun spread his wings and pounced towards the air 10,000 feet to the left of Bai Qing. His sharp claws grabbed downwards, imprisoning the space within 100 feet. Even within that space, strands of hair-like spatial cracks appeared. Damn it! Just as Pringjun moved, Enai Quan, who was beside Bai Qing, also had a slight change in expression. He growled, Lord Dragon Envoy of Dragon Island is right in front of us. Where did this little thing come from? How dare he use his abilities here? Isn't he looking down on us? As he spoke, Enai Quan's figure flashed and pounced towards the place a few miles to the right of Bai Qing. Different from Pringjun, Enai Quan's demon body flashed a string of shadows in the air. At the same time, the horn on the top of his head produced an oval-shaped halo. The halo was grayish-white and sealed the space within 1,000 feet. These 2 demon brothers are really perceptive. Bai Qing was overjoyed when he saw this. Just as he was about to speak to the dragon envoy of Dragon Island, he vaguely saw a yellow light flickering between the spatial cracks in the space imprisoned by Pringjun's sharp claws. Then, a silver-white light pillar suddenly rushed out from the light pillar. Although the light pillar looked very weak, it was extremely strange. It actually shattered the space imprisoned by Pringjun in a few breaths' time. Then, a yellow shadow flashed like the wind and a small mink figure rushed towards Bai Qingyu. Moreover, this small mink was exclaiming, damn it, why is Bai Qingyu's demon clan so powerful? Bai Qing was greatly shocked and looked at the small mink in disbelief. After all, Bai Qingyu was his demon realm. How could he not pay attention to the nearby movements? Moreover, because of the banquet, Bai Qingyu's entire realm was on guard. Although this place was not far from the border of Bai Qingyu, it was still within Bai Qingyu. This small mink actually sneaked in without being discovered. This kind of magical power was really rare. Bai Qing was shocked and hurriedly looked in Enai Quan's direction. Indeed, within a few hundred feet of the space controlled by Enai Quan, a silver-white light pillar also appeared. However, the difference was that a small dog-like black lightning appeared there and actually broke through Enai Quan's control. The small dog even exclaimed with joy, "Ha, little yellow, I won. When it's time for the banquet later, you have to let me eat first." Damn it! Bai Qing was quite embarrassed and angry. Two little demons actually sneaked into Bai Qingyu right in front of his eyes and were even discovered by the demon kings of Shrouding Sky Ridge and Ancient Bell Mountain in front of the dragon envoy of Dragon Island. Not only was Bai Qing embarrassed and angry, but Enai Quan and Peng Jun were also a little surprised. After all, the strength that these two little things displayed was only at the light-gathering realm, or even the wisdom realm. However, their magical power of concealment and escape was something that the two demon kings had never seen before. If you escape, how can this king still have the face to stay in the Thousand Demons' sacred realm? Enai Quan and Peng Jun said almost in unison and chased after them with their magical powers. As for the demon generals beside the three demon kings, they did not dare to delay and flew in other directions, hoping to intercept the two little demons. Bai Qing suppressed the embarrassment and anger in her heart. Seeing that there were fewer demons around, she smiled at the dragon envoy of Dragon Island and said, "My Bai Qing, you can't be compared to Star Shrouding Lake, let alone Dragon Island. I just wanted to hold a banquet and there are so many troubles. Today, two little things actually sneaked into Bai Qingyu. If it weren't for the two demon brothers, I would have embarrassed myself. I've really made a fool of myself in front of the dragon envoy." The dragon envoy of Dragon Island's expression was still calm. He raised his dragon claw and waved it, saying, "These two little demons are very strange, Io?" Bai Qing did not hear what the dragon envoy said. She suddenly exclaimed in surprise, "Lord Dragon Envoy, the wrist guard on your arm, where did you get it? I find it familiar no matter how I look at it." "Hee, that's a dragon weapon refined by my Dragon Island's great weaponsmith. It's impossible to see it in ordinary places?" The dragon envoy was stunned. His calm expression relaxed a little as he answered with a faint smile. "Hiss." Bai Qing took a deep breath and exclaimed, "So it was refined by Dragon Island's great weaponsmith. No wonder it's so powerful. How about this, Lord Dragon Envoy? I've never been to Dragon Island and have never had the chance to meet this great weaponsmith. However, I really like this wrist guard. I wonder if you can part with it?" The smile on the dragon envoy's face deepened. However, there was a puzzled expression in his eyes as if he did not understand what Bai Qing was talking about. As Bai Qing spoke, she handed the heaven and earth bangle that the demon general took from earlier to the dragon envoy. She said earnestly, "This is what I'm going to trade with you. Of course, I know that this wrist guard is a priceless treasure. Compared to this wrist guard, what I want to trade is really insignificant. However, I really like this wrist guard. I hope you'll reluctantly accept it, Lord." Ha! The dragon envoy's Yuan Shen scanned the heaven and earth bangle and saw a lot of vitality stones inside. How could he not know the reason? He laughed loudly and his calm expression disappeared. "This wrist guard is of course a rare dragon weapon from Dragon Island. I didn't want to take it out to trade with you. However, seeing that you like it so much, I'll give it to you." "Fine, I'll grant you your wish." "Thank you, Lord Dragon Envoy." Bai Qing agreed ecstatically. She took the wrist guard from the dragon envoy and kept it happily. "I used to think that Dragon Island was an unreachable place. Now that I've met the dragon envoy, I know that the rumors are not true. Lord Dragon Envoy is really approachable." "Ah." The dragon envoy kept the heaven and earth bangle and smiled. Dragon Island is naturally an unreachable place for ordinary demon clans. However, to those demon clans who are close to Dragon Island, it's not a mysterious place. Yes, I understand." Bai Qing felt relieved and replied with an obsequious smile. "Lord Dragon Envoy, please." At this moment in the sky far away, Peng Jun actually revealed the true form of a golden-winged roc. He flapped his wings and flew back. His sharp claws were holding little Martin. Although little Martin was captured by the golden-winged roc, he was still struggling with all his might. A yellow demon cloud appeared around him. Since little Martin had been captured, the puppy would not be spared. On the other side, Enai Quan had also urged the demon cloud to fly over. There was also a black puppy in front of him, but this puppy was much more obedient than little Martin. Its body was bound by a series of dual-colored light ribbons, and its two ears were swaying left and right, as if it was not afraid at all. The dragon envoy was about to fly away. However, when he saw Ni Quan and Pengjun flying back, he was actually standing in midair. Bai Qing was a little surprised. She urged her body to fly in front of them and said loudly, "Demon brothers, where did these two little things come from?" Ah! Pengjun flew over first. He waved his sharp claws and threw little Martin in front of Bai Qing. He laughed and said, "Ask them yourself." Bai Qing snorted coldly. A 5-colored light column emerged from the shell and transformed into a fingerless giant hand in the air. It grabbed little Martin and asked, "What's your name? Why did you come to my Bai Qingyu?" Chapter 4360. I.O. Little Martin shouted loudly in the demon language of the 1,000 demons' sacred realm. "What do you want to ask?" "Big brother, if you want to ask, just say it. If you don't ask, how will I know what you want to ask? Although you are looking at me with sincerity, you still have to tell me what you want to ask. Do you really want to ask? Go ahead and ask. You don't really want to ask, do you? Do you really want to ask?" "Oh. Big brother, can't you be gentler? Just ask whatever you want to ask. Why do you have to be so violent? Are you going to let go? Are you going to let go? If you don't, I will tell all the demons in the 1,000 demons' sacred realm that you are bullying the weak." Little Martin spoke extremely quickly. He only took a few moments to finish these awkward sentences. Moreover, little Martin's voice was extremely pleasing to the ears. These words flowed into the ears of the demon clan members like flowing water. Not only was Bai Qing stunned, even the dragon envoy couldn't help but laugh. Damn it! Bai Qing only came to his senses after a while. He wanted to activate his demon power again but felt that it was inappropriate. He could only shout, "Didn't I already ask you? What's your name? Why did you come to my Bai Qingyu?" "My name is Little Yellow." Little Martin said seriously, "Of course I'm here for the banquet." For the banquet?" Bai Qing was stunned. He suddenly recalled what Little Martin and Little Dog had said. He suddenly realized, "Are you here to attend the Qin Bu banquet?" Yes. Little Martin nodded his head like a chick pecking at rice. Saliva flowed out from the corner of his mouth. "Yes, it is the banquet." At this moment, Ni Quan also threw Little Black over. This little black dog was much more obedient than Little Yellow Martin. He only stood in the air timidly and didn't dare to say anything. "What's your name?" Bai Qing asked again. "Little Black. Are you here for the banquet too?" "Where did you and Little Yellow come from?" "Jianzhong Jiao." Bai Qing could not help but laugh when she heard the little black dog answering her every question without wasting a single word. It was completely different from the little yellow mink. She pointed at it and said, "What's the relationship between the two of you? Why is one so noisy and the other so taciturn?" "We're brothers," the little black dog and the little yellow mink said at the same time. "I'm the elder brother." "I'm big brother. I'm big brother." The black puppy, who was usually a man of few words, did not back down. It started to fight with the yellow mink. "Ha, interesting." The dragon envoy of Dragon Island said with a smile, "You two little things, the two of you look so different. You're not even from the same Yao clan. How can you be brothers?" "Brother dragon?" Little yellow mink struggled to stand up and said, "Little Black and I grew up with the same parents. How could we not be brothers?" "If they weren't brothers, how could he only have one father and mother? Those are the parents who raised you, not the parents who gave birth to you." The dragon envoy looked at the smart little yellow mink and said with pity, "Didn't your parents tell you who is the elder brother and who is the younger brother? We got separated from our parents." Little yellow mink was about to cry at the mention of their parents. "We found Bai Tsung Mountain at the corner of the forest, but we couldn't find them. So, we heard that there was a banquet here, so we rushed over to have a feast." It's fine if you don't let us have a feast, but why did you kidnap us?" "Hee hee." The dragon envoy rolled his eyes and said with a smile, "Little Yellow, Little Black, have you heard of the Dragon Palace?" "Dragon Palace?" Little Yellow rolled his little eyes and nodded vigorously. Yes, of course we've heard of it. I heard that there's a lot of good food in the Dragon Palace." "That's right." The dragon envoy nodded. Not only is there good food in the Dragon Palace, if you follow me to the Dragon Palace, I'll ask the Dragon King to help you find your parents. Okay. Little Yellow did not hesitate at all. He jumped up and shouted. But Little Black shook his head. Our parents are afraid of water. I heard that our parents were almost eaten by a python dragon. Oh, that's right. I forgot. Goldie shook his head like a rattle drum. I'm not going. The dragon envoy opened his mouth again and wanted to say something. Prung Jun smiled and said, Lord Dragon Envoy, the border of Baiqingyu is just ahead. The three of us will send you there. The dragon envoy looked at Prung Jun with displeasure. His gaze swept past the two little things, seemingly unwilling to part with them. My lord, please? An Quan said with a fake smile on his face. Please? The dragon envoy knew what the two demon kings meant. He only smiled and flew into the sky, far away. You wait here and watch over the two of them. Seeing that even the dragon envoy was moved, how could Bai Qing not know that these two little demons had some background? She hurriedly ordered and flew behind the dragon envoy. Little Yellow and Little White naturally heard about Xiaohua's news and came to find an opportunity to save Xiaohua. However, 200 years of experience in the Thousand Demons sacred realm and the hidden immortal continent had allowed them to grow a lot. They didn't attack foolishly, but wanted to see if they could find an opportunity to sneak into Baiqingyu. Seeing the three demon kings and the dragon envoy fly away, Little Yellow asked softly in his heart, Little Black, Father's aura is more obvious. He should be here. It seems like the rumors are true. Father was suppressed by these demon kings. We must sneak in and not attract their attention. What do you think we should do now? The two little things experienced the separation of yin and yang in Xiaohua's space. They didn't realize it before they left the space, but after they started their training, they realized it again. Because they had been talking to Xiaohua with their hearts since they were young, they didn't know when they learned the ability to talk to each other through their hearts. This was many times more powerful than some voice transmission. We'll act according to the situation. Although Little Black didn't say much, he had an idea in his heart. He replied, since these three demon kings didn't kill him immediately, we have a chance. Let's sneak into Baiqingyu first. As long as Father's aura is still there, he won't be in danger. But Little Yellow agreed and immediately shouted, Damn it, what's going on? Why did you leave us here and ignore us? Are you going to let us join this banquet or not? I'm hungry. Can't you give us some appetizers first? I say, Big Brother, how many delicacies did you prepare for the banquet? What are your family's chef's specialties? Goldie continued to blabber on like a chatterbox, spittle flying everywhere. Fortunately, his voice was very pleasant to the ears. Although the group of demons were a little impatient, they did not have to pay attention to the meaning behind his words. It was quite pleasant to the ears. On the other hand, Little Black still stood quietly in midair, not saying a word. In just half a meal's time, Bai Qing and the other two demon kings returned with a group of demon soldiers and demon generals. Prung Jun, who had said that he would leave first, wasn't in a hurry to leave now. The three demon kings looked at the captured Little Yellow and Little Black, each of them calculating their own plans and not in a hurry to speak. When the demon generals at the side saw this, they all bowed and dispersed. After a full meal's time, Bai Qing smiled at Prung Jun and said, Brother Prung, aren't you in a hurry to send a message to Tsang Yuetian? Now that the dragon envoy of Dragon Island has left, shouldn't you go back too? Hee. Prung Jun replied, Brother Bai isn't in a hurry to send a message to the heavenly dam water prison. Why should I be in a hurry to send a message? Sigh. It was N.I. Quan who spoke up and made things clear. Brother Bai, this little black dog was found by me and captured by me personally. You don't have to worry about it, right? Little Yellow. Prung Jun asked straightforwardly. I'm the Demon King of Covered Sky Ridge. When I left, I already ordered my boy subordinates to set up a banquet. As long as I leave, there will be good food. Are you willing to go back with me? Covered Sky Ridge isn't in the water, right? Little Yellow didn't hesitate at all and asked immediately. Of course not. Prung Jun smiled. I'm a golden-winged great rock. How can I live in the water? Okay. Little Yellow agreed. We'll go with you. Ha! Peng Jun laughed wildly and said to Bai Qing, Brother Bai, as we discussed earlier, this Little Yellow agrees to go with me. You can't stop it. Bai Qing didn't answer, but Ni Quan sneered. Brother Peng, don't be happy too early. Little Yellow said them. Peng Jun came to a realization, then said indifferently, It's fine if Little Black can come. My Covered Sky Ridge's banquet isn't lacking a seat. Little Black was found and captured by me. How can I let you take it away? Ni Quan refused without hesitation. Big brother, take us away. I'm hungry. Little Yellow struggled to fly in Peng Jun's direction and shouted, If you don't eat now, you'll starve to death. With that, Little Yellow's small body flipped in midair, and it rolled its eyes as if it was really starving to death. Ha! Bai Qing laughed and said, Boy, send some blood food over. Don't let it starve to death in my Bai Qingyu. The demon race was particular about devouring. Not only did they devour Nebula Brilliance, but they also devoured demon cores and blood food. Bai Qingyu naturally didn't lack blood food. In just a moment, a member of the Water Clan brought over 2 huge blood-dancing beasts. These blood-dancing beasts were the demon beasts that gathered around Bai Qingyu. They had a lot of blood and flesh and tasted delicious. Ha! When Little Yellow saw the blood-dancing beasts, it climbed up in midair and flew to the side of the blood-dancing beasts that were dozens of times bigger than it. It stuck out its nose, and with a snort, a small silver brilliance sprinkled on the blood-dancing beasts. The blood-dancing beasts were originally restrained by the Water Clan and were obedient. However, when they saw the silver brilliance fall, they immediately struggled and even howled as if they were extremely terrifying. Chapter 4361. Under the shocked gazes of the 3 demon kings, a faint shadow fell into the light and was sucked into Goldie's mouth and nose. As the shadow disappeared, the huge body of the blood dance beast withered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Layers of blood also fell into Goldie's stomach along with the light. When the blood dance beast turned into a pile of white bones, Goldie burped and lazily and contentedly rubbed its stomach with its little claws. It was very satisfied. Woof! Before the 3 demon kings could recover from their shock, Blackie barked again. The 3 demon kings hurriedly turned their heads and saw Blackie fly to the blood dance beast's side. It opened its mouth and the space in front of its head twisted slightly. When the distortion fell on the blood dance beast, the huge blood dance beast's entire body was pulled flat and elongated. After that, the blood dance beast was swallowed into Blackie's stomach like a leaf without much struggle. Hiss! The 3 demon kings sucked in a breath of cold air and looked at each other. Without waiting for Peng Jun and Bai Qing to speak, Ni Quan hurriedly shouted, Blackie was captured by me. None of you can have any ideas about him. Heh, Xiao Huang was captured by this old master. None of you can have any ideas about him. Peng Jun basically did not change a single word as he blurted it out. Bai Qing smiled and said, This is my territory. Blackie and Goldie are brothers. It's impossible for them to separate. After saying that, Bai Qing smiled and said to Blackie and Goldie, Don't you think so? What do you mean by don't? Goldie was full and became lazy. It didn't even want to speak. It lay in midair and almost used a tree branch as a toothpick. At this time, Blackie was also lying in the air. It stretched its limbs lazily and ignored Bai Qing's question. Brother Bai, what do you mean? Peng Jun and Ni Quan asked in unison. Nothing. Bai Qing smiled and said, It's the same as the 2 demon brothers. Damn it. Ni Quan cursed in his heart. He was also in a difficult position. If there were 3 of these strange demons, it would be easy to distribute them. However, there were only 2 of them, and they were in Bai Qingyu's territory. This made things difficult for the 3 demon kings. However, Ni Quan was well aware that there were countless demon clans in the 1,000 Demons sacred realm. The pure-blooded demon clans, such as the golden-winged Great Pring Bird, the flying feather void beast, and the 5-colored sea god shell all had innate abilities, but these abilities were getting weaker with each generation. Unless a purer bloodline was born in a certain generation, Only then would the demon race be revitalized again. However, he had never seen demons like Little Black and Little Yellow in the Thousand Demons sacred realm. Furthermore, from what the two of them had said, it was very likely that they were mutated demons. This kind of demon usually had divine abilities that ordinary demons could not reach. If this divine ability was fused with the bloodline of other pure demons, it was very likely that it would give the demon a new divine ability. Even if there was no such possibility, the two of them had such strange divine abilities at such a young age. When they grew up in the future, how powerful would they be? There was no way Ni Quan would let go of such a demon race with unlimited potential. No! Without waiting for Ni Quan to speak, Peng Jun immediately refused. Peng Jun's true form was the golden-winged great Peng bird. He was extremely arrogant, and his backer was the first great saint in the Thousand Demons sacred realm. How could he give in? There's nothing wrong with that. Bai Qing smiled slightly. If it were elsewhere, he would not directly clash with Peng Jun. However, this was his own demon realm, and he did not care about Peng Jun's thoughts. My two demon brothers. Seeing that the two demon kings in front of him were about to get angry, Ni Quan hurriedly said with a smile, I feel that our energy should be focused on the banquet. Although these two little things are cute, they are not particularly important. We can put it aside first and talk about it later. Who said they are not important? Peng Jun's eyes slanted as he looked at Ni Quan. Ni Quan still smiled and said, First, Brother Peng urgently needs to return to the sky-concealing ridge to send a message. Second, we don't know the origins of these two little things. Who knows if they have other intentions? Therefore, I think it's better to let these two little things stay with Brother Bai for the time being. Anyway, he has a lot of blood food here. We don't have to worry about these two little things eating. Peng Jun still wanted to say something, but Ni Quan transmitted a few words. Peng Jun narrowed his eyes and looked at the two little things, then turned to Bai Qing and said, Then I'll have to trouble Brother Bai. Leave Goldie with Bai Qingyu for the time being. After the banquet, we'll discuss it again. Farewell. After Peng Jun finished speaking, he wanted to show off. He raised his head and let out an eagle's cry that shook 100 miles. Then, he spread his wings and his whole body glowed with demon light. Brother Bai. Ni Quan didn't stay any longer. He also cupped his hands and glanced at Xiao He, who was in a daze in the air. He spread his wings and a vague shadow soared into the sky and quickly disappeared. Humph! After the two demon kings left, Bai Qing snorted coldly. The colorful halo above the shell turned into two light pillars and fell on Blackie and Goldie. The light pillars rushed into the shackles that the two demon kings had placed on the two little ones like a spiral. With a crackling sound, these shackles were torn into pieces by the halo. Goldie and Blackie were overjoyed. Just when they wanted to move, Bai Qing snorted coldly again. Two damn little things, how can I not know what you're thinking? How dare you play hard to get in front of me? As he spoke, the halo that broke the restrictions suddenly intensified and completely bound the two little ones who were not prepared. Tell me, who sent you here? Bai Qing snorted coldly. The halo shrank rapidly and squeezed the two little bodies into a ball. Ouch, it hurt so much. Big brother, why did you suddenly turn hostile? Goldie shouted loudly, If you don't want us to eat the banquet, you can ask the big brother just now to take us away. Don't play dumb in front of me. Bai Qing did not care about Goldie's coquettish behavior at all. With a wave of the halo, she threw the two little ones in front of the demon generals and said, Suppress them first. The demon generals naturally did not understand Bai Qing's thoughts, but they did not dare to be negligent. Several demon clan members took the two little ones away in a hurry. Damn it. Goldie was a little confused. He said to Blackie in his mind, How did this guy see through it? He didn't see through it. Blackie said coldly, He's really playing hard to get. Oh no, or is it a show of strength? He has some doubts, but he doesn't have any evidence. He doesn't want the two of us to be taken away by the two demon kings, so he suppressed the two of us first, so that the two demon kings can't take us away. This guy is so cunning. Goldie understood immediately and cursed silently. If he wasn't cunning, how could he suppress father? Blackie said with a smile. If only he could put us together with Father. That's right. Time has wings. It's been more than 200 years since I last saw Father. I really miss him. Goldie actually had some literary talent and could not help but sigh with emotion. Do you think Father will be especially surprised to see us? At the mention of Xiao Hua, Blackie became more talkative, and the expression on his face also became rich. He will definitely scold us, Goldie said with a smile. In the past, when we were at his knees, we never felt that he was good to us. In these 200 years, the more experience we have, the more we understand his heart. He would rather be tortured than let us save him. Now that we have grown up, it's time for us to share his burden. Blackie was held by the demon generals. He looked at the distant luster and said resolutely. Seeing the demon generals take the two little ones away, Bai Qing's mood became better. Blackie had guessed his thoughts correctly. How could he let go of Bai Qingyu's two little ones? No matter if the two little ones came for Xiao Hua or not, he had to suppress them. He had to put the two little ones together with Xiao Hua. As for the arrival of the Dragon Island's dragon envoy, it blew away his last bit of worry, making him not have any fear. As for whether this Xiao Hua was the same Xiao Hua or not, he did not care at all. Because, according to the records, the 7-colored conch's jade eye was given to Fairy Jing by Xiao Hua. Fairy Jing died to save this Xiao Hua. Didn't Fairy Jing's death mean that this Xiao Hua in the dragon body was the Xiao Hua that Fairy Jing knew? Bai Qing had heard little white dragon's words countless times in these 100 years. How could he believe it? As for Fairy Jing's death, he did not care about it at all. As he said, there were dozens of such human descendants in the 1,000-beast sacred realm, if not more than 100. Whether this little white dragon was the Xiao Hua that Peng Jun was looking for or not, that was not Bai Qing's concern. Moreover, even if this little white dragon did not know the whereabouts of the 7-colored conch, what he said was true. Since the news of the Qing banquet had been spread out, the real Xiao Hua would naturally come. Bai Qing could also capture the real Xiao Hua and complete the mission given by the old ancestor. Bai Qing thought as he flew. He arrived at a mountain ridge that was not far from the heavenly dam water prison. It was like an ingot that rose from the water. Looking from afar, there were high platforms on all sides and a flat ground in the middle. It was like the main hall of the Demon King's cave. It's here. Bai Qing's vital sense swept over. He stopped and laughed. Since I, Bai Qingyu, want to hold the Qing banquet, there must be a place to set up the banquet. This place is good. Boys, clean up this place. After this king asks for the old ancestor's order, we will hold a banquet here. Invite all the humans and demons who attacked my Bai Qingyu here and let them take the initiative to deliver their flesh and blood. We will drink human blood and eat human flesh. The banquet will last for 3 days. Yes, this humble one understands. The demons were overjoyed and shouted, "Thank you for your grace, your majesty. We like the flesh and blood of human cultivators the most. It is both tough and nutritious." Chapter 4362. Not to mention Bai Qingyu, the demons were ready to open up their defenses and set up a banquet at the trap designated by demon monarch Bai Qing. All the human cultivators who came to the 1,000-demon sacred realm to save Xiao Hua would become food for the banquet. There was a low hill hundreds of thousands of miles away from Bai Qingyu. The hills were high and low, covering thousands of miles. There weren't many giant trees in the area of the hills. Only a type of greenish-purple vine as thick as a thumb could be seen all over the area. There were also 4-cornered leaves on the vine. These leaves swayed with the wind and made rustling sounds. Under the moonlight, the leaves and vines glowed with triangular phosphorescent lights. Amidst the phosphorescent lights, dozens of black figures less than 3 feet tall stepped on the demonic cloud. They brushed against the vines as they slowly flew into the depths of the hills. Under the moonlight, the group of black figures wore strange armor and didn't show their faces. The armor was also suffused with a dark green color. Under the dark green color, there was a thick blood-red color that even the moonlight couldn't wash away. As the dozens of black figures flew, the black figure in front suddenly stopped. Without the black figure making any hand gestures, the other black figures immediately scattered and crouched on the hill as if they were well trained. "It's here." That black figure released his primordial thought and said after looking around. "Yes." When the black figures heard and answered in a low voice, they straightened up and flew in different directions for a while before releasing their primordial thought. The black figure in front raised his hand and took off the armor on his head, revealing the face of a demon. Wasn't it Ing Pe of the Luoi Merchant Union? Not long after, the scouting clansman returned and reported in a low voice, reporting to Patriarch, "There's nothing strange in the vicinity." "Good, follow me down." Ing Pe nodded his head in satisfaction. He activated his demonic energy and demonic clouds appeared around his armor. His entire body then disappeared down the hill. Seeing Ing Pe move, the other clansmen also activated their demon clouds and followed him down. Ing Pe flew straight for a few miles, and saw that the demon clouds around the armor were getting thicker and thicker, and some of the demon characters on the armor were beginning to tremble. Only then did he stop. Immediately after, Ing Pe took out a palm-sized paper crane from his bosom. He opened his mouth and spat out a stream of demonic chi. When the demonic chi landed on the paper crane, a wave was generated and several strands of righteous chi rushed into the surrounding void. With a boom, the righteous chi landed on the paper crane. The paper crane was visibly full and in just a moment, it turned into a lifelike red-crowned crane. The red-crowned crane let out a clear cry and flew in another direction with clouds surging around its body. "Let's go!" Ing Pe turned around and looked at his clansmen. Each and every one of them had a serious expression on their faces, and there wasn't the slightest bit of hesitation on their faces. Feeling satisfied, he waved his hand and said, just like that, the red-crowned crane flew in front of him while Ing Pe and his clansmen followed behind. After flying for the time it took for an incense stick to burn, a faint wisp of smoke appeared on the red-crowned crane's body. It was spontaneously combusted. At this point, Ing Bo's vigilance was much lower. He clapped his hand and took out a fist-sized pearl. His left hand actually formed a seal, which seemed to be a Taoist technique. A ray of brilliance hit the pearl, and the pearl emitted a watery light screen. Ing Bo held the pearl and looked around carefully. The light screen clearly reflected the situation within 100 miles around him. After confirming that it was safe, Ing Bo put away the pearl and took out a beast's skin. "Clan leader." A demon behind Ing Pe, who seemed to be very close to him, couldn't help but whisper, "This is a relatively barren place in the Thousand Demons' sacred realm. It's not suitable for any demon to live here. Just now, we didn't see any other demon on our way here. Moreover, this place is so far from the ground. It's unlikely that any other demon would discover our tracks, right?" Ing Pe didn't care about anything else. He opened his mouth and spat another mouthful of demon aura onto the beast's skin. The beast's skin began to shrink, and several rays of moon and star power also fell from the void. Finally, it transformed into the appearance of a spirit mouse. This spirit mouse sniffed and began to fly in another direction. "Let's go," Ing Pe ordered. His body moved, and then he whispered to the demon, "Chu Jing, although you say so, after all, this concerns the life and death of my clan and the survival of the Luo-Yi Merchant Alliance. I have to be careful." "Haha, it's our Luo-Yi Merchant Alliance." The demon named Chu Jing naturally couldn't refute. He smiled and whispered, "How could other demon clansmen have so many different methods to avoid being tracked?" The spirit mouse flew in front of them for half a meal's time. Suddenly, a thought swept over from afar. That thought landed on Ing Pe. After a brief inspection, it retracted like a stream. Then, as the spirit mouse slowly shrank, a yellow halo appeared in the distance. Ing Pe and the other demonic beasts stopped and waited for the halo to fly over. The halo passed by dozens of demonic beasts. Every time it passed by a demonic beast, the demonic beast would mysteriously disappear. When all the demonic beasts had disappeared, the halo also disappeared. When Ing Pe appeared again, he was already in a huge space. Clan leader. A few elders who were also dressed in battle armor came forward to greet him. Behind these elders, there were thousands of demon clan members in the surrounding space. These demons looked very similar to Ingpa. However, they didn't utter a word. Instead, they stood up respectfully. Ah? Ingpa seemed to be a little dizzy. When he steadied himself, he saw that the underground space was so big and there were so many clansmen in front of him. He couldn't help but be shocked. He said in surprise, "Why are you all here?" The elder in front had a smile on his face. He didn't explain much and only said, "I've already told them about clan leader's intention." However, they knew that spiritual master Xiao was imprisoned by Qingyu. Clan leader gave up the position of clan leader and arranged the affairs of the Luo Yi Merchant Alliance. He was prepared to bring a few clansmen that spiritual master Xiao taught personally to Qingyu. They didn't follow clan leader's arrangement at all and followed me here. You. Ingpa looked at so many clansmen and elders and felt warm in his heart. He opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. In the end, he said in a low voice, "I only asked Great Elder to bring a few hundred clansmen who were willing to sacrifice their lives for spiritual master Xiao to follow me to Qingyu. Yes, clan leader even said that he would return the position of clan leader to us here." Great Elder looked at Ingpa and said with a smile, "It's a pity that I told the elders about this." Not only did they disagree, but all of the clansmen were also unwilling. "I thank you on behalf of spiritual master Xiao." Ingpa looked at his clansmen and felt really happy. He actually imitated the human race and bowed to the clansmen. How could Great Elder and the others let him bow? They hurriedly helped him up and said, "Clan leader, you've really underestimated us. Although we had some conflicts with spiritual master Xiao back then, that was because we weren't familiar with him. Since we know that spiritual master Xiao is a righteous person and is also the benefactor of our clan, even if we have to give up the lives of our entire clan, we'll still go and rescue him. It's good that Great Elder has such intentions." Ingpa steadied his mind and said, "The rise of our clan and the prosperity of the Luo Yi Merchant Alliance today is all thanks to spiritual master Xiao. Therefore, if he's in trouble, I can't ignore it. Our clan can't ignore it. However, since spiritual master Xiao was suppressed by Qingyu, we already know what kind of background Qingyu has. What we're doing now is akin to striking a stone with an egg. I can give up my life, and so can my clansmen. However, our clan can't be exterminated, and our Luo Yi Merchant Alliance can't disappear. We have to take our time and plan carefully." "Sai, that's right. I also told our clansmen that." Fourth Elder and the others at the side were somewhat helpless. But they said that they only listened to clan leader. Since spiritual master Xiao is our benefactor, we must rescue him even if we have to sacrifice our lives. Bitterness appeared on Ingpa's face. He raised his eyes to look in Qingyu's direction and said, "If we can rescue spiritual master Xiao with our lives alone, then it'll be simple." At this point, Ingpa shook his head and tried his best to get rid of some distracting thoughts. He said, "Forget it, let's not talk about it anymore. Since we're already here, elders, let's quickly discuss and arrange as many clansmen as possible to attack Qingyu with me. After all, the disciples of the Soaring Dragon Mountain Range are still waiting for my news there. How many disciples of the Soaring Dragon Mountain Range are here?" First Elder asked worriedly. "They're humans. It won't be easy for them to go so deep into Qingyu, right?" Ingpa looked to the left and said in a low voice, "According to the reliable news obtained by the Merchant Alliance, the Soaring Dragon Mountain Range has already been discovered by the Confucian cultivators. The Immortal Palace has issued a punitive order and is preparing to attack the Soaring Dragon Mountain Range." "Ah? Isn't this adding frost to the snow?" All the elders turned pale with fright. "Sai, that's right." Ingpa smiled bitterly. Spiritual Master Xiao has been away from the Soaring Dragon Mountain Range for 200 years. During this time, there were some news from the hidden Immortal Continent and the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm. Those disciples of the Soaring Dragon Mountain Range had always thought that Spiritual Master Xiao was training in the 3 continents. They didn't expect news of Qingyu to come. He was actually suppressed in Qingyu for more than 200 years. Do you think those disciples can live peacefully? Not to mention the Immortal Palace's punitive expedition, even if the Soaring Dragon Mountain Range collapses now, they'll still risk their lives to save Spiritual Master Xiao. That's true. Even we're here. How can they not come? First Elder also had a bitter expression as he said, even if they know that the forces of the soaring Dragon Mountain range are absolutely no match for Bai Qingyu, they'll still throw eggs at a rock. When I rushed here from the hidden immortal continent, I received a message from Xiongyi. Other than Li Xiong, who brought the necessary human disciples to guard the mountain and prepare to resist the Immortal Palace's punitive expedition, the other human and demon disciples all came out in full force to Bai Qingyu. Ingpa answered, they asked for a map of the 1,000 demons' sacred realm and chose a place to gather there, waiting to meet up with me. Chapter 4363. Have you decided on a specific time? The second elder asked. More or less, but not a specific time. However, Xiongyi and the others are all nascent soul cultivators. Although their disciples have disguised themselves and sneaked into the 1,000 demons' sacred territory, they should be faster than me. Ingpe answered, therefore we need to discuss this matter quickly. The longer we delay, the easier it is for Bai Qingyu to discover them. And we understand. The first elder nodded. He pondered for a moment before saying, in this old man's opinion, the Patriarch's decision to work with the soaring Dragon Mountain Range's disciples was the best decision. Now that several thousand of our people are here, it will be troublesome if we continue to work with them. Ingpa naturally knew about Great Elder's private thoughts, but he didn't blame him. He nodded and said, Great Elder is right. I'll write a Jade Eye scroll and have a reliable disciple send it over. We'll just set a time to launch a surprise attack on Bai Qingyu. Hearing Ingpo's advice, the Great Elder was even more delighted. He echoed, these disciples of the soaring Dragon Mountain range are all humans. I'm afraid it's inconvenient for them to move around in the 1,000 demons' sacred realm. Patriarch, why don't you send a few dozen elite disciples to lead the way for them? Very good. Ingpa nodded with a smile. Just as he was about to give the order, he noticed something was wrong and asked in a low voice, where are the 7th and 9th elders? Oh. A trace of embarrassment appeared on the first elder's face as he answered, this old man was afraid that there would be no one to deal with the matters in the merchant union, so I left them behind. Ingpa didn't mind. He was very clear in his heart. If a palm stretched out, 5 fingers wouldn't be the same. He couldn't expect the elders to think the same way as him. In less than half a cup of tea's time, Ingpa had selected the people to contact the Fortune Gate's disciples. He also gave them the Jade Eye pendant he had written, and gave them some instructions before sending them away. Ingpa then discussed with the elders on how to rescue Xiao Hua from the jaws of death. Under the night sky, several dozen demonic beast clans set off again. They were heading towards a vast forest in the 1,000 demons' sacred territory. At this time, at the edge of the forest, there were already a few bird-type demons flapping their wings and circling in the sky. These demons were different from ordinary demons. They did not fly far away, only a few dozen miles away. Whenever there was any movement, they would leave and land to investigate carefully. The moon fell and the stars were sparse. Dawn gradually appeared in the east. A few beast-like monsters slowly flew out from the mountain ridge in the distance. After these monsters flew out, they didn't directly fly forward. Instead, they scattered. After half a cup of tea's worth of time, another dozen or so human cultivators flew out from the mountain ridge. These human cultivators all held magic treasures in their hands and looked very cautious. After these human cultivators flew past, even more human cultivators flew out. A few birds in the sky saw this and let out a few low cries. Except for one bird that was still circling in the sky, the others all rushed down and flew towards these human cultivators. When the birds landed, a nascent soul cultivator in a Taoist robe flew out from the mountain ridge. This nascent soul cultivator had a red face, a pair of broom-like eyebrows, and a pair of leopard-shaped eyes. He looked very powerful without being angry. Behind this nascent soul cultivator, there was a pigeon bird that was about 2 zhang in size following closely behind. Wasn't this nascent soul cultivator Changyu, who was still a late-stage gold core cultivator when Xiao Hua left the soaring Dragon Mountain range? Apart from being a lot younger, this Changyu's appearance didn't change much from before. Once the pigeon bird flew out, it immediately cawed and rushed into the sky, as if it wanted to meet up with the other birds in the distance. As soon as the pigeon moved, Changyu was startled. In order to not attract the attention of the demonic beasts, he didn't dare to release his divine sense too much. Changyu was about to stop the pigeon, but when he saw the bird in the sky, a smile appeared on his face. He muttered to himself, "I've wronged you during this period of time, I'll let you have some fun." As he spoke, Changyu had already released his divine sense. A moment later, another divine sense swept across the sea of trees in the distance. Seeing this, Changyu let out a long laugh and turned his head, saying, "Disciples, there are already Fortune Gate's disciples ahead. This place is already safe. Let's hurry over and meet up with your senior Uncle Lan and senior Uncle Xiong Yi." The dozens of gold core disciples in the surroundings were already pale. Their Taoist robes were tattered and blood-stained. It was obvious that they had encountered many demonic beasts along the way. When they heard Changyu's words, they were overjoyed. No longer hiding, they spurred their figures and flew into the distance. Changyu wasn't in a hurry. He waited until the several thousand disciples had flown away before he turned into a streak of light and landed in the sea of trees. Before he could land, he saw another cloud flying out from the forest. On that cloud was Xiao Hua's other disciple, His Highness Lan. His Highness Lan was no different from when Xiao Hua left. Seeing Changyu fly away, he smiled and said, "Junior brother Chang, you've worked hard." "Greetings, senior brother." Changyu didn't dare to be negligent. His figure appeared in the streak of light, and he bowed respectfully from afar. "Junior brother is not tired." Junior brother thanks senior brother for coming to greet me. "You're welcome." His Highness Lan helped Changyu up and said with a smile, "You and I are senior brother, why be so polite?" "Yes, senior brother's teachings are right," Changyu replied. His tone was as respectful as ever. Although His Highness Lan and Changyu were both Xiao Hua's disciples, His Highness Lan was already a nascent soul disciple when he entered the Fortune Gate, while Changyu was only a late-stage gold core disciple. After Xiao Hua left, the Fortune Gate was led by Li Xiang, Xiong Yi, and Lan. The three of them were in charge of the Fortune Gate's affairs. Changyu later cultivated painstakingly and often received guidance from the three nascent soul senior brothers. Only then did he step into the nascent soul realm. In these 200 years, the Fortune Gate was divided into three factions, just like Xiao Hua's plan. Changyu was the last to enter the Fortune Gate. Although he had also accepted disciples, most of them were below the gold core realm. If he wanted to compete with the three nascent soul senior brothers, he was still too weak. Most of the disciples he brought to the Thousand Demons' sacred grounds were Li Xiang's disciples. His disciples were left behind in the soaring Dragon Mountain range. As he spoke, Changyu looked around and asked curiously, "Where's senior brother Xiong Yi? Why isn't he here yet?" That's right." A trace of confusion appeared on His Highness Lan's face. "Previously, I received a message from a flying beast. I thought senior brother Xiong had arrived. Who knew that you would be one step ahead of me? Senior brother Xiong must have encountered some powerful demonic beast, right?" "That's right," Changyu replied with lingering fear. "Previously, I always heard that the Thousand Demons' sacred grounds was a demonic beast clan's sacred grounds, and it was definitely not a place that humans could enter. However, after today's trip, I found out that those words were not false. In fact, there were some reservations. Without a cultivation of 5th grade origin force, it's impossible to enter the Thousand Demons' sacred grounds freely. Up until now, I've lost more than 40% of my disciples. How can one achieve 5th grade origin force?" His Highness Lan was also worried. He replied, "One has to be at least a mid-6th grade origin force to succeed." 6th grade origin force? Changyu smiled bitterly. "That's the spirit-severing realm. I don't even dare to think about it." "That's right." His Highness Lan turned to look at Bai Qingyu and said in a low voice, "The future of this trip is uncertain. Not to mention the astral projection realm, we don't even know if we can step onto the hidden immortal mainland again. There are some paths that we can choose not to take, but there are some paths that we have to take even though we know it's a dead end." Chang Yu narrowed his eyes and said resolutely, "Even if there's fear in your heart, let's toughen up. Let our hearts be numb." Junior brother is right. His Highness Lan smiled and looked at the rising sun. Sometimes we have to make some choices. Although this decision is a little difficult, I don't think this decision is difficult at all. Master's kindness to us is as heavy as a mountain. All these years, Master hasn't returned to the mountain. I didn't expect that he would be imprisoned by the Qingyu demon clan. Chang Yu continued, "After hearing this news, I couldn't sleep at night. If we don't save Master, I'll die in Qingyu with Master. Senior brother Xiong should be here by now, right?" His Highness Lan turned to another mountain ridge and asked with a frown. "That's right. He should have arrived yesterday, right?" Chang Yu looked at the mountain ridge worriedly. "He should have met with some danger." His Highness Lan seemed to have made a decision. He turned and said, "Junior brother Chang, you rest here first. I'll bring a few disciples over to take a look. I'll go too." Chang Yu said without hesitation. "Although I've just stepped into the nascent soul realm, I can still be of help. Junior brother, you've just arrived. You should rest first. Besides, if both of us go, who's going to keep watch here?" His Highness Lan didn't want Chang Yu to go. Chang Yu hesitated for a moment and shook his head. "Senior brother's disciples can keep watch here. I'll go with senior brother to welcome senior brother Xiong." "All right." His Highness Lan nodded helplessly and led Chang Yu into the forest. After a while, two nascent soul cultivators led a dozen late-stage golden core disciples and flew toward a mountain ridge. Past the mountain ridge was a dangerous place. The mountain ridge was full of cliffs. Not only was there no vegetation on the mountain, there weren't even complete rocks. The river between the mountain ridge was also emitting a fishy smell. There were many whirlpools and white foam in the river water. Sharp stones were stepping out of the river surface. Not long after, there would be fish floating up from the bottom of the river with their bellies upside down. Chang Yu's gaze swept over the place. His expression didn't change. He released his divine sense to look into the distance. He knew that it was because of this dangerous place that there were fewer demonic beasts. Xiong Yi had to bring thousands of disciples through this place safely. After flying for another half a cup of tea, they didn't see Xiong Yi's figure. Similarly, they didn't see any demonic beasts. Chang Yu and the others appeared in a dark pool. The surface of the pool was covered with a layer of strange algae, which was iron black in color. Between the algae, there were lotus pot-like demonic herbs poking out of the pool. Some of the lotus pods were very small, only the size of a fist, while some were extremely large, at least a few feet long. Some of these lotus pot heads were blooming, while others were wrapped. There were many more. Chapter 43-64. Chang Yu didn't seem to mind. His gaze swept across the sky, and his figure continued to streak across the sky. At this time, Prince Lan suddenly slowed down. He turned around and asked, "Junior brother Chang, I suddenly thought of something and wanted to ask junior brother." "Hee, senior brother, please speak." Chang Yu answered without hesitation. "Do you think it's not worth it for us to send out the entire Fortune Gate to save Master?" "Ah." Chang Yu was stunned. He asked in confusion, "What does senior brother mean?" "Hee, there's nothing else. Just like you, even though I arrived a few days earlier, I encountered many demonic beasts and demonic beast clans along the way. 40% of the disciples I lead have been killed. Moreover, according to the investigation of the demons in the sect, Qingyu was an extremely dangerous place in the Thousand Demons sacred realm, just like the information from the Luo Yi Merchant Union. That demonic beast king has the strength of an 8th grade origin Qi realm cultivator, and even Master has been imprisoned by that demonic beast king. If we go there, wouldn't it be like hitting a rock with an egg?" "Ai, that's right." Chang Yu nodded. Even though Master is powerful and can definitely reach the 7th or 8th grade origin Qi realm in the future, he is still too young. He can't compare to the demonic beast clans in the Thousand Demonic Sacred Grounds who have lived for hundreds of thousands of years. Moreover, our Fortune Gate's foundation is too weak, and we can't compare to Qingyu. Moreover, the soaring Dragon Mountain range has been discovered by the Immortal Palace, and they are about to launch a punitive expedition against our Fortune Gate. If we don't focus on resisting the Immortal Palace and look for reinforcements, even if we manage to save Master, he might not be happy, right? Changyu was taken aback. He stopped and raised his head to look at Prince Lan. He asked curiously, "Junior brother doesn't understand senior brother's words. The Fortune Gate is Master's Fortune Gate, and we are all Master's disciples. If we don't come to Master's rescue when he's in trouble, can we still be considered Master's disciples? Moreover, even though our Fortune Gate is facing the Immortal Palace, if we rescue Master, with Master's ability, wouldn't the soaring Dragon Mountain range be the same as the Black Wind Ridge? We can make a comeback. How confident do you think we are in rescuing Master?" Prince Lan asked with a smile. Changyu answered without any hesitation, "Less than 5%. Yeah. Prince Lan pointed at the Golden Core disciples behind him and sneered, "These Golden Core disciples and the tens of thousands of Golden Core and Foundation establishment disciples in the forest are bait. Their deaths will attract Bai Qingyu's demons while we and the other demons in the sect will take advantage of the chaos to find where Master is imprisoned. This plan is not bad, but has Junior Brother ever thought about it? Were the lives of these Golden Core disciples not worth their lives? Was Bai Qingyu an ordinary place? An 8th grade Origin Chi Realm Beast King, even if there are 10 masters, even if all of our Fortune Gate's disciples were to gang up on him, they still wouldn't be a match for one of his fingers. Hiss! Changyu shivered and was shocked. He hurriedly looked around and flew away to put some distance between him and His Highness Lan. Then, he said coldly, "His Highness Lan, what do you mean by that? Don't tell me, you don't want to save Master?" Changyu. Prince Lan didn't press the issue. Instead, he shook his head and said, "It's not that I don't want to save Master. The problem was that this so-called banquet was obviously a trap, and it was obviously meant to lure us into the trap. Since we knew it was a trap, why would we walk right into it? Master's enemy is an 8th grade Origin Chi Realm Beast King, and he has been suppressed by this Beast King for close to 200 years. Even if we rescue him, he would already be a cripple. Moreover, it's impossible for us to rescue him. Damn it. Changyu understood that they were far from 100 zhang away. He cursed angrily. People often say that you can know a person's face but not his heart. Prince Lan, I really didn't expect you to be such a person. What did you say in front of Master back then? For the Fortune Gate. I understand now. Yes, you're right, you're willing to pay any price for the Fortune Gate. But the price you have to pay for this sacrifice is Master and the affection between us senior and junior brothers. What you have to give up is a person's conscience." Speaking up to here, Changyu took a deep breath and looked at Prince Lan again. He advised earnestly, "Senior brother, I know that this is just a spur-of-the-moment idea. You're thinking too much because you've seen too many Fortune Gate disciples die. As long as you agree to return now and save Master with me, I can make a blood oath to pretend that nothing happened today." "You're wrong." Prince Lan shook his head slightly and said, "When the Continuous Merchant Union sent the news, I already thought of this. In the 200 years since Master left, our Fortune Gate has changed a lot. Others may not know, but we know very well. We are already the backbone of the hidden immortal mainland's Dao sects. Our Fortune Gate only needs to develop for a few hundred years, and we will definitely become the most important force to resist the Confucian cultivators. But in order to save Master, everything has to be turned to ashes. Everything we've done for the past few hundred years will turn into flowing water. I think it's really not worth it. Moreover, my Fortune Gate disciple is still going to throw his life away when Master has already been killed. It's even more unwise." "Fine." Changyu's face was ashen. He raised his hand and said, "If you don't want to go, Master, you can leave. I definitely won't say a word to Senior Brother Xiong and Senior Brother Li. But, please, don't stop me from saving Master." "Impossible." Prince Lan still shook his head. I understand." Changyu looked up to the sky and laughed. "What you said is not what you're thinking. What you want is the entire Fortune Gate. It's your selfish desire to take the fortune gate for yourself that makes you so crazy. You want little brother to be buried here. You don't want little brother to leave alive, do you? Since you know, then I won't hide it from you. Prince Lan replied indifferently, actually, this trap was left for Xiongyi. You can't see it in my eyes. But since you came first, you can't live, otherwise I don't have the confidence to deal with you and Xiongyi. Goo goo. Without waiting for Prince Lan to finish, Chang Yu waved his hand. The pigeon let out a shrill cry and rushed towards Prince Lan, blocking his path. Chang Yu opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood essence. The blood essence landed on his body. Crimson light flickered around Chang Yu's body, and his face turned red. His whole body turned into a crimson light and soared into the sky. His Highness Lan didn't panic at all. He waved his right hand, and a giant hand appeared, immediately trapping the pigeon. Then, the giant hand grabbed the pigeon, and with a boom, the pigeon was crushed by the giant hand. Its flesh and feathers were blown into the pond by the wind. Chang Yu didn't have time to look. The crimson light had already shot up several dozen zhang, but seeing Prince Lan so calm, Chang Yu couldn't help but be vigilant. Unfortunately, just as he was alerted, a large hand flickering with tricolored light broke through the air from the dozen or so golden core disciples standing in the distance and grabbed at Chang Yu's body. Damn it! Chang Yu was really caught off guard. He was familiar with all of Prince Lan's golden core realm disciples. Although Prince Lan had already turned hostile, these golden core realm disciples were still some distance away from Chang Yu. Chang Yu also knew that these disciples were no match for him, so he didn't take any precautions. Now that the giant hand had already sealed the space around Chang Yu, how could Chang Yu not know that this was the attack of a nascent soul realm cultivator? He roared, "Prince Lan, you dare to collude with outsiders." While speaking, Chang Yu waved his hand and a golden light mixed with blood flew out and hit the giant hand. The giant hand's sealing power was great, but wherever the golden light landed, gotcha? A series of crisp sounds could be heard. The sealing power around Chang Yu was shattered, and even a few fingers of the giant hand were destroyed. Seeing that the sealing power was about to collapse, there was a loud boom, and a seal several hundred feet in size flew out from the giant hand. The seal fell and smashed towards the golden light. Amidst the boom, the golden light was blocked, revealing a shuttle-shaped magic treasure. As for the seal, it was destroyed and kept rolling in the air. Looking at the shuttle-shaped magic treasure again, it only paused in the air for a moment. The bloody light on it flourished, and with a "so" sound, it hit the seal again. Ka! A golden sound rang out, and the seal was broken in half by the shuttle-shaped magic treasure. Moreover, the power of the shuttle-shaped magic treasure did not decrease and still stabbed at the magic treasure behind the seal. Boom! The giant hand obviously could not withstand the sharpness of the magic treasure, and the fingers began to collapse. What a good Taoist Shao! A voice rang out from behind the gold core disciples. Then, another crimson ring of light descended. The fluctuations on the ring of light were like boiling water, causing the surrounding space to tremble. After the flying magic treasure was enveloped by the fluctuations, it was like a spirit snake that had been struck by its weak point. No matter how hard it struggled, it was unable to break free. While Chang Yu urged the magic treasure, his figure did not hesitate at all and still turned into a bloody red color and rushed out of the pool. At this time, the voice laughed coldly and said, "Want to leave?" Along with this voice, another nascent soul giant hand fell out of the air and grabbed at Chang Yu like a meteor. Chang Yu did not care to see who it was. He rubbed his hands and several rays of light fell into the air, and layers of water ripples appeared in front of the giant hand. However, at this time, Chang Yu was suddenly shocked. His figure quickly rushed up, and with a wave of his hands, another ray of light fell below him. Unfortunately, before that ray of light could form, another giant hand several times larger than the previous one appeared below him. This giant hand was even more powerful than the previous one, and it grabbed Chang Yu. The strength of the giant hand was so great that Chang Yu's body was immediately crushed. Looking at the water ripples that Chang Yu had just used, they had already defeated the giant hand above him. Chapter 4365. It turned out that the giant hand above Chang Yu's head was only used to lure the enemy. It was only an empty shell, and Chang Yu had actually fallen into the enemy's trap. Chang Yu's body shattered, and as his flesh and blood scattered, a 1-foot-long crimson infant flew out from the top of Chang Yu's head. This nascent soul held a shuttle-shaped magic treasure in its hands, and its face was filled with anxiety. Just as the nascent soul was about to activate the magic treasure, the light from the magic treasure flickered several times, and the flying shuttle that was trapped by the halo could not escape. The nascent soul spat out a mouthful of true yuan, which landed on the flying shuttle in its hands. The heaven-earth yuan qi around the flying shuttle condensed into a hurricane, but unfortunately, the flying shuttle had just taken shape and could not fly out. The giant hand that tore through Chang Yu's body rose again, and once again enveloped Chang Yu's nascent soul. At this time, Chang Yu no longer cared about counterattacking. Instead, the light around his body flashed rapidly, and a small part of his body was rapidly disintegrating. It seemed that he wanted to use teleportation to escape. It was also at this time that Lan Wang opened his mouth. Swoosh! A sword-like golden light rushed out, and the golden light streaked across the sky. Pooh! It pierced into the nascent soul's body, and Chang Yu's nascent soul that had just disappeared reappeared, and it was rapidly shrinking towards the golden light. Then die! Chang Yu saw that he was no match for the enemy, and knew that there was no way out. Boom! His entire nascent soul exploded. Seeing this, Lan Wang urged the nascent soul's hand, and hurriedly shouted at the group of Golden Core cultivators, Senior Qing Su, "Quick, don't let him attract the attention of others." Behind the Golden Core cultivators, Spiritual Master Qing Su's figure appeared, but he did not listen to Lan Wang's words. Instead, he raised his hand, and the dozen or so Golden Core cultivators who were unprepared were all caught by him, and their magic power was sealed. "Senior." Lan Wang was shocked. "What are you doing?" Spiritual Master Qing Su did not answer Lan Wang at all. Instead, he waved his hand, and the dozen or so Golden Core cultivators were all thrown into the explosion of the nascent soul. Pa pa pa. A series of explosions sounded, and blood splattered everywhere. Minced flesh and broken limbs fell from the air, and pew pew pew. They fell into the pitch-black pool. Qing Su Jinren, what are you doing? Seeing that Chang Yu's nascent soul had disappeared in the wake of the shockwave, his nascent soul's hand had also collapsed from the explosion, and the entire pool had been blown up into the air along with the countless algae and lotus flowers. When the pool water fell back down, it was soaked in the blood of a dozen Golden Core cultivators. In the entire sky above the pool, other than himself, there was only Reverend Qing Su. Prince Lan could not help but say angrily. Taoist Master Qing Su did not answer. He raised his hand and pointed. The halo fell and Chang Yu's flying shuttle fell into his hand. Spiritual Master Qing Su stroked the flying shuttle which was still unyielding like a spirit snake inside. Spiritual Master Shao, oh Spiritual Master Shao, you are indeed a genius. The magic weapon you casually gave to your disciple can be so powerful. This old man is truly impressed. Spiritual Master Qing Su opened his mouth and a spiritual talisman fell down, imprisoning the flying shuttle and keeping it in his arms. Only then did he release his divine sense to check for a moment and said to Prince Lan, "Since Chang Yu is in danger, how can you not be injured? Since you are injured, how can your disciples return alive? Moreover, these disciples have seen you kill your own junior brother. Do you think you can rest assured that they are still alive? But these are my trusted disciples that I have painstakingly cultivated." Prince Lan was really angry. He, the entire fortune gate will be yours in the future. Do you still care about these small sacrifices? Taoist Master Qing Su took out the universe ring from his bosom and threw some demon race corpses into the pool. He smiled and said, "Moreover, after you kill Xiong Yi and bring these disciples back to the hidden immortal mainland, not only will the Grand Mist Ancestor reward you, he will also send you more subordinates. These disciples today are nothing. I am not greedy for the Ancestor's reward. I just don't want the fortune gate that I have painstakingly built to be destroyed. Prince Lan was still angry. Spiritual Master Ching Su smiled and waved his hand. There is no need to say any more. Chang Yu's death must have attracted the attention of the Fortune Gate's disciples. Moreover, Xiong Yi will be here soon. You better think of an explanation quickly. Prince Lan snorted coldly and didn't say anything. He knew that Spiritual Master Ching Su was telling the truth. However, he only flew for 1,000 feet before he cursed, "Damn it! How could Chang Yu arrive first? How could his death not arouse Xiong Yi's suspicion? How should I kill Xiong Yi? Moreover, why was this Chang Yu so stubborn? Master can't save him, so why can't he protect the Fortune Gate? Since you can't kill him, then follow the ancestors' plan. Bring the disciples to attack by Qingyu and find an opportunity during the battle. The ancestor will also arrange for disciples to assist you. Even if you can't kill Xiong Yi, your prestige will surpass Xiong Yi's. When you return from the Thousand Beasts Sacred Land to the Soaring Dragon Mountain Range, Li Xiang will naturally be under you. His Highness Lan's and Reverend Ching Su's voices grew softer and softer as their figures disappeared. The waves on the pitch-black pool still could not calm down and the color of blood did not disappear. Even though the flesh and corpses had fallen into the deep pool, the traces of blood were smeared on the algae. After the time it took to finish a meal, the smell of blood had faded away, and the water in the pool had also gradually calmed down. At a corner of the pool, a lotus flower that was a few feet in size quietly bloomed, and an incomplete nascent soul emerged from it with shock and weakness. Wasn't that Xian Ping's nascent soul, who had escaped from Yizhao Ridge earlier? Xian Ping's nascent soul didn't dare to stay here for long. He forcefully sucked in a breath of heaven and earth origin energy, and his body emitted a dim light. He randomly found a direction and hurriedly fled. What? Junior brother Chang Yu was in danger? Although Xiong Yi was very sad when he heard the news of Chang Yu's death, there wasn't much surprise in his tone. After all, from the hidden immortal continent to the Thousand Demons' sacred territory, he had lost close to 50% of the Fortune Gate's disciples. Moreover, when he was passing through the demonic demon race's territory, he had encountered the demonic demon race's patrol team. Coincidentally, the patrol team had a mountain patrol envoy. Although Xiong Yi and the other Fortune Gate's disciples had killed the patrol team, they had paid a heavy price, and Xiong Yi himself was also injured. If Xiong Yi was already in such a state, how could Chang Yu, who had just stepped into the early nascent soul realm, be any better? Therefore, Xiong Yi didn't have any doubts about Prince Lan's words. Aye, that's right. At this time, Prince Lan's face was also pale, as if he was injured. Junior brother Chang just arrived here and realized that senior brother didn't arrive in time. He was worried and insisted on bringing his disciples to welcome you. How could junior brother let him come? Thus, he brought his disciples to welcome you. Junior brother Chang was afraid that junior brother's strength wasn't enough, so he insisted on following me. In the end, an hour ago, we met the demonic demon race at the lake on the mountain ridge. Prince Lan choked as he said this. Junior brother Chang Yu and a dozen of junior brother's disciples died in that battle. In order to protect junior brother Chang Yu self-detonated his nascent soul and perished together with the mountain patrol envoy. Ai. Xiong Yi sighed and patted Prince Lan's shoulder. Junior brother, don't blame yourself too much. Bring me there to take a look. Prince Lan was overjoyed. He raised his hand and pointed to the distance, but stopped Xiong Yi. It's there, but junior brother doesn't recommend senior brother to go there. Junior brother clearly saw that junior brother Chang Yu didn't leave behind any remains. Moreover, the mountain patrol envoy died. Who knows if their mountain patrol master will come? Did you bring back junior brother Chang's belongings? Xiong Yi asked again. Junior brother Chang's natal magic treasure has already exploded. Junior brother didn't have time to pick up his storage bag, so it should have fallen into the lake. Prince Lan didn't take these things back then because he wanted to lure Xiong Yi back. However, Xiong Yi thought for a moment and sighed. If you didn't take them, then don't take them. Most of junior brother Chang's belongings were left to the Soaring Dragon Mountain Range disciples. Whether we can return today is still a question. What do we need those things for? After saying this, Xiongyi instructed, let's go quickly. After we meet up, we'll quickly change locations. Since we've already attracted the attention of the mountain patrol master, it's inevitable that there will be a big battle. Yes, senior brother. Prince Lan couldn't help feeling disappointed, but he didn't dare to refute and nodded his head in agreement. Although Xiaohua had made it clear before leaving the soaring Dragon Mountain range that the entire Fortune Gate would be jointly managed by Xiongyi, Prince Lan, and Li Xiong was different from Xiongyi and Prince Lan. He was more of a supervisor. Compared to Xiongyi and Prince Lan, Xiongyi was more proficient in sect affairs and had great foresight. His ability to judge the situation and size up the situation was better than Prince Lan's. Therefore, although the two of them discussed many things, and Xiongyi also listened to Prince Lan's opinion, Prince Lan was well aware that he couldn't compare to Xiongyi. The matter of going to the Thousand Beasts Sacred Land to save Xiaohua was also arranged by Xiongyi. When the two nascent soul cultivators returned to the Forest Sea, the Fortune Gate disciples all sighed when they heard that Changyu had fallen. However, Changyu didn't have many disciples, and the number of Fortune Gate disciples that died this time was too high, so no one suspected anything. When they received Xiongyi's order, they hurriedly packed up. Some flew, some escaped, and some rode on flying boats. More than 10,000 people quickly moved to another location. Xiongyi was naturally with Royal Highness Lan. At this time, he had already taken a pill, and the color on his face had slightly recovered. He frowned and asked Royal Highness Lan, Junior brother, has Patriarch Ingbo of the Lui Merchant Union not arrived yet? Yes. Prince Lan nodded and replied, Junior brother has been waiting here for more than 10 days, but I haven't seen any demonic beasts from the Flowing Merchant Union. Moreover, we didn't set a specific time with him. Judging from the itinerary, it should be in the next few days. Xiongyi pondered for a moment and nodded slightly. This place is not far from Baiqingyu. If we continue forward, I'm afraid we'll attract Beast Monarch Baiqingyu's attention. We can only wait here for a few more days. After we meet up with Ingbo, we'll find a suitable solution. Chapter 4366. Senior brother. His Highness Lan tried to sound Huang Xiaolong out. Ever since Ingpa sent a message to our Fortune Gate, there hasn't been any news from him. Even though he was the one who arranged the 3 groups of disciples' route to the Fortune Gate. However, there hasn't been any news from him after such a long time. This junior brother feels that something is wrong. What's wrong? Xiongyi smiled. The Endless Stream Commerce Union took the initiative to come to our Fortune Gate, and at the same time, presented Master's token. In the past 200 years, our Fortune Gate and the Endless Stream Commerce Union have grown closer. As we grow, so do they. From what Ingpa said, the Endless Stream Commerce Union's development is inseparable from our Fortune Gate, and even more inseparable from Master. Without Master, the Endless Stream Commerce Union wouldn't exist today. If Ingpo was a demonic beast, this junior brother wouldn't think too much. After all, Ingpo is also a demonic beast that values friendship. He wouldn't do anything to betray Master. His Highness Lan replied, however, Ingpo is not only a demonic beast, he is also the patriarch of a tribe and represents the Endless Stream Commerce Union. For Master, we can disregard the price and come even if we know it's a dead end, but what about Ingpo's tribe? May not be. Xiongyi raised his head and saw that the sky was already covered with dark clouds. The originally clear sky was unknowingly covered by a strong wind, and not only did the wind fail to blow away the dark clouds, it even added to the bleakness of the sky. Xiongyi looked at the clouds in the sky, and a strange light flashed in his eyes as he replied, everything depends on the will of the people, justice only exists between heaven and earth. Xiongyi's words were sincere, but His Highness Lan snorted disdainfully at his words. However, His Highness Lan didn't dare to say anything, and only replied, yes, junior brother understands. Right at this time, the scouting bird suddenly dove down from the clouds in the sky, heading in a certain direction. Seeing this, Xiongyi's expression was neither happy nor sad as he ordered, junior brother, go take a look. If I'm not mistaken, Ingpa should be here. Yes, senior brother. His Highness Lan was a little surprised by Yingpo's arrival. He nodded and flew over to where Yingpo was. Sure enough, not long after, dozens of Yingpo's clansmen hurriedly rushed over. After saluting Xiong Yi, they presented their jade eyes to him and respectfully said, "Xiong sect leader, our clan heard that Taoist Master Shao is in trouble. Therefore, we came here with the full strength of our clan to rescue him. Because there are too many people, if we were to stay together with the disciples of the Soaring Dragon Mountain Range, it would be easy to attract the attention of other demon clans. Therefore, our patriarch sent us here to lead the way for the disciples of the Soaring Dragon Mountain Range. Patriarch will lead more than 6,000 of our clansmen to set off from other places. As for the specific details, please check the Jade Eyes, sect head." Hiss. When Royal Highness Lan heard this, he unconsciously sucked in a breath of cold air. He understood the situation of the Yingbo clan. In the early years, the Yingbo clan lost their place of residence in the Thousand Demons' sacred realm due to fighting. The entire clan moved to the hidden immortal continent, and that was how the Luo Yi Merchant Union came into existence. In other words, the Yingbo clan only had a little more than 3,000 people back then, and was on the verge of extinction. Although after more than 200 years of recuperation, the Luo Yi Merchant Union had now reached more than 10,000 clansmen. However, the Luo Yi Merchant Union was also very large now. For the Yingbo clan to send more than 6,000 clansmen to rescue Xiaohua, it was indeed the strength of the entire clan. This made Royal Highness Lan really unable to understand. "I thank you on behalf of Master." Xiong Yi nodded slightly. "I won't say any more superfluous words. Everything will be discussed after we rescue Master." "We understand." That demon was very clever. After saluting, he quickly left. Xiong Yi picked up the Jade Eyes and looked at it for a moment. Then he said to Royal Highness Lan, "Pass down the order to all disciples. 3 days later, according to the plan, we will attack Bai Qingyu." "Yes." At this point, how could Royal Highness Lan still dare to say half a word of objection? He could only go along with it and think of another set of countermeasures in his heart. The clear sky was gone, and the clouds were dense. Wind and clouds were coming. Would the heavy snow be far away? Looking at the layers of clouds above Bai Qingyu for more than 10 days, the cold wind blew again and again, but there were no raindrops falling. And on this day, finally, a little bit of snow was born from the layers of clouds. It transformed into a salt pan and sprinkled down, as though it was adding some flavor to the feast. The heavens are really helping us. Bai Qingyu's demon monarch Bai Qing's slightly hoarse voice drifted in the snow. The human race often says that drinking wine in the rain and eating meat in the snow are the 2 greatest pleasures in life. Now, seeing that my Bai Qingyu's feast is about to start, even the heavens want to attend it. "Yes, congratulations, Brother Bai, congratulations, Brother Bai." Ancient Bell Mountain's demon monarch Enai Quan's voice sounded at the same time. "This is the omen of Bai Qingyu's great prosperity. I'm very envious." I don't dare. Bai Qing laughed again and said, "With ancient Bell Mountain and concealed Sky Ridge in front of us, how would I, Bai Qingyu, dare to talk about prosperity? It's only because there's another demon brother behind me that I have the guts to add some jokes to the Thousand Demons' sacred realm." Yes, it's rare for the Thousand Demons' sacred realm to be so lively. The demon king of Shrouding Sky Ridge didn't continue to flatter her. Instead, he followed Bai Qing's words and said, "Today, Bai Qingyu's banquet actually attracted humans, demons, and even dragons. It truly surprised many demon kings nearby. Come, let's toast Brother Bai." Enai Quan continued. Please. All the demon monarchs and demon generals congratulated in unison. The liveliness drove away the coldness in the entire world. The place where the voices came from was the foothills in front of the Heavenly Dam water prison. Now, a feast had already been set up. At the top, the 3 demon monarchs were raising their cups. On the stone table in front of them, bloody meat was steaming with the smell of blood. Below the 3 demon monarchs, there were many greater demons raising their cups to congratulate them. Below the greater demons, there were dozens of demon generals who were either prostrating, sitting cross-legged, or leaning against the wall. All of them raised their wine cups and held bloody meat in their hands, shouting loudly and making a racket. What a lively scene! After 3 rounds of drinking and a little bit of meat, the liveliness died down a little. Bai Qing was a little displeased. He released his Yuan will to look around and asked loudly, "Where's the mountain patrol?" "I'm here." A demon of the 6th grade Yuan Qi flew out from the foothills and bowed respectfully. "The feast has already begun." "Where's the promised feast?" "Yes, Your Majesty. I've already followed Your Majesty's instructions and retreated the demon soldiers in Bai Qingyu's 4 realms, the mountain patrol hastily replied. I think at this moment, those tough humans. Before the mountain patrol could finish his words, demon monarch Pringjun's eyes suddenly flashed with golden light. He laughed and said, it's coming, the liveliness is coming, as expected." And Ai Quan also looked up into the distance and laughed while clapping his claws. The group of greater demons also turned their heads and looked in that direction. Seeing this, Bai Qing shouted, "Don't release your primordial thoughts. Don't disturb our food." Then he turned his head and shouted, "Come, pass my order. Beat the drum and start the feast. Open the demon array." "Yes, Your Majesty." The mountain patrol answered and raised his hand to take out a triangular flag. As he activated his demon energy, a demon cloud flew out from the flag and landed between the mountains and swamps. Boom! At the place where the demon cloud landed, hundreds of tricolored light pillars shot up into the sky and enveloped the space within 100 miles. These light pillars slowly fell from the sky and intertwined with each other. A huge light screen slowly unfolded in front of the foothills. On the light screen was a scene 10,000 miles away. Before the demons could see what was on the light screen, dong dong dong, the sound of war drums sounded from above their heads again. The demons looked up and saw hundreds of shell-type demons stretching out their transmogrified tentacles. The tentacles held drumsticks that were a few feet thick and were beating the huge drum that was more than 100 feet in size. The sound of the drum spread in all directions. Before the sound of the drum, the halo caused by the light pillars stirred up the clouds. Layers of clouds surged in all directions. At the end of the turbulent clouds, between the towering mountain, 4 rainbows streaked across the sky. The divine will also swept across the sky like a surging river. When it swept across the 5-colored halo that covered the mountains and swamps, the halo produced layers of ripples. Many illusions appeared between the ripples. When the divine will fell into it, it immediately showed signs of dissipating. The 4 divine wills did not dare to delay and quickly retreated. When the rainbows stopped in midair, Zhang Daoren, Sun Kong, Zhai Xingzi, and Gusuqiodi appeared in the clouds. Unsurprisingly, the 4 of them all showed a trace of paleness on their faces. Their eyes were also filled with shock. "We're finally here." The shock in Gusuqiodi's eyes faded. Unconsciously, she revealed a sense of relief. She muttered in a low voice and turned to look at the direction they came from. Using her injured divine will, she said again, "Xingzi, I'm afraid the people from the Xianhuang token will catch up soon." "That's right." Pity appeared on Zhai Xingzi's face. He said again, "We've been in a hurry. Now that we've finally stepped into Bai Qingyu's sphere of influence, we have no regrets even if we die. However, Qior, it's been hard on you." "It's okay." Gusuqiodi narrowed her eyes and looked at the 5-colored halo that began to fill the area ahead. She was not inferior to men. She smiled and said, "Accompanying my husband for a day is equivalent to accompanying the Xianhuang Immortal Palace for 100 years. I've been with my husband for so long and I'm already filled with happiness. I once swore that I don't want to be born on the same day, but I want to die on the same day. It's my fortune to be able to go to the netherworld with my husband today." Zhai Xingzi was a bit choked up. He held Gusuqiodi's hand and said, "If I don't die today, the first thing I do when I return to the hidden immortal continent is to go to the Gusu clan to ask for your hand in marriage. Not to mention being bullied, even if I'm beaten to death, I'll accept it." Zhai Xingzi. Every woman wanted a proper status. Even Gusuqiodi, who was a 5th-level Origin Power Grandmaster, could not escape the nature of this kind of woman. She knew that Zhai Xingzi's status was far from hers, and the Gusa clan would definitely not agree. Furthermore, she had faked her death, so it would be extremely difficult for Zhai Xingzi to officially marry her. Now that she heard Zhai Xingzi's words, she couldn't help but feel sad. Tears even flowed down her face. She nodded and said, "My husband is right. What I have to face, I have to face eventually. I want to be my husband's real wife." Chapter 4367. Well said. Zhang Daoran and Sun Kong also clapped their hands and said, "Let's make an agreement here. After we survive here, we will go with Taoist Master Xiao to Gusu clan to ask for her hand in marriage." "Thank you, uncles." Gusu Chiodi's face blushed and she replied in a low voice. Boom. As she spoke, more than 10 demon clouds flew out from the 5-colored halo in the distance. 5 demon generals led thousands of demon soldiers and surrounded them with weapons. Alas. Sun Kong sighed and said, "We originally wanted to sneak in quietly and find a chance to rescue Xiaohua. Who would have thought that not only did the Immortal Palace's Xianhuang token intercept us halfway, but even Bai Qingyu's Demon King was prepared. This trip is really a dead end. Even if it's a dead end, we still have to give it a try." Zhang Daoran looked at the demon generals flying over and said word by word, "Seeing that Taoist Master Xiao is in trouble, if we don't give it a try, how can we be at ease?" "Kill!" Sun Kong Shangren roared and slapped the top of his head. A beam of light gushed out and landed in midair. Then, Sun Kong Shangren's body flashed with a green brilliance. His nascent soul Dharma body had expanded to 1,000 feet in just a moment. Woo! Sun Kong opened his mouth again, and his magic treasure soared into the sky. The shrill sound of wind whistling came from the magic treasure, and wind blades sharper than flying swords shrouded the space of 1,000 feet. Then, Sun Kong's nascent soul avatar flew up and formed seals with his hands, and the wind blades attacked a demon general flying over. Upon seeing Venerable Sun Kong reveal his nascent soul Dharma body, the demon general also let out a loud roar and the 5-colored light around his body began to sway like ripples. Within the light, several hundred pillars of light that were invisible to the naked eye fell from the sky. Muffled booms continuously rang out nearby as the demon general's body began to swell. In just a short moment he was already over 1,000 feet in size. Exalted Master Sun Kong's wind blades crossed the vast sky and enveloped the space around the Fiend General. The power of the domain and the wind blades seemed to have cut through space. However, when the wind blades fell on the demon general's halo, ka, sounds suddenly rang out. The halo was cut and annihilated under the power of the domain, but under the halo, the demon general's hard shell only had white scratches. It couldn't cause any substantial damage to the demon general. Seeing this, the demon general couldn't help but laugh. Humans are just blood-eating ears. While speaking, the demon general's shell suddenly opened, and a dazzling brilliance rushed out like the sun. The space imprisoned by Sun Kong instantly collapsed under the brilliance, and where the brilliance landed, the wind blades were cut and neatly cut into several pieces. The brilliance produced a boundless suction force sucking the wind blades. Damn it, what is this 5-colored brilliance? Why is it so powerful? Sun Kong was shocked and quickly activated Heaven Howl again. The treasure let out a powerful roar and yellow light came out of all the holes at the same time. When the threads of light fell into the air, they strangely twisted together. Mysterious creatures as thin as mosquitoes swam around the threads of light. Woo-woo! Waves of ghostly wails and howls came from the void. Strands of the world's origin energy that had condensed into crystal threads appeared like a spider web and landed on the threads of light. The space within hundreds of meters shook. A red and yellow hurricane broke through everything like a dragon. It carried the arrogance of Sun Kong as it roared and pounced at the demon general. The demon general was shocked and didn't dare to be negligent. He quickly shrank his demon body and the halo of the shell quickly flapped to protect his demon body. In just a few seconds, There was a loud bang and the red and yellow tornado had already arrived before the demon general. It hit the five-colored shell. The moment the five-colored light was hit, it turned into thumb-sized vortexes. Each vortex had a suction force and each vortex had five-colored light piercing into the air. Sun Kong Shangren had already used all his strength in this attack. Although the demon general's innate ability was powerful, under the hurricane, the tens of millions of vortexes all collapsed. Every ray of light turned into fireflies. When all the halos were annihilated, there was a crisp sound, and the demon general's shell was actually smashed into pieces. The demon general didn't dare to continue fighting. The demon cloud below him quickly formed, and he was about to escape into the distance. "Where do you think you're going?" Sun Kong was overjoyed and let out a roar. His nascent soul body turned into wind and heaven howl smashed toward the demon general like thunder. "Sun Kong, be careful." Just at this moment, Gusu Chioti's shocked voice echoed. Sun Kong was startled, but he didn't dare to be negligent and quickly retreated. It was also at this moment that the dozen or so shells that had been shattered by Sun Kong suddenly flew into the air, heading straight for Sun Kong's chest. When he saw the shell shards streaking through the air, fine spatial cracks appeared, and the sharp shards even touched his protective light. The light was sliced apart like silk. Sun Kong was shocked. Venerable Master Sun Kong hurriedly activated the power of his domain, wanting to seal the space around him. However, the power of his domain turned into nothing when it landed on the five-colored center of the halo. Not good. Exalted Sun Kong hurriedly teleported, but he was still too late. Puff, puff. Several muffled sounds were heard as the three shell fragments broke through Exalted Sun Kong's defenses and stabbed into his body. 3 streams of blood immediately spewed out. Weak human. The demon general sneered and no longer tried to compete with Sun Kong. The demon general quickly rotated and the five-colored light smashed into Sun Kong's nascent soul body. Damn it. Sun Kong hurriedly circulated his quintessential essence in an attempt to repair the injuries on his body. However, the five-colored halo was extremely strange. His quintessential essence was either absorbed or destroyed by the halo. Sun Kong was unable to repair it at all. Exalted Sun Kong cursed in his heart when he saw the demon general attacking once more, and he hurriedly utilized the wind movement technique to dodge. Since Sun Kong was the first to attack, Zhang Daoren naturally wouldn't be any slower. Just as Sun Kong used Heaven Howl, Sun Kong also used Drifting Snow. At this moment, there were already snowflakes falling from the horizon. Drifting snow rushed into the air, immediately enveloping the space within a radius of a few miles. The traces of ice were like spatial cracks as they rapidly attacked the demon general opposite of them. Wherever the ice crack passed, all the snow particles shook. In an instant, they turned into fist-sized ice balls that smashed towards the demon general from all directions. Wisps of green-white light rotated within the ice balls. Each ice ball would emit a strange whistling sound as it cut through the sky. Zhang Daoren's opponent was a giant rock. The giant rock let out a long cry and spread its wings. A shadow that was hundreds of feet large immediately appeared. The giant rock coldly looked at the ice and snow that filled the sky. Demonic light flashed around its body and more beams of light fell between its wings. A shadow that was hundreds of feet large surged out of the giant rock's body. Boom, boom, boom. The great rock's demonic body rushed into the ice and snow space. As it flapped its wings, the ice balls were smashed into powder. Every time the ice balls exploded, the spinning halos would produce a violent force. However, the explosion of these ice balls only destroyed a trace of the giant rock's shadow. When the giant rock broke through all the ice and shattered the countless ice cracks, the giant rock had already flown above Zhang Daoren's head. The giant rock let out a sinister laugh. Its sharp claws that were dozens of feet long slashed down. Under the claws, the giant rock sealed the space within several hundred feet. Not only did the ice and snow disappear, but even the protective light around Zhang Daoren's body was about to be extinguished. Sigh. Zhang Daoren sighed. The giant rock in front of him had the strength of a 6th-grade origin energy. Moreover, The demonic race's demonic body was tyrannical. Using strength to break through techniques was never a lie. Zhang Daren's techniques couldn't defeat the giant rock, and he was at an absolute disadvantage in close combat. In just a short exchange, he was already forced to the edge of life and death. Zhang Daren sighed and slapped the top of his head. A layer of greenish-white emerged from the surface of his body. Ancient talismans appeared on the greenish-white layer, following which the space around Zhang Daren was immediately covered by a layer of solid ice. Pooh! Just as the layer of ice formed, an ice pillar that was several feet long shot out from the top of Zhang Daren's head. This ice pillar shot straight into the sky. Wherever the ice pillar passed, the space was frozen. The space that the giant rock sealed also cracked and shattered inch by inch. Gotcha! The ice pillar collided with the giant rock's claws. Under the great force, the ice pillar also collapsed. However, the ice pillar only collapsed by a few feet. Zhang Daoren spat out another mouthful of blood. Wung! The ice pillar trembled and crazily rolled upwards. Not only did it freeze the giant rock's claws, it also spread towards the giant rock's abdomen. "Hi, human, you've been tricked." The giant rock didn't panic at all. Instead, he laughed maniacally. Following which, the giant rock opened his mouth. Woo! A beam of greenish-red fire swept out crazily. In an instant, it covered Zhang Daoren's entire body. Furthermore, the giant rock's feathers also surged with threads of fire. In a few breaths' time, the ice pillar that was sealing him was melted. Damn it! Zhang Daren could feel the scorching threads of fire surging into his body. He cursed furiously. He didn't dare to fight anymore. His figure flashed rapidly. He wanted to teleport out of the sea of fire. However, after he channeled his powers, his body also shook a few times. The space around him was actually sealed tightly by the giant rock. Zhang Daoren couldn't escape. When Zhang Daoren summoned drifting snow, Zhai Xingzi's gaze was like lightning. He swept across another demon who was also looking at him. Their gazes collided in midair. It was as if sparks were flying. Zhai Xingzi didn't turn back. He only instructed plainly, "Qiu, your injuries haven't healed. Why don't you hold the fort for the three of us?" All right. Gusu Qiudi knew that it wasn't a good time for her to fight. She smiled and said, "This time, I'll be a little lazy." Chapter 4368. Okay. As Zhai Xingzi spoke, starlight surged around his body. Countless beams of starlight and moonlight descended from the sky and landed on his body. At this moment, star symbols appeared on the surface of Zhai Xingzi's body. It was like a star map that protected his body. Gusu Qiudi retreated slightly and raised his hand. The shoot the moon bow was already in his hand. He activated his true qi and beams of qi rushed into the shoot the moon bow. A cold moon arrow that was a few feet long was slowly formed. Rumble! Zhai Xingzi flew out, and the demon summoned his demon cloud to meet him. Zhai Xingzi waved his hand, and the star fragment appeared. The space within a few miles immediately darkened. The stars on the star fragment activated the power of the stars and moon, sealing the space. The brilliance of the stars was like a sword, piercing towards the demon. This monster was short and fat. There was a horn that was 3 inches long on top of his head. The wings on his back were also only a few feet long. The monster saw that the space around him was sealed. He activated his monster power but didn't see the beams of starlight and moonlight descend. He had a bad feeling in his heart. Seeing the light of the stars and moon piercing towards him, the monster let out an angry roar. He waved his claws in the air and the space around him was torn apart like silk. The space shattered and the light of the stars and moon was naturally distorted. Most of the light scattered. However, when the light pierced through the shattered space and pierced the monster's body, his body was immediately cut open. Strands of monster blood flowed out. The monster was furious. A grayish-black monster cloud appeared around him. The monster cloud crazily surged and rushed towards the starlight. The brilliance of the stars and the moon was like a sword, piercing through the demonic cloud. At this moment, the demon's horn began to ripple again. As the ripples fell into the air, faint ripples began to spread in all directions in the void. Zhai Xingzi frowned. He had a bad feeling. Fall. Zhai Xingzi formed a seal and pointed at the falling stars in the sky. As he chanted, stars appeared from the falling stars. They shook the space and smashed towards the monster. Although it was only a few thousand feet away, the star grew from a very small size to a very large one. When it landed on top of the demon clan's head, it created a huge commotion, as if it was really falling from the sky. Seeing the several thousand feet large star smashing into the space and distorting it, the monster suddenly roared. Boom, boom, boom. The space within 1,000 feet suddenly churned and collapsed. Waves of black and white light surged out from the cracks in space. However, none of this could stop the star from falling. The brilliance of the star pierced through space and smashed onto the head of the demon. Just as the demon was about to turn into ashes, the figure of the demon suddenly twisted and even folded. Zhai Xingzi was shocked and shouted, "Oh no!" Then, his figure suddenly retreated. Sure enough, just as his figure disappeared, a 3-inch long horn appeared at his illusory figure. In an instant, it shattered the space dozens of feet around him. A spatial divine ability. Zhai Xingzi's mouth was filled with bitterness as he called out to himself. This monster actually has a spatial divine ability. Damn it, I-Star Shatter is used to confine space and kill the enemy with the power of the stars and moon. Now, how can it be used? Sun Kongshengren, be careful. At this moment, Gusu Qiudi, who was at the back, hurriedly reminded Sun Kongshengren. When she turned her head to look at Zhai Xingzi, she hurriedly shouted, "Husband, please step aside and watch me kill this monster." "It's all right, your husband can still hold on." How could Zhai Xingzi bear to let Gusu Qiudi take action? After replying, he raised his hand and a huge hand formed by the brilliance of the stars and moon grabbed towards the demon clan. Hee, with just this strength, you actually dare to come to my 1,000 demons' sacred realm and behave so atrociously? That demon sneered. He didn't use any other divine ability at all. Instead, he rushed up into the sky, and that horn of his collided with the star-moon hand. Boom! A strange wave, coupled with the sharp horn, caused Zhai Xingzi's hand to crumble instantly. Damn it! Zhai Xingzi, Sun Kongshengren, and Zhang Daoran roared furiously at the same time. They were existences with 5th-grade origin energy on the hidden immortal continent. When had they ever been defeated like this? However, when they came to Bai Qingyu, a mere patrolling demon general was able to force them into a disadvantageous position. How could they possibly rescue Xiao Hua, who was suppressed by the Demon King? Valspawn, since you're already here, why aren't you bowing down and being captured? Behind them, a faint voice sounded. Gusu Qiudi was startled. She hurriedly turned her head and saw dozens of clouds surging out from the horizon. The assassins of the Bound of Universe were chasing after them like maggots. Husband, could it be that we've reached a dead end? Facing such a desperate situation, Gusu Qiudi was distressed. She raised her head and looked in Bai Qingyu's direction. We haven't even seen Taoist Zhao's face yet. Haha. In the distance, Bai Qingyu and Demon King Bai Qing laughed. The group of demon race also saw it clearly through the light screen. They all clapped their hands and laughed. Beat the drums and cheer. Following Bai Qing's shout, dong dong dong. Another battle drum beat sounded, shaking the surroundings. Seniors, don't be anxious. Juniors will come to help you. Amidst the battle drums, a wave of battle cries sounded from another direction. More than 10,000 human cultivators activated their escape lights and swept across the mountains like black clouds, pouncing towards Bai Qingyu. A nascent soul cultivator at the front scanned them with his divine sense and immediately shouted, Xiongyi? Sun Kongshengren was stunned at first, then he was overjoyed. He laughed and said, Taoist Xiao indeed hid something. The disciples of the Black Wind Ridge are all here. Just these 10,000 Black Wind Ridge disciples are already the strongest force of our Dao sect, right? What a pity! Zhang Daoran was not happy. Instead, he sighed and said, even if there are more than 10,000 disciples, they're just moths flying into a flame. Not a single disciple will be able to return to the hidden immortal continent. Zhai Xingzi's expression also changed. He could only say, what a pity. On the other hand, Gusu Qiudi's eyes lit up. She shouted, how sad. How righteous. Qingyu's banquet has finally begun. The demon general who had just fought with the 3 human cultivators laughed loudly. He raised the weapon in his hand and shouted, boy of Shrouding Sky Ridge, Ancient Bell Mountain, Qingbi Qingyu, listen to my command, kill. Just as the word, kill, fell, a wave of battle cries came from the mountains, ridges, and rivers in front of the Fortune Gate's disciples. 5 colored lights flickered as several thousand demonic beasts of various colors revealed themselves, brandishing their weapons as they charged towards the Fortune Gate's disciples like a tidal wave. Seeing that they were close, Xiong Yi's face revealed a murderous glint. He opened his mouth and a silver-white sword pillar flew out. The sword pillar instantly split into 10, and like spirit stones, they pierced towards the 10 demons in front of him. The 10 demonic beasts were also in the lower 4th grade. Facing the sword light, they sneered and did not dodge. They smashed the demonic beasts in their hands towards Xiong Yi. Pu piu piu. Almost at the same time, the silver-white sword light pierced through the demonic armor on the 10 demonic beasts. It even pierced through their bodies that had been tempered for a long time. The 10 demonic beasts did not even have the chance to scream before they died on the spot. Xiong Yi did not stop. He made a hand seal and the sword light pillar shot towards the other demonic beasts. Damn it. In a few breaths' time, Xiong Yi had killed more than a dozen demonic beasts. A demonic beast general roared and opened his mouth. A pillar of demonic light shot towards Xiong Yi. Seeing the demonic light was like water, majestic, Xiong Yi had no choice but to abandon his demonic beasts and fight the demonic beast general with his sword pillar. At this time, Prince Lan had no time to think about anything else. He also activated his magic treasure to kill the demonic beast general while dodging the demonic beast general's attack. In the air several hundred li away, more than 10,000 Fortune Gate's disciples were also engaged in a fierce battle with several thousand demonic beast clans. Brilliant lights flashed, and demonic chi soared to the sky. Miserable screams, the sounds of magic treasures colliding, and the sound of corpses falling to the ground filled the air. Ha ha! Such a tragic scene was like child's play in the eyes of the 3 beast kings and the group of greater demons. They raised their wine cups and shouted, what a feast, what a feast! Our trip here was not in vain. Cheers, let's continue to cheer. Kill. Zhai Xingzi sighed when he saw the Fortune Gate disciples fighting the demonic beasts. He did not even look at where the Xianhuang Order assassins came from. He waved his star shatter and continued to fight the demonic beast general. Ha! At this time, another heroic voice sounded from another direction. Several thousand short demonic beasts emerged from the ground. It was Ingpe and his fellow tribesmen. Ingpe shouted, how can I miss out on such a grand occasion? Even if we can't save Taoist Xiao, we will spill our blood on the way to save him. Good men, good demonic beasts. Gusu Qiudi shouted. If I can survive today, I will definitely befriend you. That's right. Such men are Taoist Zhao's best friends. Zhai Xingzi laughed. His star shatter flashed as he fought the demonic beast general again. Crazy, crazy, all of them are crazy. The assassins of the Xianhuang Order flew closer. When they saw such a huge battle, they could not help but be stunned. After all, they were humans. Although they wanted to kill Zhai Xingzi and the others, they could not kill humans from behind. Dong dong dong. Another wave of drumming sounded. More demonic beast soldiers flew over from other places to fight against the Continuous Merchant Union's demonic beast soldiers. The demonic beasts were invigorated by the drumming, and their battle cries were endless. After half a cup of tea's time, the blood of the humans and demonic beasts had dyed the ground red. Beast King Bai Qing was still not satisfied. He looked at the situation on the light screen and waved his hand. He stood up and shouted, brothers, please wait a moment. This old man will show them some more exciting things. Okay, we will wait and see. Ni Quan and Peng Jun were puzzled. They replied as they watched Bai Qing disappear into the heavenly dam water prison. Boom! In just a moment, demonic light burst out from the mountain peak of the heavenly dam water prison. A pillar of fire shot up into the sky. When the pillar of fire pierced through the sky, another struggling human head was suppressed under the pillar of fire. Chapter 4369. Good. When Ni Quan and Peng Jun saw this, how could they not know that Bai Qing had projected the scene of Xiao Hua being suppressed from the heavenly dam water prison to provoke the human cultivators? As they clapped their hands, they carefully released their spiritual sense, especially Peng Jun. His eyes scanned the surrounding space as if he was waiting for someone's arrival. Damn it. The fire pillar rushed into the sky and covered the entire Bai Qingyu. Not to mention Xiong Yi and the other Fortune Gate disciples, even Zhai Xingzi and Zhang Daoran felt sad. Everyone roared in unison, and their morale soared. The entire human race's morale soared as they charged towards the demonic beasts without any regard for their lives. However, when more than half of the demons were killed, the human cultivators had only pushed forward for more than 100 miles. Boom. The five-colored brilliance shone brightly again, and many demon clouds rose again. Hundreds of thousands of demon soldiers and demon generals rushed out, covering the sky and covering the earth, and counterattacking the human cultivators. Moreover, behind these demonic beast soldiers and generals, there were hundreds of thousands of demonic beast soldiers holding demonic artifacts, standing guard in the distance. At this time, Zhai Xingzi, Sun Kong, and Zhang Daoran were already injured. Gusu Qiudi's moon-shooting bow had already shot twice, and after killing 2 demonic beast generals, she no longer had any power to kill. Seeing that there were more than 10 demonic beast generals with 6th grade essence force sneered and surrounded them, Zhai Xingzi looked at Gusu Qiudi and said, "Qiu, we finally saw Daoist Xiao. Although we can't save him, we have no regrets." However, before Zhai Xingzi could finish his words, another strange phenomenon appeared behind the human cultivators. Zhai Xingzi, Zhang Daoran, and the others were curious and couldn't help but release their spiritual sense. When they saw it clearly, their eyes were filled with shock. They looked at each other and exclaimed, How is this possible? Good heavens! The snowflakes on Jade Mountain are as big as a mat, and they are falling onto the drum stage." A somewhat sour voice reverberated in the gloomy sky. In that voice, snowflakes the size of a thumb fell. The source of the voice was an arrogant python dragon. The python dragon did not move its body to fly. Instead, it coiled in the air and raised its head to look at the sky covered by dark clouds as it roared loudly. This python dragon was obviously transformed from Xiao Hua. He had followed Shui Mingzi, Eo Zhantian, and the others to Bai Qingyu. Along the way, he had clearly heard their voice transmissions, and he couldn't help but be deeply moved by the changes in people's hearts. Unfortunately, he had still underestimated his influence on the hidden immortal continent's Tao Gate, and he had also underestimated the Stream Merchant Union's ability. He was completely unaware of the efforts the Stream Merchant Union, Fortune Gate, Ao Xing, Ao Zhan, Zhai Xingzi, and the others had put in to rescue the so-called Xiao Hua. He was even more unaware that Fairy Jing, who he thought was eager for quick success, had already sacrificed her life for him. At this moment, Xiao Hua looked at the sky. The gloomy sky seemed to make him unhappy. He couldn't help but recite a poem. When the nearby Tao Gate's cultivators heard this, they couldn't help but cover their mouths and laugh. Although they were somewhat disdainful of this python dragon's pretentiousness, this flood dragon's divine ability made them revere it. However, after being together for so long, they also felt that this python dragon had no other shortcomings other than its arrogance and bad temper. At this moment, one of the cultivators couldn't help but remind, "Fellow immortal AOE, why don't you take a look? This snowflake is not the size of a straw mat. Could it be that the straw mats in your hometown are like this?" Ha! Xiao Hua laughed heartily. As he laughed, all the snow within a radius of 300 meters was shaken into powder. Immediately after, Xiaohua opened his mouth and spat out a stream of demonic qi. In the sky, a thin piece of ice that was several meters in size appeared and slowly drifted down with the wind. This old man knows that you are jealous of this old man's talent and the nobility of my dragon race. Xiaohua raised his hand and pointed. Do you see? This is a snowflake as big as a straw mat. Then what about the drum-beating platform? That cultivator saw that Xiaohua wasn't angry and asked again. Clang clang. Xiaohua coughed twice. The python dragon's voice was like thunder. Xiaohua laughed again and said, Look, this is... Without waiting for Xiaohua to finish speaking, dong, dong, dong. In the sky, the sound of drums faintly rang out. Layers of clouds were formed in the dense dark clouds that were previously covered by the drums. They rapidly rippled from afar and covered the entire sky in a short moment. The snowflakes floating in the air were also shattered by the drum beats. When the clouds moved, the drum beats stopped and large snowflakes really began to drift down. This is already the Baiqingyu territory? Ao Zhantian's expression turned serious and he turned to ask Shui Mingzi. Shui Mingzi smiled and nodded. That's right. This place has already entered the Baiqingyu demon realm. Good. Ao Zhantian took a deep breath as he swept his gaze across all the Dao sect cultivators nearby. In the end, his gaze landed on Shui Mingzi's face, and he said word by word, Shui Mingzi, I'm sure you've already told the other fellow Taoists what you told me earlier, right? A trace of embarrassment flashed across Shui Mingzi's eyes. However, he immediately nodded and said, That's right. That's good. Ao Zhantian raised his hand and lifted his Taoist robe. With a wave of his hand, the corner of the robe fluttered in the wind. Ever since the Jade Pavilion meeting, I have always treated fellow Shui as my best friend. This time, when I received news of Taoist Zhao's death, I immediately contacted fellow Shui. From the hidden immortal continent to the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm, from the North Sea to Baiqingyu, I thank fellow Shui for leading the way. I also thank fellow Shui for accompanying me in killing demonic beasts. At the same time, I also thank fellow Shui for not stabbing me in the back. Fellow Taoist Ao, what do you mean by this? Shui Mingzi sneered. His gaze followed the fluttering corner of the robe and became even more confused. He muttered, Are you cutting off your relationship with me? It's nothing. People who walk different paths cannot make plans together. Ao Zhantian said proudly, This time, I came to Baiqingyu to save Taoist Zhao. I have no interest in Taoist Zhao's disciple and your blood oath. Since we are already here, there is no longer any intention to cooperate between us. Since everyone is suspicious of each other, we might as well separate. I don't care why you want to save Taoist Zhao. As long as you can save him, I will definitely not stop you. However, if you want to do anything to Taoist Zhao, then don't blame me for being impolite. After saying that, Ao Zhantian flew several hundred meters into the sky. He turned his head and shouted, Is there anyone else who is not willing to wallow in the mire with Shui Mingzi and is willing to die for Taoist Zhao with me? Ao Zhantian's sudden commotion caused the Taoist cultivators to look at each other. Just as Ao Zhantian had said, Shui Mingzi had been observing everyone's expressions along the way and had transmitted his voice to every cultivator at the right time. Most of the Taoist cultivators were hot-blooded men. When they heard that Taoist Zhao was in trouble, they all rubbed their palms together and came to his rescue. However, after entering the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm, under the countless difficulties and trials of life and death, their hot-bloodedness and impulsiveness had long been obliterated. All that was left was the interrogation of their conscience. This kind of interrogation was something that no cultivation method had ever done. Not to mention the cultivators, even Ao Zhantian had countless thoughts along the way. He was like a fence-sitter. One moment he was here, the next moment he was there. One moment he felt that he should be Xiaohua. The next moment he felt that Shui Mingzi was right. It was only now that he truly recognized his own heart and saw his own path. Ao Zhantian had seen it clearly. What about the other Taoist cultivators? After half a cup of tea's time, not a single cultivator stepped out from the crowd. Xiaohua's heart grew colder. I'm willing. Just as Ao Zhantian sighed and was about to leave, Su Tingzi gritted his teeth and flew out from the crowd. Su Tingzi was an extremely thoughtful person. When he helped Xiao Hua on the Yaotai Mountain, he had thought about it several times before taking action. After leaving the Yaotai Mountain, Xiao Hua wanted him to join the Fortune Gate like Xiong Yi. However, he hesitated and refused in the end. It was the same this time. He thought about it for a long time, and when he saw that Ao Zhantian was about to leave, he couldn't help but step out from the crowd. Good. Ao Zhantian was overjoyed. He clapped his hands and laughed. Although there are many Taoist cultivators in the world, there might not be many who are worthy of Taoist Xiao's attention. There's no need for too many who are waiting for Taoist Xiao. Just one of them is enough. After saying that, Ao Zhantian seemed to have thought of something, and he turned to Xiao Hua, who was watching the show from afar, and cupped his fists. Fellow Taoist Ao, although what I said was true, there's a possibility that dragons will come to Bai Qingyu. However, there's something I didn't say. Bai Qingyu is a place of death. There's almost no chance for dragons to come. Moreover, there's no turning back if you go forward. Roar! Xiao Hua was instantly enraged when he heard this. His entire python body stretched out in midair as he roared at Ao Zhantian. Motherfucker, you actually dared to lie to me? Did you use me to protect you? Ao Zhantian smiled bitterly. Although I didn't lie to you, my true meaning is more or less the same. Fellow Taoist, if you go forward, you won't be able to turn back. I'm already prepared to die. Therefore, fellow Taoist, please turn back. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Xiao Hua cursed angrily as he looked at the fearless Ao Zhantian. His python body stopped in the air as if he wanted to kill Ao Zhantian. However, he seemed to feel that it wasn't worth it and didn't know what to do. At this moment, Shui Mingzi raised his hand and waved. The remaining cultivators moved and surrounded Su Tingzi. Shui Mingzi then flew in front of Ao Zhantian. Hee. Ao Zhantian wasn't surprised by Shui Mingzi's actions. He sneered. Shui Mingzi, you finally couldn't hold back? Actually, I've been guessing on the way here when you would attack me. However, this is all you've got. It didn't exceed my expectations. Chapter 4370. At this point, Ao Zhantian suddenly came to a realization. He looked to the left and slapped his forehead. Could it be that this is Bai Qingyu? You don't need to be wary anymore? Are you going to attack me again? Could it be that you also attacked Taoist Master Xiao back then? Shui Mingzi's expression changed slightly. How could I attack Taoist Master Xiao? When he was training in the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm, he offended Monster Monarch Bai Qingyu and was captured by her. Haha. Ao Zhantian laughed loudly. He pointed at the group of nascent soul cultivators and said, "Look at this sanctimonious thing." If he didn't say this, I could only guess. However, based on his words, I can conclude that Taoist Master Xiao was harmed by him. Shui Mingzi was shocked. He seemed to have thought of something. However, he immediately sneered. Xiao Hua's matter has nothing to do with me. I also want to save him. However, I don't want to save him for nothing. I just want him to return the blood oath we made. Shui Mingzi, oh Shui Mingzi, don't forget. Ao Zhantian decided to get straight to the point. You invited me to the Thousand Beast Sacred Realm's ancient Bell Mountain to participate in some kind of event. I didn't agree. After that, I went to visit Taoist Master Xiao and invited him to participate in the Dragon Island training with me. At that time, I asked Taoist Master Xiao if you invited him. Taoist Master Xiao said that you invited him and he agreed. If that's the case, didn't Taoist Master Xiao come to the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm to participate in the ancient Bell Mountains event? If it weren't for your selfishness, how could he have been betrayed? Ao Zhantian, you're talking nonsense. Shui Mingzi said angrily. Xiaohua didn't come at all. I only thought of using the ancient Bell Mountain's power after hearing that he was suppressed by Monster Monarch Bai Qingyu. Ao Zhantian smiled mysteriously. His gaze moved from Shui Mingzi to the nascent soul cultivators surrounding Su Tingzi. He said meaningfully, if you didn't set Taoist Master Xiao up, what are you doing right now? Do you need to kill me just to take control of Taoist Zhao's forces? Ao Zhantian's words were extremely heart-wrenching, and Shui Mingzi was instantly forced out of his heart. Setting aside everyone else, even Xiao Hua couldn't help but blame Shui Mingzi for the little white dragon's imprisonment. He knew very well that he hadn't come to the Thousand Beasts Sacred Realm to participate in any grand event, but even he couldn't help but blame Shui Mingzi for the little white dragon's imprisonment. At this moment, Ao Zhantian added fuel to the fire by asking, "Oh, and where is Taoist Xen Ping's nascent soul? Does he know about your background and have something on you that he can use against you? That day in front of Yizhao Ridge, he directly called you Shui Mingzi. Now that his nascent soul is nowhere to be seen, did you kill it?" Venomous slander. Shui Mingzi couldn't help but fly into a rage. What does this have to do with me? Before he could even finish his sentence, a beam of light shot out from Ao Zhantian's Taoist robes and slashed towards Shui Mingzi's waist. Wasn't that Ao Zhantian's scythe magic treasure? Damn it. Shui Mingzi was caught off guard. His body flashed and he teleported into the distance. A shadow was sliced into two by the scythe. Ao Zhantian took advantage of Shui Mingzi's evasion and roared, "Let's see who dares to block my path." Then he waved his Taoist robes and charged toward Bai Qingyu. Su Tingzi, who was feeling a little regretful, didn't have any way of turning back. He urged his body to escape with Ao Zhantian. At this moment, like the sound of war drums being beaten 3 times, the sound of muffled thunder came from the sky. This time, the sound of the drum was different from the previous one. It reverberated at a low altitude, and wherever the sound of the drum passed, some demonic formations were activated. An indescribable power of the stars and moon also rushed out from the void and landed in all directions. A clear sound rang out from the ground not far from Ao Zhantian. Several shadows as large as the north of the sea rushed out. These shadows were immensely powerful, and they enveloped an area of 10,000 feet in front of Ao Zhantian. Ao Zhantian didn't dare to be careless. He hurriedly stopped and dodged. Just as he was dodging, Shui Mingzi raised his hand and slapped it. A 5-colored beast skin fell from his hand. Dozens of tiny pillars of light descended from the sky and landed on the demonic runes on the beast skin. Thin 5-colored patterns slowly appeared on Shui Mingzi's body. Shui Mingzi activated his body and teleported in front of Ao Zhantian. Bai Qingyu's demonic formations instantly disappeared when they came into contact with the 5-colored patterns on Shui Mingzi's body. Since fellow Taoist Ao doesn't want to accept a toast, then I have no choice. Shui Mingzi seemed to have a card up his sleeve. He raised his hand and took out his horsetail whisk. Under the activation of his magic power, the horsetail whisk actually shone with 5-colored light. As he waved it, the demonic formations that had been activated earlier seemed to be lifted by the horsetail whisk. Dozens of demonic lights surged out from the ground and enveloped an area of 10 kilometers around Ao Zhantian like a fountain. Normally, it's a dog who bullies its master. But now, it's a dog who bullies its master. What can I do? Ao Zhantian snorted coldly. He raised his hand and slapped the top of his head. The blood-colored dragon avatar gradually emerged from his body. Just as the dragon avatar raised its head and was about to roar, a dragon roar several times louder than his rang out from another direction. Ao Zhantian was stunned. The dragon avatar extended to several thousand feet in length and looked toward the source of the dragon roar. In the sky, between the layers of colorful clouds, a dozen or so enormous dragon bodies flew over with auspicious auras. The dragon aura that could drown a person surged toward them like a tidal wave. Ao Xing? Ao Zhantian couldn't help but tremble when he saw the dragon body that was at least 10,000 feet in length and the golden crown on the dragon's forehead. He's really here? Ao Xing wasn't the only one. Ao Zhan's black dragon body also appeared behind Ao Xing. The other dragons that were protecting Ao Zhan also caught up from behind. Damn it. Shui Mingzi didn't know who Ao Xing was, but when he heard Ao Zhantian's exclamation and recalled that Ao Zhantian had mentioned Ao Xing to the python dragon, how could he not know that he was in trouble? He cursed angrily and hurriedly took out another beast hide from his robes. Then he spat a mouthful of blood essence onto it. The beast hide ignited on its own and instantly transformed into the projection of a winged beast. It turned into a white line and flew into the depths of Baiqingyu. Ao Zhantian's dragon avatar also raised its head and roared, trying to attract Ao Xing's attention. Xiao Hua, who was beside him, laughed loudly in his heart. Dragon tribe, it really is the dragon tribe. Cough cough, I've finally seen a true dragon tribe member today. Unfortunately, regardless of whether it was Ao Zhantian, Su Tingzi, Shui Mingzi, or the group of human cultivators, no one had the time to pay attention to this python dragon who was waiting for the arrival of the dragon tribe. Ao Xing clearly heard Ao Zhantian's call. He swept his vital sense over and his dragon body flew in their direction. However, Ao Xing's dragon roar contained a trace of warning. When Ao Zhantian sensed that something was amiss and took a closer look at Ao Xing and the other dragon tribe members, he couldn't help but turn pale with fright. This was because even though Ao Xing's body was flashing with golden light, the dragon armor under the golden light was already slightly damaged. The dragon scales that covered the dragon armor were either shattered or bleeding profusely. There were even claw marks that were several dozen feet in size on some parts of his body. Holy fuck, it can't be! Xiao Hua exclaimed in shock. A dragon tribe member can also be injured in the Thousand Beasts Sacred Realm? Immortal friend Ao, this is the dragon tribe you were talking about? Why does it look like they're inferior to me? Could it be that my bloodline is better than the dragon tribes? Woo! Before Ao Zhantian could reply, the sound of a bugle horn rang out from the depths of Baiqingyu. Numerous demonic clouds emerged from the foothills and surged toward them. Above the demonic clouds, numerous Star Stage demon generals stood proudly. Behind them, several hundred demon soldiers wielded their weapons and charged over. Ao Zhantian? Why are you here? Ao Xing yelled before he even got close. Ao Zhantian didn't say much. He only raised his voice and said, I came to Baiqingyu to rescue Xiao Hua, Taoist priest Xiao Hua. These dozen or so Taoist sect cultivators all have distracting thoughts, and this out-of-body Taoist priest Xiao is the main culprit behind Taoist priest Zhao's misfortune. Ao Zhantian's words were truly timely. Ao Xing didn't hesitate at all. He let out a loud roar and spat out a mouthful of dragon's breath. A majestic aura that numbed the bones of the Taoist sect cultivators fell from the sky. Ao Zhantian's dragon blood dharma body was the only one who managed to block the dragon's aura. The dozen or so human cultivators, including Su Tingzi, tried their best to resist the dragon's aura with their magic power, but they were still unable to stabilize themselves in midair. The light around their bodies scattered, and they fell from the sky. They couldn't even gather their true essence. On the other hand, Shui Mingzi's body flashed with five-colored light. He transformed into a shadow and flew toward Baiqingyu's demon generals. Kill. Ao Xing didn't care about these Taoist sect cultivators at all. He let out a furious roar, and the golden light around his body shone brightly. In an instant, he covered a distance of dozens of miles. He opened his dragon claws and swiped at Shui Mingzi. Moreover, the heavenly dragon speech technique was unleashed from the dragon's mouth. Above the heads of the Taoist sect cultivators, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth within 100 miles surged violently. Clusters of flames appeared and rained down on the Taoist sect cultivators. Wherever the flames touched, the space was scorched and distorted. The Taoist cloud that soared into the sky was also burned to ashes. A dozen or so weaker Taoist soldiers were engulfed by the flames and fell from the sky while howling. Boom, boom. Seeing how powerful the flames were, the Taoist generals on the Taoist cloud didn't dare to be careless. They hurriedly circulated their Taoist qi, and streaks of five-colored light soared into the sky. The five-colored light was indeed powerful. The flames unleashed by the heavenly dragon speech technique were destroyed by the five-colored light. However, Ao Xing, Ao Zhan, and the rest of the dragon tribe cultivators were already close to the Taoist sect cultivators. Ao Xing's dragon claws were already descending. While Shui Mingzi was shocked, he had already taken out his horsetail whisk. Tens of thousands of light strands flew up to meet the attack. Unfortunately, the light strands were easily grabbed by Ao Xing's dragon claws. As the light strands turned into sand and fell to the ground, Shui Mingzi's horsetail whisk also let out a sizzling sound. The strands of light strands that were refined from an unknown material were already flying away. Chapter 4371. Let's go! Shui Mingzi didn't dare to delay. He hurriedly channeled his magic power and tried to teleport away. However, in front of a dragon, a human's teleportation was powerless. Shui Mingzi only flew a few feet before the space around him solidified. Shui Mingzi could no longer fly forward. He had no choice but to reveal himself in the space. Then he saw Ao Xing's deformed dragon head. The murderous dragon claw was already in front of him. Damn you, Ao Zhantian! Shui Mingzi knew that Ao Xing wanted to kill him because of Ao Zhantian's words. Although he was in the out-of-aperture realm, he was still helpless in front of a dragon's powerful body. Shui Mingzi quickly flipped his hand and took out a 5-colored shell the size of a thumb. With a squeeze of his fingers, the shell was crushed. Pung! A glaring 5-colored light appeared. Once it appeared, it immediately turned into a shell that was hundreds of feet wide and blocked Ao Xing's dragon claw. Clang! A metallic sound rang out. Ao Xing's dragon claw was blocked and the shell was shattered into pieces. However, Shui Mingzi took advantage of this gap to teleport 1,000 feet away. Damn it! Ao Xing's murderous intent rose. 1,000 feet was nothing in his eyes. He swung his dragon body again and his dragon tail that was hundreds of feet long smashed towards Shui Mingzi. Ao Zhan and the other dragon generals didn't stand idly by as Ao Xing chased after Shui Mingzi. They ignored the human cultivators and released their dragon's might and dragon's breath towards Bai Qingyu's demon generals and soldiers. In just a few moments, half of the demon soldiers summoned by Shui Mingzi were killed by Ao Zhan and the others. 4 of the demon generals were killed as well. The entire area was covered in blood and flesh. The group of numb human cultivators were a little dumbfounded. The fighting methods of the monster race were different from that of the human race. Most of the time, it was a fight of flesh against flesh, a collision of blood against blood. How could there be so many dazzling spells? Seeing Ao Xing's huge dragon tail coming down, Shui Mingzi felt that the whole world was filled with dragon scales and dragon breath. No matter what spell he cast, it was as powerless as raindrops when it landed on the tough dragon body. He couldn't help but feel sad. He even thought of the funny boa dragon along the way, the one who claimed to have the blood of the dragon race. Just as Shui Mingzi's heart was about to give up, a familiar voice sounded in his ears. Where did this shameless dragon come from? How dare you bully the weak? Ancestor, save the boy. Despite Shui Mingzi's thousands of years of age, when he heard this voice, he actually shamelessly called himself a boy and asked for help. Above Shui Mingzi's head, the space distorted, and the phantom of a flying feather void beast appeared in a space 1,000 feet wide. Before the phantom of the flying feather void beast could fully materialize, the flying feather void beast also swung its tail, and the distortion of space actually rushed out with its tail. Boom! It was as if the space within a few miles had collapsed. Ao Xing's dragon body tumbled a few times in the air before coming to a stop. Ao Xing's eyes flashed with horror and he shouted, "Where did this thing come from? How dare you block me?" The collapse of space also destroyed most of the phantom. It wasn't until Ao Xing came to a stop that the phantom became solid again. A sun-devouring realm great demon appeared from the phantom with a slightly angry face and coldly looked at Ao Xing. The great demon glanced at Ao Xing and the wings on his back flapped. Dozens of pillars of starlight and moonlight fell, creating layers of distorted space fluctuations that blocked Ao Zhan and the other dragon generals. Then he glanced at Shui Mingzi, Ao Zhantian, and the other humans before his gaze finally landed on Ao Xing. He asked coldly, "Who are you? How dare you block me?" "Of course I am." Ao Xing was furious. Just as he was about to reveal his identity, he seemed to have thought of something and shouted, "I am the Dragon General of Dragon Island. Are you Bai Qingyu's great demon? Hurry up and release Xiao Hua, or I will order the other dragon generals to trample Bai Qingyu. Ha! The great demon laughed and pointed his claws at Ao Sheng. You dare to say you are the dragon general of Dragon Island? Don't you know that the Dragon Island's envoy has already been here? He doesn't care about my affairs at all. What right do you have to criticize me? What? The Dragon Island's envoy has already been here? How is this possible? Ao Sheng was shocked. Seems like you are also pretending to be a dragon of Dragon Island. Let me capture you first. The great demon sneered and spread his wings. His body became extremely distorted again and he pounced at Ao Sheng. Who dares to hurt a minor elder of Dragon Island? The dragon generals who were protecting Ao Sheng were anxious. They roared and abandoned the group of demon generals and pounced at the great demon. Ao Zhan at the side shouted, Ao Sheng, let's not waste time with him. Let's rush in first. Okay. Ao Sheng nodded and rushed toward Bai Qingyu while the dragon generals were blocking the great demon. Ao Sheng knew that he was no match for this great demon. These dragon generals could only hold on for a few breaths. As long as he rushed into Bai Qingyu and saw monster monarch Bai Qingyu, he might be able to persuade her to let Xiao Hua go with his identity as a minor elder of Dragon Island. Boom boom boom. Just when Ao Sheng was a few thousand feet away, he heard a series of explosions. The great demon had already sent a few dragon generals flying. These dragon generals' flesh was torn open and it was obvious that their injuries were not light. However, when the great demon saw Ao Sheng and Ao Zhan flying away, he did not chase after them. Instead, he looked coldly at Ao Zhantian and Su Tingzi with killing intent. Facing the great demon's gaze, Ao Zhantian was shocked. His dragon blood Dharma body was trembling. It was as if he would be killed by the great demon if he did not make a move. Roar roar. Right at this moment, a few more dragon roars that were even louder erupted in the sky in front of Ao Zhantian. Dong dong dong. A third set of drum beats sounded, and a few dozen sun-devouring stage dragons flew out from the drum beats and dragon roars, surrounding Ao Sheng, Ao Zhan, and the other dragons in the center. Where are you from? Ao Sheng's heart skipped a beat when he saw dozens of unfamiliar dragons surrounding him. Hee, you are just a minor elder of Dragon Island. How could you know us dragons? A colorful dragon at the front said with a sinister smile. Since you know that I am a minor elder of Dragon Island, how dare you be so rude? Ao Sheng shouted, aren't you afraid of Dragon Island's dragon law? Dragon law? What is dragon law? The dragon laughed. We are not under Dragon Island. How would we know about dragon law? Besides, you are just a minor elder of Dragon Island. In the Thousand Demons' sacred realm, you are just a little dragon who can pluck the moon. We can kill you if we want. At this moment, the great demon from ancient Bell Mountain behind Ao Sheng snorted coldly. Brother Jiang, don't you think you have said too much? Damn it. The colorful dragon roared. Who told you to tell me why I am here? I have already promised to kill Ao Sheng. I will not go back on my word. Even now, you still want to sow discord? Ao Zhan stopped behind Ao Sheng and said indifferently, which one of us are you going to let go of? You better say it now. I will tell him that you are dragons of heavenly abode river. The great demon was stunned when he heard Ao Zhan expose his painstakingly planned plan to sow discord. However, he quickly sneered, since all of you are already here, don't even think about turning back. You were the one who captured Daoist Xiao? Ao Zhantian suddenly asked loudly. The great demon coldly glanced at him and said, you have no right to know. What if it was me? Ao Sheng stared at the great demon and asked, do I have the right? Even Ao Zhan asked, since we have no chance of survival, why don't you tell us the truth so that we can die in peace? Although this has nothing to do with me, why should I tell you? The spirit creature laughed out loud, looked at the dozens of dragons and yelled, the banquet is about to begin, and our king has been urging us to serve the dishes. Let's hurry up and kill these human beings and dragons, make them into delicacies and send them to our king, shall we? If we are too late, The other demon generals will kill the disciples of Soaring Dragon Mountain Range first and serve them to our king. Won't we lose the merit? All right. The rainbow dragon opened his mouth and shouted, "Just thinking about the small elders of Dragon Island dying in front of me makes me excited." Just as the demonic beasts were about to make their move, boom! However, there was another loud explosion in the sky above the demonic beasts. A towering pillar of fire shot out from the ground in the distance, piercing high into the dark clouds. An imposing aura that made all the demonic beasts prostrate themselves before spread out in all directions in a domineering manner. The great demon was slightly stunned. However, when the pillar of fire pierced into the sky, the dark clouds did not dissipate. Even the snowflakes that were as big as a mat were not melted by the pillar of fire. Instead, they were still floating freely in the pillar of fire. The great demon couldn't help but laugh. I understand now. This is the image of the heavenly dam water prison that suppressed Xiaohua. Human cultivators, take a look. Is Xiaohua the one you want to save under the pillar of fire? There was no need for the great demon to say anything else. Although the image formed by the pillar of fire appeared to be far away, it was extremely close. Not only were the flame patterns on the pillar of fire clearly visible, even the small white dragon suppressed at the bottom of the pillar of fire could be seen clearly. Ao Sheng let out a furious roar. The golden light around his dragon body flashed rapidly, and he pounced toward the pillar of light. He shouted, "Damned by Qingyu, how dare you humiliate the Dragon Master of Dragon Island? I'm going to kill you all? The face of your dragon tribe is meant to be trampled on." The colorful dragon laughed loudly. His dragon tail, which was even thicker than Ao Sheng's body, swept through the air and smashed toward Ao Sheng. Kill. The great demon also issued a cold command. Bai Qingyu's demon soldiers and generals did not dare to hesitate. They all controlled their demon clouds and prepared to pounce toward Ao Zhantian and the other human cultivators. Chapter 4372. Ha ha ha. Right at this moment, a burst of soft laughter sounded from behind the humans and dragons. This laughter was filled with profound meaning, mockery, and sorrow. As soon as this laughter rang out, the space within a radius of 500 kilometers began to freeze, and even the falling snowflakes seemed to have sensed the chilling intent behind the laughter as they froze in midair. Who's there? The great beast and rainbow dragon were greatly alarmed as they quickly swept their vital senses through the air. Wherever their vital senses passed, they were blocked by a mountainous being. When their eyes landed on the python dragon that Xiaohua had transformed into, they were greeted by the sight of him slowly flying toward them. Ao! Fellow immortal Ao? Ao Zhantian, Shui Mingzi, and even Su Tingzi were all dumbfounded. They didn't expect that the boa dragon that liked to curry favor with people of culture still hadn't left. Moreover, it had appeared at such a critical moment. Moreover, the boa dragon's strength was actually so terrifying. The great beast's cultivation base was far superior to Ao Zhantian's, and he hurriedly asked upon sensing that something was amiss. Unfortunately, without waiting for him to finish speaking, Wang Wing. Within 1,000 feet of the python dragon, a whirlwind that soared into the sky was born. Within this whirlwind, the python dragon's body slowly shrank, and Xiaohua's tall and thin figure was revealed little by little. Xiaohua? Ao Zhan was truly astonished. He looked at Xiaohua's frosty face with incredulity, then at the little white dragon's face that had been suppressed by the pillar of flames. There was no difference between these two faces. When Ao Zhan's gaze returned to him, he was greeted by an incredulous scene. Boom! Xiaohua, who had reverted to his human form, suddenly emanated a Taoist might. This might climbed steadily, but it didn't spread into the distance. Moments later, the space within a radius of close to 10 kilometers began to cave in, and layers of twisted light projections began to appear around Xiaohua's body, making it appear as if Xiaohua's body wasn't very real. Within this light projection, the ferocious ferocity of tens of thousands of people surged into the hearts of the humans and demons like a tidal wave. Not to mention the humankind and the humankind, even the lofty dragons couldn't help but tremble. Their bodies, which had been extremely arrogant before, were forced to shrink slowly. Am I Yana Cultivator? Ao Zhantian's expression changed drastically. For you, senior? You are not Taoist Master Xiao. At the same time, Ao Zhantian suddenly came to his senses. Without any hesitation, he knelt on the ground and said anxiously, Junior Ao Zhantian begs Senior to save Xiao Hua. He is one of the few people in this world with a heart of steel and a heart of chivalry. Just as Ao Zhantian's body knelt down, an incomparably gentle force emerged. Even though he was a 5th-grade elemental energy cultivator, he didn't have any ability to resist and could only stand up with the force of this force. Xiao Hua didn't look at Ao Zhantian. Instead, he stared coldly at the great demon and the rainbow dragon. Didn't you want to kill Xiao Hua? Now that I'm here, I'd like to see how you're going to kill him. While speaking, Xiao Hua waved his 2 hands, and 2 large hands appeared out of thin air, grabbing at the great demon and the colorful dragon at the same time. Under the giant hands, the space within a radius of 100 kilometers was sealed. Both the great demon and the colorful dragon were startled. The 2 great demon immediately activated their divine abilities in an attempt to escape. The great demon's wings flapped rapidly, causing ripples to appear in the nearby space. Black and white light scuttled out from the ripples. Unfortunately, before his figure could even move, Xiao Hua's giant hand had already descended. The great demon hurriedly opened his mouth again, and several crimson-red demonic lights rushed out in an attempt to block the giant hand. The demonic lights immediately collapsed upon colliding with the giant hands. Even the great demon's tail struck the giant hands. However, the countless divine abilities were nothing more than a bluff in the face of the giant hands. The giant hands closed, and the 7th-grade great demon, Swallowing Sun, was caught in Xiao Hua's hands. Looking at Xiao Hua's other hand, the colorful dragon's horns shot out beams of light, its dragon chi spat out from its mouth, and its claws that could tear through space were all unable to stop the giant hands for even a second. The great demon, who was several times stronger than the great demon race, was caught by Xiao Hua's giant hands just like grabbing a small snake. If you dare to touch me, my clan's divine ancestor will definitely not forgive you. The great demon screamed hysterically, and his voice was filled with fear. Hee hee. Xiao Hua sneered. A green light flashed between his eyebrows, and dozens of soul strands instantly pierced into the great demon's forehead. The great demon's screams immediately disappeared, and his entire body twitched violently, appearing to be in great pain. Damn it! The colorful dragon was shocked. How could he not know that Xiao Hua was soul-searching? He cursed angrily, and the colorful light around his body flourished. However, the colorful light merely flickered for a moment before extinguishing. At the same time, his dragon body was also twitching in the giant hands. Seeing this, Ao Zhan was shocked. Because Xiao Hua was soul-searching 2 great demons at the same time. This was something that Ao Zhan didn't dare to imagine. Within 1,000 kilometers, it was filled with a strange aura. The snowflakes didn't fly, and the wind didn't howl. Only Xiao Hua, who was about 3 meters tall, stood there proudly, as if he was the center of the world. In just a short moment, Xiao Hua's brows furrowed slightly. Then, the 2 giant hands moved at the same time. Papa! 2 loud sounds rang out at the same time. 2 streaks of blood-red light soared into the sky. The great demon's body and the colorful dragon's body were crushed by Xiao Hua's giant hands. When the giant hands threw down the 2 disfigured corpses, the crowd couldn't help but tremble. They had seen ferocious cultivators, but they had never seen a ferocious person who could crush a dragon's body with his bare hands. At this time, Xiao Hua was really anxious and furious. With a wave of his hand, the Kunlun mirror appeared out of thin air. As the light beam swayed, the black bear, white lion, and golden eagle rushed out. Then, under the crowd's astonishment, the Fortune Gate's army of 200,002 lightning boats were released from the Shenhua continent. No one dared to make a sound. After the army of 200,000 was ready, Xiaohua raised his hand and pointed at the fire pillar in the sky. He looked at the black bear and the other two great demons and said, "Do you see this? This Xiao has only been away for 200 years, and my dignity has been trampled on like this." Although Bai Qingyu doesn't have the ability to suppress, she has the intention to suppress. What do you think we should do? Under the fire pillar, Xiaohua, whom they worshipped like a god, was struggling in pain. Even though they knew that this Xiaohua was not the Xiaohua in front of them, they were still shocked. Whether it was the black bear, the other two great demons, or the hundreds of thousands of Fortune Gate's disciples, their eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. The black bear crouched in the air and shouted, "Master, please rest assured. This black bear requests an order from Master. Give black bear 200,000 disciples. This black bear will definitely bathe Bai Qingyu in blood and wash away our shame with the blood of a beast king. Go." Xiaohua waved his hand and ordered, "Bathe Bai Qingyu in blood." Yes, bathe Bai Qingyu in blood. Bathe Bai Qingyu in blood. The black bear was overjoyed and shouted loudly. The 200,000 disciples drove the lightning boats, and amidst the rumbling of thunder, they rushed towards Bai Qingyu. "Many thanks, Senior." Even now, Ao Sheng and Ao Zhan still did not dare to recognize Xiaohua as their dragon master. They hurriedly bowed to express their gratitude. Xiaohua smiled faintly and was about to say something when he frowned. His divine sense swept towards the distance, and when he found that his divine sense was blocked, he waved his hand and tens of thousands of disciples flew out from the Kunlun mirror. Xiaohua had no time to explain. He pointed at Ao Zhantian and said, "This is an old acquaintance of mine, Ao Zhantian. Listen to his orders." The disciple leading the troops did not dare to delay and respectfully answered. Xiaohua then released Yuan Ye, Taoist Jingting, and Xian Songzi. He pointed at Ao Sheng and said, "Yeah, this is Ao Sheng. You've seen him before. Help him subdue these dragons. If they dare to resist, kill them all." "Yes, Master." Yuan Ye held the devil's spear in his hand, exuding an imposing aura. He acknowledged Xiaohua's order and his gaze fell on the dragons. Before he could do anything, the bone dragon's terrifying aura on the devil's spear had already scared the dragons out of their wits. Xiaohua then pointed in another direction and said, "Xian Songzi, Taoist Jingting, Zhai Xingzi, and the others are there. The two of you are responsible for protecting them." Xian Songzi and Jinren Jingting were the first to cultivate scattered nascent souls, but they were different from Xiaohua's 100 or so scattered nascent souls. They had their own consciousness, and Xiaohua didn't dare to use his own method to refine them. Therefore, they didn't spend all their time cultivating in Xiaohua's dantian, and their progress wasn't as fast as other scattered nascent souls. Even so, as the saying goes, the pavilion closest to the water enjoys the moonlight first. The two scattered nascent souls had already crossed 7 tribulations and reached the mid-level of the 7th grade. At this time, the two of them did not dare to delay after hearing Xiaohua's order. They bowed and rushed in the direction Xiaohua had pointed. Xiaohua's figure was like a rainbow as he soared into the sky. His voice sounded behind him, "After you're done here, go to the fire pillar. We'll all come to Bai Qingyu for the banquet." "Yes, Master." Yuan Ye answered. A group of Fortune Gate disciples had already surrounded the space. This is really Dragon Master Xiaohua." Seeing Yuan Ye's appearance, Ao Xing came to a realization. After all, he had seen Yuan Ye on the Dragon Island. However, looking at Yuan Ye's strength of the 7th level of origin power, he really did not dare to believe it. It had only been 200 years, how did they become so strong? All of a sudden, Ao Sheng screamed again. Looking at the little white dragon in pain under the fire pillar, he screamed to Ao Zhan, "Damn it, I know it now. This is the little white dragon." Others might not know about it, but Ao Sheng and Ao Zhan were well aware of it. Back on Dragon Island, Xiaohua, the little white dragon who had just formed his body, and Reverend Yun had fought Long Si and the dimensional monsters with them. Suppressing the little white dragon is no different from suppressing Xiaohua. Ao Zhan also came to a realization and said coldly, "This Bai Qingyu really deserves to die." "It's not just Bai Qingyu who deserves to die," The ancient Bell Mountain also deserves to die. Ao Zhantian's face turned cold as he looked at Shui Mingzi, who was so regretful that he wanted to dig out his intestines to clean them. Chapter 4373. Although Xiongyi had led over 10,000 Fortune Gate disciples over, and the Endless Merchant Union had sent over a few thousand demonic beasts to help, they were still too weak. However, in the face of tens of thousands of demon generals and demon soldiers, Zhai Xingzi and the others were still in dire straits. Facing such a hopeless situation, Zhai Xingzi and the others didn't have any regrets. Death was inevitable in a person's life. Even among cultivators, how many could live forever? Death could be as light as a feather or as heavy as a mountain. Whether it was a feather or a mountain, it was the judgment of others. At the end of the day, life and death were still controlled by one's own heart. In the eyes of others, Zhai Xingzi and the others might have died out of blind loyalty or stupidity, but the four of them had no regrets in their hearts. In the face of death, the great Tao seemed incomparably clear. The calmness in their hearts was truly the sail towards the great Tao. However, there was always a way out, and the heavenly Tao wouldn't let down those with a pure heart. Just as Bai Qingyu crazily showed off the image of her suppressing the little white dragon to the sky, Zhai Xingzi and Zhang Daoran saw that the humans were already surrounded by tens of thousands of demonic beasts, and all their efforts were about to turn into flowing water. Just as they were about to die, they saw a towering killing intent rushing towards them from another direction behind them. Streams of heaven and earth origin energy condensed into a complete chi wave and poured down like a tidal wave. This scene was akin to tens of thousands of nascent soul cultivators circulating their magic power at the same time. It wasn't something they had seen before. They couldn't help but be shocked, and their faces turned even paler. Could it be? The two of them thought at the same time. Is this another ambush by Bai Qingyu? Could it be that she thinks that all the Tao Gate cultivators of the hidden immortal mainland will come to save Xiaohua? As they thought about it, they still released their divine sense. When they saw the tens of thousands of Fortune Gate disciples 1,000 miles away, their eyeballs almost fell to the ground. The two of them looked at each other and cried out, "No? No way, right?" All the nascent soul cultivators of the hidden immortal mainland came to save Xiaohua. Zhai Xingzi's voice trembled as he said to Gusu Qiudi in surprise, We're saved." Gusu Qiudi's injuries were extremely severe. She was no longer able to release her divine sense, much less use the eye-clearing technique. She also looked into the distance in shock. Her mouth was slightly agape as she asked curiously, "Could it be that they are our reinforcements?" Phew! Zhai Xingzi took a deep breath and said, "That's right." In order to save Taoist Master Xiao, all the Taoist cultivators in the hidden immortal continent have come. How is this possible? Gusu Qiudi shouted, although Taoist Zhao's benevolence is unparalleled in the world, but his charm doesn't seem to be enough to make all the Taoist cultivators of the hidden immortal continent come to his rescue, right? That's right. We've all underestimated Taoist Master Xiao. Zhai Xingzi smiled. If he can show kindness to us, he can naturally show kindness to other cultivators as well. Looks like Gongshu Exen is really blind. What does this have to do with Gongshu Exen? Gusu Qiudi pouted and snuggled into Zhai Xingzi's arms. Looks like we still have time. That's right. Zhai Xingzi hugged Gusu Qiudi and looked at his opponent. Those Bai Qingyu demons were also stunned. They all left Zhai Xingzi and the others and flew to other places to check out the situation. Xiaohua! 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 Sun Kong Shangren was almost killed by that demon general. At this moment, he had just flown to Zhang Daoran's side. He also released his divine sense. Seeing such a magnificent scene, he couldn't help but slap his own thigh. Damn it, I really admire you. If I knew that you'd be able to convince the entire hidden immortal continent, I wouldn't have risked my life to come and save you. However, after a moment, Sun Kong Shangren was bewildered again. He asked in a low voice, Brother Daoran, Looking at the situation, I'm afraid there are more than 300,000 nascent soul cultivators? Can our hidden immortal continent have so many nascent soul cultivators? That's right. Zhang Daoran was also at a loss. He patted his head and smiled bitterly. I can be considered an out-of-body grandmaster. How can I still be so ignorant? How come I never knew there were so many nascent soul cultivators in the hidden immortal continent? As Zhang Daoran was talking, he suddenly felt a chill in his heart. He activated his spiritual power, and the snow flew up. Not only did it protect him and Sun Kong Shangren, but it also protected Zhai Xingzi and Gusuqiudi. Then, he turned his head and looked behind him. He said coldly, "What? I just fought with the demon race. Are you going to loot a burning house? Is the Xianhuang token so shameless?" Behind Zhang Daoran and the others, more than 10 Confucian cultivators of the Xianhuang token had quietly surrounded them. The leading Confucian cultivator had already taken out his weapon. Hearing Zhang Daoran's reprimand, the Confucian cultivator smiled and said, "Hee, we're assassins. We only know how to follow orders." "Damn it!" Sun Kong Shangren cried bitterly. "I didn't die in the hands of the demon race, but now I'm dying in the hands of the human race. I really can't accept this. Kill." Seeing that hundreds of thousands of nascent soul cultivators were approaching, the Confucian cultivators of the Xianhuang token did not dare to stay any longer. The leading Confucian cultivator ordered, and more than 10 Confucian cultivators activated their spiritual qi at the same time. Pillars of Oran qi rushed out of the void. Not only did they fall on the Confucian cultivators, but they also surrounded Zhang Daoran and the others. Zhang Daoran and the others were no match for the Confucian cultivators of the Xianhuang token. Now that they were seriously injured, how could they fight back? Under the Oran qi, Zhang Daoran's snow was knocked away, and the murderous brilliance approached the four again. Damn it! At this critical moment, a voice that all four of them were familiar with rang out. Then, with a rumble, high up in the sky, layer after layer of lightning suddenly appeared. Then, like the wrath of the gods, it violently poured down, enveloping an area of over 10 miles. The lightning was so ferocious that each strand of lightning was filled with anger. Each strand of light could blind a person's eyes. In the eyes of Zhang Daoran and the others, the almost unstoppable attacks of the Xianhuang token cultivators were instantly turned into nothingness when they touched the thunder. The entire space of more than 10 miles was distorted by the impact of the thunder. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 fifth-grade elemental energy qi refinement cultivators and divine Confucian cultivators were turned into blood stains amidst the lightning. In this blood fog, the primordial spirits of more than 10 Confucian cultivators had no chance to escape at all. They were all killed by the thunder. Gusuqiudi was stunned. She was a Confucian cultivator of the middle 5th grade. How could she not know the power of these Confucian cultivators who were close to the 6th grade? But these cultivators were killed in an instant. What was the cultivation of the person who killed them? Xiaohua? Zhai Xingzi looked at the boiling thunder in front of him and thought of the familiar voice from before. It seemed that every thunder had Xiaohua's smiling face. He could not help but cry out, tears flowing out of his eyes. Impossible! Gusuqiudi and Zhai Xingzi's minds were connected. She shouted first, "No matter how powerful Taoist Xiao is, he can only reach the 6th grade in 200 years at most. If this is Xiaohua, then Gongshu Isin should dig out her own eyeballs." At this point, Sun Kong shouted loudly, "Of course it's impossible. Taoist Xiao is still suppressed under the fire pillar." Zhang Daoran and the others hurriedly turned around. Sure enough, the little white dragon under the fire pillar was still struggling. Kill for Laozi. At this moment, a hysterical roar came from the distant sky. This Bai Qingyu actually dared to insult Master. Does she even put Laozi, a black bear guard, in her eyes? If I don't flatten Bai Qingyu today, Laozi will guard Master's back door. What? Black bear spirit? Zhang Daoran had never been to Black Wind Ridge, so he naturally did not know about black bears. When he saw the black bear spirit, he exclaimed, Why? Why is it a demon? Oh no. Gusu Chiodi was the most attentive. She laughed and said, "Didn't you hear what he said? If she insulted his master, then isn't his master Xiaohua?" But Zhai Xingzi frowned even more. This black bear spirit is probably at the 6th grade of essence energy, or even close to the 7th grade, right? How could he guard Xiaohua's back door? At this moment, beside the black bear spirit, white lion and golden condor also appeared. Each of them had a monstrous aura and covered the ground. They shouted loudly, "Massacre by Qingyu and vent master's anger." How could Xiaohua have 3 demons at the 6th grade of essence energy guarding his abode? Sun Kong was also completely confused. Woo! Just at this moment, a powerful divine sense came from the distance like a hurricane. It wrapped around Sun Kong and the others and immediately stopped. The divine sense didn't withdraw, and it actually completely sealed off the area. Damn it, which senior is this? Feeling the power of the divine sense and the wonder of its use, Zhang Daoren, who was already numb from the shock of surprise, said with a bitter smile, "Is this protecting us?" "Brother Daoren." At this moment, a distorted light figure was cast over from afar like the brilliance of a kaleidoscope. When that light figure condensed into a human figure in front of Zhang Daoren, that human figure bowed and saluted. Say, Taoist Master Jingting? Although Zhang Daoren wasn't particularly familiar with Taoist Master Jingting, he always looked familiar. Now that he saw Taoist Master Jingting standing in front of him with a smile, he couldn't help but be bewildered. He cried out in surprise, when did you actually cultivate to the body integration realm?" At this moment, the light shadow behind Taoist Jingting was still swaying and hadn't completely disappeared. The space within 1,000 feet began to ripple. Waves of ripples sprayed out from the space like a fountain. A moment later, another cultivator with an extraordinary bearing appeared from within. "Xian Songzi?" Zhai Xingzi shouted as if he had seen a ghost. You and this old man made an appointment to attend the Jadestage gathering together at Yaodai Mountain. When this old man didn't see you, I thought something happened to you. How come it's only been 200 years, and you've also cultivated to the body integration realm? What kind of opportunity did you encounter? Chapter 4374. Greetings, fellow Taoist Zhai Xingzi. Xian Songzi revealed a smile at the corner of his mouth. He withdrew the essence soul restriction that sealed the surroundings of Zhai Xingzi and the others before bowing and saying, "Junior brother Jingting and I have come under master's orders to protect the 4 of you." "Your master?" Sun Kong frowned and asked curiously, "Your master is Grand Mist Ancestor, right? He seems to have an ordinary relationship with us." "Ah." Taoist Jingting laughed and said, "My master." Zhai Xingzi and the others immediately pricked up their ears, wanting to know who Taoist Jingting and Xian Songzi's master was. Unfortunately, Xian Songzi interrupted Taoist Jingting and said with a smile, "Master only ordered us to protect the 4 of you. He didn't tell us to reveal his name." "All right." Taoist Master Jingting smiled. Of course, he knew that Xiaohua didn't care about revealing his name. However, looking at Xiaohua under the fire pillar in the distance, Taoist Master Jingting was also bewildered. He simply followed Xian Songzi's words and said, "In that case, let's wait for Master's orders. It must be Xiaohua." Although Taoist Jingting and Xian Songzi didn't say it, Gusu Chiodi said, "Gong Shu Isin is going to gouge her eyes out." "How do you know?" Zhai Xingzi asked in confusion. "There are 3 reasons," Gusu Chiodi said with a smile. "First, the voice just now was Xiaohua's voice. Second, Taoist Jingting and Xian Songzi can cultivate from nascent soul to body fusion. It's not strange that Xiaohua can cultivate to 9th grade. Third, a woman's intuition." "Ha." Zhai Xingzi hugged his lover and laughed. "If it's really Xiaohua, then I'll invite Taoist Xiao to the Gusu family to propose marriage. I'd like to see who dares to not give face to a Grand Ascension cultivator." "Hee hee." Gusu Chiodi laughed until her eyes narrowed. She said in a low voice, "Even if it's not Xiaohua, It has a lot to do with Xiaohua. Husband can also ask Xiaohua to invite the senior to the Gusu family. If it's Xiaohua then? Zhang Daoren pointed at the little white dragon in the fire pillar and asked, "Who is this?" Xian Songzi took out a pill and handed it to Gusuqiodi. "Fellow immortal, this is a pill concocted by I. Take it first and see what happens. If it doesn't work, I will ask Martial Uncle to bestow upon you the medicinal pills used by Confucian cultivators." "All right." Gusuqiodi smiled as she took the pill. However, she suddenly realized something and exclaimed, "What? You have an uncle master? What is his cultivation level?" "Hee." Xian Songzi replied in a boastful manner, "What do you think, fellow immortal? Your master is already at the Mahayana stage. Martial uncle should be a literary sage, right?" Gusuqiodi probed. "Could it be that he's a literary star? This is impossible." Fellow immortal, you don't have to guess anymore." Taoist Jing Ting said with a smile, "For fellow Taoists, please follow us to Bai Qingyu. Master has instructed us to attend Qing Bo's banquet." Fellow Taoists. Exalted Master Sun Kong wasn't particularly familiar with Taoist Jing Ting and Xian Songzi. He bowed and said, "If possible, I would like to ask the two fellow Taoists to lend a hand and ask the two fellow Taoists master to save Taoist Xiao." "Fellow Taoist, don't worry." Taoist Jing Ting said with a smile, "Master brought 200,000 disciples to save him." Four thunderbolts blasted Zhai Xingzi, Gusuqiodi, Zhang Daoren, and Exalted Master Sun Kong unconscious. After half a cup of tea's time, Gusuqiodi gasped and said in a low voice, These 200,000 nascent soul cultivators are all your descendants? You're from the same sect? Since when did our hidden immortal continent have a Tao cultivator sect?" It was an indescribable shock. They originally thought that these 200,000 nascent soul cultivators were all the Tao cultivators in the entire hidden immortal continent, but Zhang Daoren and the rest didn't expect that these were merely the nascent soul disciples of a Tao cultivator sect. It wasn't that their imagination wasn't rich enough, it was because they didn't dare to imagine. "Let's talk about this after we meet Master." Xian Songzi and Taoist Jing Ting smiled without saying anything. They raised their hands and said, "Please." Gusuqiodi thought that she had discovered the truth of the matter, but when she heard that there was another Confucian cultivator who was at least a literary saint, she lost all confidence in her guess. Although Xiaohua could miraculously cultivate to the Grand Ascension stage, where would he find another literary saint junior brother up? When Zhai Xingzi and the rest fell into a dead end, Xiong Yi and the rest of the Fortune Gates disciples were also in a desperate situation. Xiong Yi couldn't help but want to roar as he watched his disciples die in front of him. He activated his sword pillar and killed one demon soldier after another, but how could the lives of these demon soldiers be compared to the lives of the Fortune Gates disciples? Xiong Yi's heart was bleeding. Prince Lan's mood wasn't any better. He regretted not killing Xiong Yi outside the battlefield so that he could bring these Fortune Gates disciples back to the soaring Dragon Mountain range. Seeing that Xiong Yi was blocked by a demon general, Prince Lan hurriedly released his divine sense to search for Taoist Master Qing Su, who was hiding among the Fortune Gates disciples. "Prince Lan." Sure enough, Taoist Master Qing Su's voice sounded 1,000 zhang away from Prince Lan. "Are you going to make a move?" "Prince Lan, it's not too late to make a move now. If you delay any longer, all of Bai Qingyu's demon soldiers will surround us and we won't even be able to escape." Another voice sounded. Prince Lan was shocked. "Venerable Master Fan Tian? When did you arrive?" "Not just me." Venerable Master Fan Tian laughed. "The Ancestor has also sent over a dozen nascent soul and leaving aperture realm cultivators to help you. As long as you give the order now, we will immediately make you the master of the soaring Dragon Mountain range. Otherwise, we will prepare to retreat now. After all, Bai Qingyu isn't someone a few nascent soul realm cultivators like us can defeat." "Fine." Prince Lan looked at the corpses all over the ground. Humans and demons were mixed together. He gritted his teeth and said, "I've decided, right at this time, the 200,000 Fortune Gate's iron-blooded disciples drove their lightning bolts out from the left. Their imposing aura filled the entire battlefield. Not only Prince Lan and Xiong Yi, but even Taoist Qing Su and Venerable Master Fan Tian were shocked. When the Fortune Gate's disciples came closer and everyone's divine sense swept over them, they couldn't help but be surprised and delighted. Xiong Yi controlled his sword pillar to dodge the demon general's attack and shouted, "Disciples, our human race has reinforcements. Several 100,000 nascent soul realm disciples are enough to flatten Bai Qingyu. Kill, yes." All of the soaring Dragon Mountain Range's disciples didn't know what was going on, but their hearts were filled with hope and their morale was greatly boosted. Venerable Master Fan Tian. Prince Lan was also in a daze. He transmitted his voice to Venerable Master Fan Tian. Are these the cultivators you mentioned? The ancestor actually has so many disciples? Venerable Master Fan Tian naturally didn't understand what was going on, but when he heard Prince Lan's question he replied proudly, "Of course they aren't my disciples. However, if there is a possibility, then there is only one possibility. This is the ancestor's arrangement. In this world, only our Grand Mist ancestor has such a big hand." At this point, how could Prince Lan not know what to do? He roared and pounced towards the demon general. How could Venerable Master Fan Tian not understand the meaning behind his words? Venerable Master Qing Su leaped up and pounced on Xiong Yi. Kill for me." At this time, in the distant sky, the black bear spirit's hysterical roar entered Prince Lan's and the others' ears. Prince Lan turned pale with fright and hurriedly released his divine sense. The black bear spirit, who hadn't appeared in the sky a moment ago, had actually activated his demonic cloud and revealed the strength of a 6th-grade Origin Qi Realm Great Demon. Beside him, the Golden Eagle and White Lion also revealed their figures. "Not good." Prince Lan frantically shouted, This is my Fortune Gate's disciple." Venerable Master Qing Su and Venerable Master Fan Tian were about to attack, but when they heard Prince Lan's shout, their hearts trembled and they quickly stopped. The two of them looked at each other and quietly retreated. Xiong Yi, who was facing countless murderous intents, naturally didn't notice Venerable Master Qing Su and Venerable Master Fan Tian's ambush. When he heard the black bear spirit's roar and Prince Lan's shout, he hurriedly withdrew and released his divine sense. Sure enough, in the sky behind him, the golden eagle spread its wings and swept away all the snowflakes floating in the air. Its huge demonic body revealed the strength of a 6th-grade Origin Qi Realm cultivator. What's going on? Xiong Yi was stunned. He hurriedly urged his body to fly up into the sky. At this time, a voice came from not far away. "Is Brother Xiong in front?" Xiong Yi was slightly taken aback and hurriedly turned his head. He saw Venerable Master Qing Su and Venerable Master Fan Tian flying over with smiles on their faces. Venerable Master Qing Su? Xiong Yi had seen Venerable Master Qing Su in front of the Yaotai Mountain. He was a little surprised to see Venerable Master Qing Su here. "We are under the orders of the Grand Mist Ancestor to bring a dozen cultivators to rescue Venerable Xiao." Venerable Master Qing Su explained sincerely. When Xiong Yi heard this, a smile appeared on his face. He bowed and said, "Thank you, brother. Thank you for your concern for my master." "You're welcome." Venerable Master Qing Su helped Xiong Yi up with a smile and said, "You and I are both from the Tao sect. When one of us is in trouble, we naturally need help from all sides. Currently, in the hidden immortal continent, only Venerable Xiao can enter my master's eyes. How can my master not come to rescue Venerable Xiao?" At this point, Venerable Master Qing Su said with a puzzled expression, "But what's going on with these hundreds of thousands of cultivators?" Xiong Yi smiled bitterly and said, "I don't know either. When I figure it out, I will tell you in detail. In addition, when Bai Qingyu's matter is over, I will inform my master of your great kindness and ask him to make a decision." Well said. We'll talk about everything after this matter is over." Venerable Master Qing Su smiled and turned to Venerable Master Fan Tian and said, "Senior Brother Fan Tian, how about we join hands and attack Bai Qingyu?" "Okay, Venerable Master Fan Tian laughed loudly. The two of them no longer spoke to Xiong Yi and attacked Bai Qingyu with their techniques. Chapter 4375. Senior Brother Xiong, what is going on? Cold sweat dripped down Lan's back. He flew to Xiong Yi's side and asked loudly, "Are these hundreds of thousands of disciples really my Fortune Gate's disciples? How would I know?" Xiong Yi felt an indescribable joy in his heart, but he still lowered his voice and said, "I'm just using them to boost the disciples' morale. As for the details, I'll have to ask Black Bear." "Let's go." Prince Lan had a guilty conscience, so he was naturally nervous as he urged Xiong Yi. Xiong Yi and Lan flew high up in the sky and were immediately spotted by the golden condor. The golden condor flapped its wings and arrived in front of the two before Black Bear. It transformed into its human form and bowed. Golden Condor greets the two young masters. "Are you really the Golden Condor?" Lan was in disbelief. After all, the Golden Condor's ferocious aura was much stronger than the demonic beast generals he had encountered before. "Yes, this lowly one is the Golden Condor." The Golden Condor replied indifferently. Although it addressed Lan as the young master, it was Xiaohua's demonic beast guardian. From its point of view, it was closer to Xiaohua. "Are these hundreds of thousands of nascent soul cultivators my Fortune Gate's disciples?" Xiong Yi asked again. The Golden Condor nodded. "These 200,000 disciples are the Fortune Gate's disciples personally trained by Master." "How is that possible?" Prince Lan exclaimed. "Hasn't he been suppressed by Monster Monarch Bikinjiu all these years? How could he train so many nascent soul cultivators?" At this moment, the 200,000 iron-blooded army had already charged past Xiong Yi and His Highness Lan. The two thunderbolts rumbled as they charged towards the depths of Bai Qingyu. Bai Qingyu's demons didn't put up much resistance in this torrent and were all killed. Even if there were dozens of 6th-grade demonic beast generals, there were still severed divinity stage disciples among the Fortune Gate's disciples who flew out and killed them. How could Lan believe that every single Fortune Gate's disciple had a higher cultivation than him? "The one suppressed by Bai Qingyu wasn't Master," the Golden Condor replied. "As for how Master trained these disciples, he will naturally explain it to the young Master." Xiong Yi, Prince Lan. At this moment, the Black Bear spirit flew over. After calling out to them affectionately, he seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly kept his wild waves. He bowed and said, "Black Bear greets the two young sect masters." Seeing Black Bear being so respectful towards him, Xiong Yi smiled and said, "Now that you are a 6th-grade essence energy, this Xiong is merely a 4th-grade essence energy. You are the Xiong Senior." I don't dare." Black Bear was a little arrogant, but he was only respectful. "Black Bear is only the old master's gatekeeper. I can't be compared to young sect master." "Where's Master?" His Highness Lan asked again. "I don't know either." Black Bear laughed. "Master has already arrived a step earlier. I don't know where he went." "See." His Highness Lan was shocked, and cold sweat immediately appeared on his back. "Black Bear, tell me honestly. You are already at 6th-grade essence force. Where is Master?" Xiong Yi had a clear conscience, and there was only ecstasy in his heart. He understood that since Xiaohua was able to nurture an ordinary Fortune Gate disciple into a nascent soul realm cultivator, and even a nascent soul realm cultivator, then as Xiaohua's disciple his future was limitless. Does that even need to be said? White Lion also flew over and laughed. "From today onwards, our Fortune Gate's disciples can do whatever they want in the 3 mainlands. This is too inconceivable, too inconceivable." Xiong Yi really didn't know how to express his incomparably wild emotions. "Bear Palm Sect Master?" At this time, Ingpa also flew over and shouted, "What's going on?" "Ah, my master is here." Xiong Yi laughed loudly. "These 200,000 nascent soul realm disciples are all my Fortune Gate's disciples. That's impossible, right?" Ingpa was still alive, and he looked at everyone in confusion. He then looked at the little white dragon inside the fire pillar and said, "If Master Xiao is here, then who is being suppressed under the fire pillar?" Black Bear Spirit shrugged and shook his head. "Old Master didn't say, so I don't know either." Boom! At this time, a burst of devil chi soared into the sky, and a figure flashed by. Bai Qingyu, a 7th grade Essence Force Great Beast, was killed, and the commotion immediately attracted everyone's attention. Is that Yuanya? Prince Lan's eyeballs almost fell out of their sockets. When did he become so fierce? The fierceness is yet to come. Black Bear Spirit laughed. Black Bear is about to swallow the sun, and Ya is Old Master's inner disciple. How can he be worse than Black Bear? Black Bear Spirit said in a low voice, "Xiong Yi, I boasted in front of Master that I would massacre Bai Qingyu. You also know that I can fight alone, but when it comes to mobilizing troops, I'm not even fit to carry your shoes. You have to help me." "Oh, these disciples don't know you. Just give the order, I'll pass it to you." Xiong Yi laughed and said, "With these 200,000 disciples, why would I need to mobilize troops? Wouldn't it be easier to just flatten Bai Qingyu?" Black Bear Spirit only laughed and didn't dare to reply. Since Xiong Yi said so, he naturally didn't dare to be careless. He released his divine sense and began to pass down the order. Xiong Yi was even more shocked when he saw the 200,000 disciples advancing in an orderly manner. This was clearly an army that had been on the battlefield for a long time. With such an army, who in the 3 mainlands could be the Fortune Gate's opponent? Xiong Yi had never seen such a battle formation before. Xiaohua was also anxious. Seeing the little white dragon suppressed by the fire pillar and the Fortune Gate's disciples fighting on the battlefield, he sent out 200,000 Fortune Gate's iron army. Back in the ruins, when the devil race invaded, the Fortune Gate only sent out 200,000 disciples. Those 200,000 disciples roamed the southwest of the ruins, saved 8 sects from danger, and defeated the devil race. Their fame spread far and wide. Now, how could a small Bai Qingyu compare to the devil race? Although these 200,000 disciples weren't all the original 200,000 disciples, the main force was still there. Facing Bai Qingyu's demon soldiers and generals, these 200,000 Fortune Gate's disciples were like a flood that washed over the land. The several 100,000 demonic beast cultivators who tried to resist were like small ripples in the water as they were annihilated. The several 100,000 demonic beast cultivators who were holding back the rear also hurried over to meet the battle. Seeing such an unstoppable attack, Xiong Yi was shocked. He flew to the Black Bear Spirit's side and opened his mouth, but no words came out. Not only were these Fortune Gate's disciples powerful, but their teamwork was also very good. More importantly, there was a cultivator who was better at commanding than him. Xiong Yi had already noticed that after he gave out his orders, the Fortune Gate's disciples would complete their tasks to the letter. Moreover, they would also reorganize some details that he hadn't thought of. Moreover, this situation didn't happen in one place, but in different areas of the 200,000 disciples. In other words, there were many disciples who were commanding the battle. At this point, Xiong Yi was too embarrassed to give any orders. He looked at the Black Bear Spirit and said, "Black Bear, Master asked you to command this battle, because he has a card up his sleeve. Why are you pulling me?" Is that so? The Black Bear Spirit naturally couldn't see the reason. He scratched his head and said, "How would I know? I'm just afraid of messing up Master's plan." "Then what do you think we should do?" "Easy." Xiong Yi looked at Prince Lan, then at the Golden Condor and White Lion. He smiled and said, "Just 5 words." Say it. The Black Bear Spirit urged. "Bathe Bai Qingyu in blood." Xiong Yi replied word by word. "That's right, massacre." The Black Bear Spirit snorted coldly, and a fierce light flashed in his eyes. Master is benevolent. If he wasn't forced, he would never give orders like this. Xiong Yi smiled, but the smile on his face was cold. He replied, "However, we lost more than half of our Fortune Gate's disciples in this battle. Do you think the Fortune Gate's disciples you brought will show mercy?" Kill. The black bear spirit understood and shouted, "Massacre by Qingyu." Naturally, there was no need for the black bear spirit to say the word kill. The Fortune Gate's disciples from the Shenhua continent flew over and saw the corpses on the ground. There was no lack of humans among them. Their eyes had long turned red. The lightning above the lightning boats were like swords, while the treasures below the boats were like blades. The blades and swords fell on by Qingyu's demonic beasts, reaping their lives every time. The demonic beasts' lives and blood were washing away the humiliation they had inflicted on Taoist Xiao. While Zhai Xingzi, Xiong Yi, Ao Sheng, and Ao Zhantian were ecstatic to have escaped death, the three beast kings and the group of demonic beasts nearby Qingyu's heavenly dam water prison were in a predicament. These demonic beast clansmen who were gulping down wine, meat, and slaughtering demonic beasts as appetizers laughed heartily when they saw the appearance of the 200,000 Fortune Gate disciples. They thought that it was another free meal. However, when they saw the Fortune Gate disciples slaughtering the demonic beast clansmen, destroying Bai Qingyu's demonic beast formation like a hot knife through butter, and the two lightning ships approaching the heavenly dam water prison, they were dumbfounded. My eyes aren't playing tricks on me, right? Peng Jun looked at the light screen in disbelief and released his primordial sense. His primordial sense swept across the battlefield like a mountain. The killing intent of the hundreds of thousands of disciples almost destroyed his primordial sense. Peng Jun couldn't help but ask. And Ai Quan was also dumbfounded. Could it be that the Tao Gate's cultivators from the hidden immortal continent are all here for Taoist Xiaohua? How is that possible? Bai Qing's body flashed with a five-colored halo as he replied coldly, even the entire hidden immortal continent can't have so many high-level cultivators, right? Then where did these humans come from? It seems like we didn't receive any information at all, right? Peng Jun frowned. Who cares where they came from? Bai Qing laughed loudly. Right now, not only do we have Bai Qingyu's demonic beasts, but we also have the demonic beasts from Shrouding Sky Ridge and Ancient Bell Mountain. Why would we be afraid of these hundreds of thousands of humans? Do you think these demonic beasts in front of us are pushovers? I originally thought that this would be a feast, and these human cultivators were merely appetizers. Who would have thought that they would actually become a feast? Brothers. Chapter 4376. Yes. The group of great demons stood up proudly and replied while wiping the blood from their mouths. Assemble all of Bai Qingyu's demon soldiers and kill the humans. Bai Qing ordered coldly, completely disregarding the hundreds of thousands of nascent soul cultivators. Yes, Your Majesty. The great demons received the order and moved their demon clouds. The two demon kings, Peng Jun and Ai Quan, also looked at each other and ordered the remaining great demons, you all also lead all the men to fight against the humans. The group of great demons left, leaving only the three demon kings and other demon attendants at the foot of the mountain. Ai Quan raised his head to look at Xiao Hua under the fire pillar and said with a smile, "The humans are the most cunning. Brother demon, you have to be careful. Don't fall for the humans' trick of luring the tiger away from the mountain." Trick of luring the tiger away from the mountain? Bai Qing's tone was full of disdain as she replied, "Brother demon, have you forgotten? The humans also have a saying that all schemes and tricks are nothing in front of strength. Do you think that the human cultivators can succeed in their schemes in front of us demon kings? Brother demon, you better not be too careless." Ai Quan said with some worry, "This is 200,000 nascent soul cultivators. I have never heard that the hidden immortal continent has so many Taoist disciples. If it's really a trick of luring the tiger away from the mountain, this is a bit too much." Peng Jun's eyes flickered with golden light as he looked at the battle in the distance and said indifferently, "Xiao Hua, who is only at the 4th or 5th grade of essence energy, is it worth it?" Suddenly, Ai Quan opened his mouth again and asked very strangely, "Brother Peng, I still don't understand one thing. I didn't dare to ask before. At this point, I think it's better to ask." What question does Brother Demon have? Could it be that we haven't been frank enough? Peng Jun was stunned. "It's not a big question." An Quan glanced at Bai Qing and asked, Brother Peng seems to want to get some information from Xiao Hua, right? Since he's not willing to answer, why can't we search his soul? Although our demon race's soul-searching method can't compare to the humans, it's still better than interrogating for 100 years, right? I'll have to ask Brother Bai to answer this question. Peng Jun's face twitched slightly, revealing a smile yet not a smile as he replied. Bai Qing didn't hide anything and replied, I've thought about this before. However, the soul-searching technique of the demon race is different from that of the human race. Moreover, I've also asked the Confucian cultivators of the human race. They said that the Taoist sect is the best at soul-searching. However, the Confucian cultivator had also said that no matter how brilliant the soul-searching technique was, there was always a chance of failure. So, at this point, Bai Qing pointed at a certain spot in the air and said in a low voice, Ancestor doesn't allow it. Alright, then I understand. When Quan heard the old ancestor's name, respect immediately appeared on his face. He knew that the information Bai Qingyu wanted was too important and couldn't be careless in the slightest. He turned his head again, looked around, and said with a smile, Apart from the banquet, we've also invited you into our trap. I wonder if the two demon brothers will be able to find any clues in this battle. We still don't know if there's any progress on the matter we're waiting for. However, it seems that Brother Ni's matter has already been ruined. Peng Jun replied with a faint smile. Quan nodded and said, Although there hasn't been any news, looking at the situation, there's a more powerful enemy after these humans. This enemy isn't someone that our ancient Bell Mountain can compare to. Anyway, it's just a setup in the human race. If it doesn't work this time, there'll be a next time. Boom! At this moment, a strong wind roared in the distant sky, and several thick five-colored light pillars soared into the sky. However, the beam of light disappeared in a flash, leaving no trace behind. It's indeed a diversion. Peng Jun laughed and said with a sweep of the golden light in his eyes. However, after a moment, his face changed slightly, and he said in a low voice, Oh no, the enemy seems to be quite powerful or has some special divine ability. I can't find any trace of it. Bai Qing was also slightly stunned. She glanced at Peng Jun and asked curiously, Even Brother Peng can't find it? Peng Jun's face became more and more serious, and he said in a low voice, It seems that we're going to have some trouble. Brother Bai, have you informed the star-concealing lake about today's battle? Quan asked hurriedly. Bai Qing replied, In addition, if Brother Yao has informed, then I'll inform too. When Peng Jun heard this, his face showed a trace of relief, and he said, That's good. That's good. If something really goes wrong, we won't be able to explain it. Quan was even more curious, and he transmitted his voice. Brother Peng, what do you want to ask? It seems that you're more nervous than Bai Qing. I can't say. Peng Jun smiled and didn't answer. Quan was about to speak again. Buzz. Suddenly, the weather within a radius of 100 miles changed. The dark clouds suddenly began to roar like waves, and thousands of vortexes formed in midair. Each vortex had wisps of lightning flashing in it. The three monster kings turned pale with fright when they felt the will that was even more vast than the mountains slowly descending from the clouds. After receiving the three beast kings' orders, the group of greater demons led their troops out to meet the Fortune Gate's disciples head-on. The dozen or so greater demons had yet to wipe the blood from the corners of their mouths, and they immediately released their demonic chi. With demonic clouds and demonic weapons in their hands, they charged towards the Fortune Gate's disciples. In the eyes of these greater demons, a grade 4 nascent soul cultivator was just an appetizer, even if there were 200,000 of them. Xiong Yi was alarmed when he saw the greater demons flying towards them from afar. He hurriedly shouted, Black Bear, quick, order the army to get into formation. This is a grade 7 nascent soul realm greater demon. It's not something we can deal with. Okay. Although Black Bear answered, the disdain in his eyes was obvious. After witnessing the bloody battle between the human race and the devil race, no one would be too concerned about these demonic beasts. Get into formation and meet the enemy. Black Bear roared in midair. Gotcha! Huge lightning bolts emerged from the two lightning boats at the same time. The lightning bolts intersected and protected the two lightning boats. Furthermore, after the two lightning boats stopped, lightning bolts appeared on the surface of the flying boats. These lightning bolts formed a net that spread out in all directions. When the 200,000 nascent soul cultivators saw that the two lightning boats had stopped, they also stopped their attacks. However, they did not stop. Instead, they flew in an extremely orderly manner. Some flew to the left, some to the right, and some even flew off into the distance. However, in the time it took to brew a cup of tea, the 200,000 nascent soul cultivators split into 108 small groups and surrounded the Heaven Dam water prison's light pillar. Boom, boom, boom. The moment the 108 small groups appeared, the entire ground shook. Countless amounts of heaven and earth origin energy condensed into thumb-sized crystal lights that fell on the 108 small groups. When the yuan qi of heaven and earth landed, the 108 spots simultaneously flashed with brilliance. Obscure ripples soared into the sky and gathered together in a tacit understanding. Then, they descended towards the light pillars and sealed the entire Sky Dam water prison tightly. This is the capital Heavenly Stars formation. Xiongyi couldn't help but exclaim when he saw how familiar the light and the fluctuations were. That's right. Black Bear said proudly. This is the military formation that General Sun set up based on the Old Master's capital Heavenly Stars formation. Ever since our Fortune Gates disciples activated it, they have been invincible and have never been defeated. General Sun? Xiongyi was taken aback. He didn't know who Black Bear was talking about. Hee. Black Bear realized that he had misspoken. He chuckled and pointed to the front. Xiongyi, look ahead. Oh? Xiongyi smiled. Naturally, he wouldn't ask too much. However, he didn't mind Black Bear changing the topic. However, when Xiongyi saw the Fortune Gates disciples flying out from the 108 small groups, he couldn't help but be shocked. He exclaimed in shock, "How is this possible? There are actually so many body integration realm disciples?" There aren't that many. Most of these disciples are 6th grade Essence Force incarnations. Only a few of them are 7th grade Essence Force incarnations. Black Bear chuckled. He didn't seem to care at all. In the past, Xiaohua had taken away tens of thousands of babies from the soaring Dragon Mountain range. These babies had spent thousands of years in the heavenly prison. Their aptitudes might not be comparable to Lu Yi and the others, but the Shenhua continent's heaven and earth origin energy was unbelievably abundant. Moreover, when these babies cultivated, they were different from Lu Yi and the others. They focused on Dao Sec's magic arts and even lightning arts. Therefore, after thousands of years of focused cultivation, many of the disciples had divine abilities that weren't inferior to Lu Yi and the others. These disciples were the pillars of the Fortune Gate, and at the same time, they were also the elites of the Shenhua continent. After experiencing the ruins and the desolate continent, their knowledge and cultivation had improved greatly. Now, they had all established their own sections. However, there were too many powerful people on the Shenhua continent. Without the permission of the Lightning Sage and Xiaohua, they were still juniors and didn't establish their own sections. Even when Xiaohua had casually pulled them out of the Shenhua continent during the battle here, they had only thought of themselves as ordinary Fortune Gate disciples. Only when the Heavenly Star formation was completed and they were facing a 7th grade Essence Force Great Demon did they reveal their sharpness like an awl entering a sack. Master is really generous. Xiongyi groaned. His mouth was full of bitterness. There were tens of thousands of disciples in the soaring Dragon Mountain range, and the highest cultivation was only 4th grade Nascent Soul Realm. When Xiaohua appeared, he casually took out a Nascent Soul Realm disciple. Moreover, these body integration realm and spirit severing realm cultivators, which had never appeared on the hidden immortal continent, were hidden among the Nascent Soul Realm cultivators. The offensive formation from before must have been set up by these high-grade disciples. Xiongyi was smiling bitterly when a cold voice sounded from several formations in the distance. Damn feathered beast, you dare to block the way? Hand over your life. Chapter 4377. Xiong-yi knew that it was Yuan Ye's voice the moment he heard it, and he hurriedly looked over. Sure enough, about 10 miles to the left, Yuan Ye flew over with more than 10 giant dragons. Seeing an eagle-like great demon charging over, he immediately waved his bone spear and went up to meet it. That greater demon had the bloodline of the sky concealing Ridge's golden-winged great pung. He saw that the array set up by the Fortune Gate's disciples was very profound. Even though the one flying out of the array was only a 6th-grade Origin Energy Tao Gates cultivator, if he attacked directly, he might not have the upper hand. Just as he was thinking about whether or not to attack, he heard Yuan Ye scolding the array, and he couldn't help but feel angry. That greater demon stretched his neck and let out a long cry. Gee! He spread his wings, and his entire body soared into the sky. Then, with a turn, he swooped down like a mountain. His eagle claws not only let out shrill whistling sounds, they even tore through the void. Come on! Yuan Ye narrowed his eyes and roared. Pitch-black true energy flashed around his body. This true energy was different from devil chi, and it didn't have devil flames or devils. However, when this true energy entered the bone spear, devil chi began to form from the bone spear's handle. Countless thumb-sized devils were born from the bone spear, and they rushed towards the tip of the spear. When the demonic chi carried the demon general through the bone spear, a demonic dragon was born in Yuan Ye's hand. It was surrounded by demonic chi. That devil dragon roared and charged into the sky. Even though the golden-winged great peng's claws tore through the void, wherever the devil dragon flew out, the devil chi would fill the void. Rip! An ear-piercing sound rang out as the golden-winged great peng's claws tore the devil dragon's devil chi apart. One by one, the blood devils were cut in half by the devil chi. Under the devil chi, the bone spear's body was revealed once again. Seeing that the attack was effective, the great golden-winged rock let out another clear cry and opened its mouth. Whoosh! A silver-white beam of light fell. Wherever the beam of light landed, all the torn demonic chi was destroyed. Not a single demon escaped. However, just as the golden-winged rock was about to grab Yuan Ye's body with its claws, Yuan Ye suddenly raised his hand and flicked the spear. The entire body of the spear emitted a mysterious crimson color. At the tip of the spear, the bone dragon's mouth spat out a ray of bloody light, which landed on the golden-winged rock's body. The golden-winged rock was shocked. It flapped its wings to try to dodge, but it was only able to dodge the attack. One of its wings was hit by the blood light. Sizzle! When the sanguine light landed on the wing, half of the wing was immediately corroded. The golden-winged rock's body immediately became unstable. Go to hell! Seeing this, Yuan Ye suddenly roared. A pitch-black light flashed around his body. Under the urging of his dermic powers, the demonic spear pounced forward like a dragon. The dragon's horn was like the tip of the spear, and it pierced right into the golden-winged rock's abdomen. Puff! The golden-winged rock's demon body, which had been tempered for an unknown period of time, was unable to block the demonic spear. The tip of the spear ruthlessly pierced into the demon body. The golden-winged rock let out a mournful cry. Its other wing flapped rapidly, and its entire body flew up in the hurricane, trying to escape. However, the golden-winged rock only flew up a few feet. At the spot where the demonic spear had pierced into the demon body, a fist-sized demonic flame appeared. This demonic flame began to spread rapidly from the golden-winged rock's abdomen to other parts of its body. Caw-caw! The golden-winged rock panicked. As it screeched, it hurriedly spat out another ray of silver-white light, trying to destroy the demonic flame. However, before it could spit out a few rays of silver-white light, the demonic flame had already swallowed its several hundred zhang body. A short while later, a blood-red phantom emerged from the demonic flame. It seemed to be the greater demon's secret technique. Unfortunately, this phantom had only just poked its head out. Oh! Several devils formed from demonic flame emerged from all directions, opening their mouths wide as they pounced on the phantom. In a few breaths' time, the phantom was swallowed by a group of devils. See! Xiong-yi, who was watching from afar, was dumbfounded. He sucked in a breath of cold air as he said, This is a 7th grade Origin Chi Realm Greater Demon. He was killed just like that? It's not just this greater demon, look at the others. The black bear spirit said nonchalantly as he pointed in another direction. Sure enough, other than the greater demon that Yuanya was fighting, there were more than a dozen greater demons leading several hundred 6th grade Origin Chi Realm Greater Demon Generals. With the demonic spear in Yuanya's hand, dealing with the greater demon was a piece of cake, but the other Fortune Gate disciples were having a hard time. Most of them were fighting with the greater demon, and there were even 3 to 5 Fortune Gate disciples who were forced into a passive position, almost losing their lives several times. Although Xiong-yi saw it, he could only watch from the sidelines. This level of battle was beyond his ability, and he would only be throwing his life away if he went up. Woo! Right at this moment, a series of thunderous roars that resembled the roars of giant beasts resounded in front of the group of Fortune Gate's disciples. In the next moment, they saw the dense clouds in the middle of the capital heaven star formation churning rapidly as thousands of vortexes formed within the formation. Then, thousands of lightning bolts flashed within the vortexes, striking down towards the ground. As the lightning bolts fell, the space within 100 li was filled with huge pillars of lightning. Within these pillars of lightning, a powerful consciousness descended from the heavens, and in a few breaths' time, it had enveloped an area of 1,000 li. Boom! As the unshakable consciousness descended, the capital heavenly stars formation let out an even more powerful roar. The 108 talisman-like formations suddenly lit up, emitting dazzling lightning bolts. The lightning bolts soared into the sky, attacking the dozen greater demons and several hundred demon generals blocking the army. Woo! Like a whirlwind, the 7th grade Essence Chi Great Demon and the 6th grade Essence Chi Demon General were instantly annihilated by the lightning. When the lightning passed by, not to mention bones, even the primordial spirit and soul did not have a single trace left behind. See! Xiong-yi's eyeballs almost fell out of their sockets. However, the scene that appeared next made him freeze in midair, and he even forgot to breathe. As the consciousness descended, in the midst of the several thousand pillars of lightning, a several thousand zhang tall golden body slowly appeared in the sky. This golden body appeared from the feet, inch by inch, and with every inch of the golden body that appeared, the vastness of the consciousness increased by a little. Although the appearance of the golden body seemed slow, in reality, it was extremely fast. When the consciousness that filled heaven and earth had reached its limit, the appearance of the golden body was revealed. Although all the Fortune Gate's disciples had a premonition in their hearts, when Xiong-yi's sword-like eyebrows reached his temples, his phoenix-like eyes slanted, and the anger and supreme majesty between his brows appeared in the sky, the reverence and worship in the hearts of all the disciples also reached an extreme level. The morale that had been suppressed by the greater demons instantly soared into the sky like an unsheathed sword, matching with Xiao Hua's consciousness, as if it was Xiao Hua's sword. Xiao Hua. When the 3 greater demon kings saw Xiao Hua's appearance, the shock in their hearts was even greater than when they saw the sky collapse. How is this possible? Golden light flickered in Peng Jun's eyes, and the feathers around his body trembled rapidly under Xiao Hua's pressure. How can Xiao Hua be a Mahayana cultivator? How can there be a Mahayana cultivator in this world? Damn it! Enai Quan's heart was like dead ashes. I actually schemed against a human cultivator with a 9th grade essence force. Am I tired of living? Could this be a trap set by Xiao Hua for me by Qingyu? Bai Qing thought even more. Oh no. This can't be Xiao Hua, this is Qi. Peng Jun immediately exclaimed without hesitation. Bai Qing and Enai Quan were stunned, and asked in surprise, Who is Qi? Brother Peng, at this point, could it be that you still have something to hide? What's the point of asking so much now? Peng Jun sneered, and tried his best to resist the pressure and shouted, How should we deal with it? What countermeasures can we come up with? Bai Qing smiled bitterly. This human cultivator is at the 9th grade essence force. There's an essential difference between the 9th grade and the 8th grade. What can we do to resist? Damn it. Peng Jun's eyes flashed with viciousness. He's just a human. So what if he's at the 9th grade essence force? The three of us have already risked our lives. Do we still have to be afraid of him? Don't forget, this dragon who looks like Xiaohua has been suppressed by us for close to 200 years. If we fall into his hands, I'm afraid we'll suffer a fate worse than death. That's right. If we die, Peng Sage, Bei Sage, and an I Sage will definitely not let this guy go. Even if he's at the 9th grade essence force, how can he be a match for 3 great sages? An I Quan made a decision in a moment. The 3 demon kings looked at each other and were about to make a move. At this moment, Xiaohua was standing in the air like a god. His eyes were like lightning as he looked around. He coldly snorted and grabbed with his right hand. All the lightning within a few miles was caught in his hand and turned into a lightning sword. Then Xiaohua waved his hand, and the lightning sword slashed at the shadow of the fire pillar in midair. Boom! As the lightning sword fell, whether it was the shadow of light or by Qingyu's demon array, all of them turned into ashes. However, when the lightning sword landed on the heavenly dam water prison, a 5-colored halo emerged from the top of the prison and blocked the lightning sword. Ah! Xiaohua looked at the halo and laughed. The light of a firefly dares to compete with the brilliance of the sun and the moon? Then, Xiaohua shook his hand, and the lightning sword turned into tens of thousands of lightning fragments that fell between heaven and earth. At the same time, he waved his right arm and took out the 5-elemental wishful heaven staff. Grow, grow, grow! Xiaohua roared, and the 5-elemental wishful heaven staff turned into a huge staff that was as big as a mountain. Open! Xiaohua swung the 5-elemental wishful heaven staff and smashed it on the mountain peak of the heavenly dam water prison. Chapter 4378. Boom! The 5-colored halo only resisted for a moment and immediately turned into fragments scattered among the rocks. When the wishful steel staff fell, the entire mountain peak shook extremely. Just in front of hundreds of thousands of human cultivators, the heavenly dam water prison collapsed from the top, revealing the fire pillar that suppressed the little white dragon inside. The wishful steel staff did not stop and still fell on the fire pillar. However, the 5-colored halo on the fire pillar was instantly destroyed, and the various colors of the demon characters inside were broken inch by inch. The crimson magma and flames inside the fire pillar, as well as the 5-colored light in the flames, were also destroyed by the wishful steel staff. It was like a volcanic eruption pouring out in all directions. How is this possible? Ni Quan and Peng Jun were not surprised, but the 5-colored light around Bai Qing's body could not help but jump, and a surprised voice came. Because he was too clear about the origin of this demon array, he really did not believe that Xiaohua could defeat this demon array with a single blow. Ni Quan and Peng Jun did not quite understand why Bai Qing was so surprised, but at this time, they saw Xiaohua waving his big hand holding the wishful steel staff, and the entire collapsed fire pillar was imprisoned by Xiaohua again. Thousands of small thunder threads gushed out from the big hand, covering all the magma and flames, and a small rune flowed between these thunder threads. In the huge roar, the entire fire pillar was condensed again. As Xiaohua's big hand grasped, the huge fire pillar shrank and finally condensed into a fist-sized fire bead. This fire bead was surrounded by thunder patterns, and layers of 5-colored halos also flowed between the thunder patterns. Seeing Xiaohua's magical power, the 3 demon kings who were going to go all out were completely discouraged. The courage that had just been summoned turned into the 9 clouds, and no one knew where it landed. Luckily, the 3 demon kings rejoiced at the same time. The dragon suppressed under the fire pillar was not killed. However, when Xiaohua took back the fire pillar, the heavenly dam water prison turned into an abyss of thousands of feet. At the bottom of the abyss, where was the little white dragon's body? Damn it! Xiaohua scanned the area with his divine sense and immediately flew into a rage. He once again raised his hand. Rumble. 3 enormous bolts of lightning, like dragons, enveloped the 3 monster kings at the same time. Bai Qing and the other beast kings felt the space around them tighten. Not to mention the power of the stars and moon, even the scenery in front of them had changed. The hundreds of thousands of Fortune Gate's disciples from before had turned into a boundless sea of lightning in a flash. Within the sea of lightning, there were horned dragons roaring with fury and dragon's might. You actually dare to make fun of this old man? Xiaohua's dignified voice emerged from the sea of lightning. Following this voice, countless bolts of lightning surged towards the 3 monster kings. Amidst the lightning, a mountain-like fist struck the 3 Fey monarchs. Boom, boom, boom. The void shattered as the 3 Fey monarchs turned pale with fright. They hurriedly tried to dodge, but in the face of absolute power, all their attempts to block and scheme were futile. In the eyes of the 3 Fey monarchs, the fist had already become the world. The 3 8th-grade demonic beast kings had no way of resisting at all. With 3 loud bangs, the huge demonic beast kings were struck by a fist at the same time. The demonic beast kings that had been refined for God knows how many years were instantly smashed open, and the 3 demonic beast kings were sent flying into the air. In just a split second, that fist that covered heaven and earth turned into a palm. With a slight move, the 3 monster kings' bloody bodies were pulled back. At this time, the 3 monster kings no longer had any thoughts of resistance. Bai Qing pleaded, "Taoist Xiao, please spare my life. What happened, this little one, is also not clear." That's right. An icon called out in a servile manner. Just now when the image of the fire pillar appeared, this little one was still worried, so I used my essence force to take a look. The dragon clan is still safe and sound there, father? At this time, suddenly, an ecstatic voice came from underground not far away. Then, another voice calmly called out, "Father, have you escaped?" Goldie? This voice naturally came from the bottom of his heart. Xiaohua was shocked. He no longer cared about interrogating the 3 monster kings. His other hand grabbed towards the source of the voice. The entire earth shook violently again. Xiaohua's big hand directly pierced into the ground. When the big hand reached out again, Goldie and Blackie appeared in midair, full of energy. Father! Goldie shouted and flew toward Xiaohua. However, when he saw Xiaohua's huge golden body, he couldn't help but be a little stunned. On the other hand, Blackie seemed very calm. Although he was wagging his tail, he also looked at Xiaohua's golden body in a daze. If the 2 little ones didn't go through experience, they wouldn't be like this. Xiaohua was Xiaohua, their father. However, after more than 200 years of experience, they had a lot of understanding of strength and realm. They also understood that their father couldn't have reached such a high realm in such a short time. Damn it! Seeing that the 2 little ones were safe and sound, Xiaohua's heart calmed down. Looking at Bai Qing, who was imprisoned by him, he angrily rebuked, "Not only did you tarnish my name, you suppressed my good friend, and you even imprisoned my child. You really deserve to die." As he spoke, he stretched out his right index finger. A thunderbolt like a sword pierced through the air and stabbed towards Bai Qing. "Father, wait." Goldie saw that Xiaohua was angry and hurriedly shouted again, "Although this monster king suppressed father, oh no, how could his strength suppress father? Oh, forget it, I don't care. Although this monster king imprisoned the boy, he didn't make things difficult for him. He gave good food and drinks to the boy. It seems that he wants to win over the boy." Xiaohua frowned, and the lightning sword light stopped. The lightning sword light was only a few feet away from Bai Qing's shell, and this distance was no longer enough to block the power of the lightning. The 5-colored halo on his shell had already been shattered, and cracks had appeared on that incomparably hard shell. Obviously, it was injured by his punch just now. What's going on? Although Xiaohua was furious, he wouldn't force his anger on others and cause misunderstandings. "It's like this, father." Blackie wagged his tail and replied, "We heard that father was suppressed by this monster king." Then Blackie told the story. After Xiaohua heard it, he smiled and said, "So, you two don't hate this monster king?" "Of course not. This monster king dared to suppress father. Naturally, we have to pull out his tendons and skin him alive. However, just from the matter of the boy has nothing to say." Blackie and Goldie answered seriously. Xiaohua was comforted and nodded. "You two have a clear distinction between love and hate. Father is very happy. You can go home and wait." "Yes, father." The two reunited with Xiaohua and were overjoyed. When Xiaohua shook the Kunlun mirror, they hurriedly flew into the light pillar and landed on Shenhua continent. "Where are the dragons that you suppressed?" Xiaohua put away the two and turned to look at Bai Qing and asked coldly. This little one really doesn't know." At this time, the five-colored halo around Bai Qing had dimmed, and his voice was obviously hoarse. "It was here just now." "Hee hee." Xiaohua looked at Ni Quan and Pengjun and laughed. "One is the monster king of Shrouding Sky Ridge, the other is the monster king of Ancient Bell Mountain. I didn't expect that I would be valued by 3 monster kings. This little one is really honored." Senior. Pengjun was unruly, but at this time, facing the supreme existence of the Mahayana realm in the 3 continents, he really couldn't resist and hurriedly shouted, "This little one really didn't do anything. This little one really doesn't know. Where did that dragon go?" Seeing the 3 monster kings like this, Xiaohua was also surprised. His soul was somewhat related to Little White Dragon's soul, but after he arrived at Bai Qingyu, he didn't sense Little White Dragon's aura. He previously thought that Bai Qingyu's demon array was brilliant, but now it seemed that Little White Dragon wasn't in Bai Qingyu at all. Moreover, Xiaohua had already checked within 10,000 miles and also didn't find Little White Dragon's aura. If Little White Dragon hadn't been moved, then Little White Dragon's aura was concealed by a brilliant demon array. Bzzz. Just as Xiaohua was pondering, a huge rumbling sound came from the sky again. The clouds within 100 miles that had been enveloped by the lightning began to boil once again, and the snowflakes that had begun to drift down disappeared once again. Moreover, this boiling spread out in all directions. In just a few breaths of time, it had reached 1,000 kilometers. Not only that, even after reaching 1,000 kilometers, the storm-like clouds showed no signs of stopping. Strands of light from the moon and stars surged out from the clouds, and the clouds once again spread out to 5,000 kilometers. The starlight and moonlight were like swimming fish, like water and like a painting, gradually overflowing the entire sky. Wisps of starlight and moonlight condensed again, transforming into huge demon runes. The demonic runes emitted a rumbling sound as they gathered at 3 spots in the sky. When the power of the stars and moon reached a certain level, even the heavens and earth began to tremble. 3 enormous vortexes were slowly formed, each of them emitting an enormous aura of desolation. The beams of light from the stars and moon, which were even larger than mountains, shot down, tearing apart the void within a radius of 10,000 miles. Holy Temple Teleportation. Holy Temple Teleportation. Pengjun's eyes were wild with joy and he shouted, "Great Holy Temple, a great saint of our monster clan has come. Thank you, Great Holy Temple, thank you, Saint Ni." Ni Quan tried his best to flap his wings to express his excitement, but unfortunately, under Xiaohua's restriction, how could he move? He could only shout hysterically, "This little one can finally live to see tomorrow night's starlight." Taoist Master Xiao. Bai Qingyu was ecstatic, but she was also somewhat calm. She said, "This is all a misunderstanding. Everything this little one did before was indeed wrong to Taoist Master Xiao. Now that 3 great saints of our great holy temple have arrived, if nothing unexpected happens, it should be my Bay Saint, Songyu Sky Rock Saint, and Xian Sky Forest Ni Saint. I, Bai Qingyu, am willing to apologize to Taoist Master Xiao in front of the 3 great saints." Chapter 4379. This demon king Bai Qing was quite tactful. Seeing the three great sages teleporting over, Xiaohua was obviously at a disadvantage. Although he didn't know why the three great sages came, since they were here, he naturally had to use this opportunity to find a way out for himself. His words were quite sincere and didn't have any intention of threatening. Instead, he was begging for mercy, giving Xiaohua a way out. Hee hee. Peng Jun sneered. Bai Qing, why do you have to be so humble? Although Taoist Xiao is a human of the 9th grade, my great sage Hall's sage Peng is also of the 9th grade. In addition to sage Ni and sage Bei, it's already clear who will win and who will lose. Even if we fall now, there won't be any survivors among the hundreds of thousands of humans around Bai Qingyu. Isn't it better to let them die with us? Ni Quan looked at Peng Jun in a daze. He didn't know where Peng Jun got his confidence from. And he was also muttering in his heart. If it was just from the purpose of suppressing the little white dragon, he was in the greatest danger, because what he coveted was Xiaohua's power. He even knew that Xue Mingzi had already killed some human cultivators related to Xiaohua. And although Peng Jun and Bai Qing had interrogated the little white dragon the most, what they wanted was some information, and it did not involve Xiaohua's own safety. From his point of view, the one Xiaohua hated the most should be him. Therefore, he only pondered a little and said with a smile, Taoist Xiao, I advise you to stop here. We don't know your background and have offended you. Taoist Zhao's disciples attacking Bai Qingyu is actually a taboo of our Thousand Demons sacred realm. The three great sages shouldn't have come for such a small matter like Bai Qingyu. The war between the human race and the demon race is a big matter. We will admit our mistake in front of the three great sages and ask the three great sages to consider and not report this matter to the great sage hall. Otherwise, not only will the lives of the hundreds of thousands of your disciples be in danger, even the human race of the hidden immortal continent might. This Ni Quan was the most cunning. He didn't mention his own covetousness. Instead, he expanded the scope of the matter and directly linked it to the war between the human race and the demon race. Although he didn't mention Xiaohua, every word was filled with a kind of threat. He was confident that in the face of three great sages, in the face of the risk of being killed, Xiaohua would definitely make his own choice. Unfortunately, contrary to the three monster kings' expectations, Xiaohua smiled coldly and ignored them. Instead, he stood there silently and looked at the three enormous vortexes of starlight that had already formed in the sky. These three vortexes were distributed high up in the sky above Bai Qingyu. They were about 1,000 miles apart from each other and surrounded Xiaohua's golden body in a triangular shape. Right in front of the several 100,000 Fortune Gate disciples' eyes, boom, boom, boom. Three consecutive thunderous booms sounded as the starlight pillar inside the vortex shone brightly. Along with the starlight pillar was a black and white luster. Then, three strands of consciousness that were not weaker than Xiaohua's rushed out from the starlight vortex, rushing out in all directions like a flash flood. Following the emergence of these strands of consciousness, one of the vortexes spewed out boundless golden light. This golden light landed in the sky and condensed into a several thousand zhang tall golden phantom. The phantom had a golden crown on its head, and when it spread its wings, boundless starlight rushed out from within. It was the outline of a golden-winged great Peng. The phantom only appeared for a few breaths, but countless golden spots appeared on the phantom again. As if adding the finishing touch, the phantom emitted a dazzling golden light. This golden light was so resplendent that even Xiaohua couldn't help but close his eyes. However, even with his eyes closed, the outline of the golden-winged great Peng was still imprinted in his mind. When Xiaohua opened his eyes again, he saw that the dazzling golden phantom had already turned into a living golden-winged great Peng. This golden-winged great Peng slightly spread its wings, and the golden light was like the rising sun, shining brightly on the earth. A kind of pressure that could make all living things crawl spread out from this dazzling light. Wherever the dazzling light passed, the lightning in the capital heaven star formation flickered and then disappeared. Tens of thousands of Fortune Gate's disciples fell from the sky. Not only that, but as the dazzling light flashed, the several thousand zhang tall demonic beast's body rapidly expanded. After countless pillars of starlight fell, it actually expanded to several hundred li, or even 1,000 li. A feeling that was as vast as the heavens came from this golden-winged Great Peng's demonic beast body, and it made people yearn to look up to a tall mountain. This golden-winged Great Peng was the #1 great sage in the Thousand Demons' sacred ground. At the same time that the golden-winged Great Peng revealed itself, another vortex spewed out light blue strands of light. These strands of light were mixed with a thick gray color. After the strands of light surged out, they did not condense into a phantom like the golden light. Instead, they spread out in all directions. In particular, these strands of light crisscrossed, like a kind of silk net, covering several hundred li of space in a few breaths' time. When the golden-winged Great Peng's demonic beast body appeared, the net also emitted a soft gray halo. This halo floated out from the strands of light like fish scales, and the entire space trembled and distorted under this halo. Boom, boom, boom. Tens of millions of tiny pillars of starlight and moonlight fell from the sky, accurately hitting each of the halos of light. Then, a faint blue light suddenly surged out from within the halos of light, and a huge flying feather void beast was revealed, turning into tens of thousands of fragments. When the faint blue light dimmed, the flying feather void beast had completely recovered. A vast aura that was not weaker than the golden-winged Great Peng's demonic beast body also emerged from its demonic beast body, and swept towards the human cultivators in another direction. This flying feather void beast was the third great sage of the Thousand Demons' holy land. A 5-colored halo surged out from the last vortex. Needless to say, this was the 5-colored sea god Seashell, the fourth great sage of the Thousand Demons' sacred realm. However, the appearance of the 5-colored sea god Seashell was different. The 5-colored halo rushed out from the vortex like a stream of light and quickly landed on a small dot in the sky. When all the halos gathered, the space where the small dot was located began to tremble violently. Indescribable fluctuations rushed out in all directions like a windmill. Similarly, the surrounding several hundred li of this light dot was filled with pillars of starlight and moonlight. When the golden-winged Great Peng's golden light appeared, the tens of thousands of small dots began to rotate like a kaleidoscope. Countless halos of light flooded out from the 5-colored light, illuminating the surrounding several hundred li. When the halos of light turned into a huge 5-colored wheel of light, the patterns of a seashell appeared between the light and shadow. A similarly vast aura surged out, and the 5-colored halo withdrew into the seashell, revealing the demonic beast body of the 5-colored sea god Seashell. There were a total of 6 great sages in the Thousand Demons' sacred realm. Today, half of the great sages were gathered in by Qingyu. This was something that had never happened in the Thousand Demons' sacred realm before. There was a slight difference in the order in which the 3 great sages appeared, but other than Xiao Hua, the hundreds of thousands of Fortune Gate disciples only saw a flash of light before the 3 great sages' figures appeared. Needless to say, the aura of the great sages of the demonic beast race had already shaken their bodies. Nearly 70% of the disciples had already fallen from the sky. The moment the golden-winged Great Peng appeared, a proud golden light flashed in his eyes. He looked at the 2 trembling lightning ships in the sky and said, "Did this great sage see wrongly? There are actually humans invading my demonic beast race's sacred realm. And they even flew the battleships to the center of the Thousand Demons' sacred realm? Not only did they invade my demonic beast race's sacred realm, but they also killed my Bai Qingyu's descendants." The 5-colored sea god Seashell's words were calm, but his tone was filled with anger. This great sage really doesn't know who gave you humans such courage. Was it immortal Emperor Go Qin or Mahavrakana? Interesting. The flying feather void beast laughed loudly. This great sage has never seen so many high-level Taoist cultivators before. Even the #1 expert of the Taoist gate, the Grand Mist Ancestor, didn't have so many disciples, right? It's the Xiao. Xiao Hua sneered in his heart when he saw that the 3 great sages were ignoring him. The first thing they did was to talk about the 200,000 Fortune Gate disciples attacking Bai Qingyu. He knew the 3 great sages' intentions. His eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at the five-colored sea god seashell and said, "These are my Fortune Gate disciples. They obeyed my orders and came to massacre Bai Qingyu. What about it? Do you have a problem with that?" Hee hee. The five-colored sea god seashell chuckled. As expected of a proud human cultivator. This great sage seems to have seen the Grand Mist ancestor again. "What's your name?" "This one is Xiaohua." Xiaohua pondered for a moment before replying in a neither arrogant nor servile manner. He then looked at the golden-winged great Peng and cupped his fists. "This Xiao only represents myself, not the human race. This time, I came to Bai Qingyu to deal with her. I have no intention of troubling the thousand beasts' sacred ground." Although Xiaohua was furious, he was also furious. He originally wanted to hide behind the scenes to find out the truth, but when he saw Little White Dragon being suppressed and a few of his friends in a desperate situation, he couldn't take it anymore and revealed his true appearance. Once he revealed his true appearance, the truth seemed to stop at what he knew before. Now that the three great sages had appeared, it would be even harder to find the real culprit behind the scenes. However, when he thought about it, Little White Dragon's strength was only at the 5th level, and it was unlikely that the person who wanted to deal with him would be stronger than a beast king. Therefore, Xiaohua patiently explained. After all, he had massacred the entire Bai Qingyu, and Feng Wu had already become a 7 stars great sage. She might even enter the Great Sage Hall in the future. Xiaohua didn't want to find trouble for Feng Wu. Unfortunately, Xiaohua's neither arrogant nor servile attitude was the human race's unique tolerance. In the eyes of the demon race, he was weak. The flying feather void beast glanced at Ni Quan, who was imprisoned by Xiaohua, and didn't help him. He only smiled and said, "Since you're targeting Bai Qingyu, why did you imprison my beast king? You led more than 200,000 humans to the thousand beast sacred ground. Isn't that trespassing on my beast race?" The five-colored sea god seashell was even more furious. "You're a 9th-level Mahayana cultivator. How can you bully the weak? Moreover, with your cultivation, how can my beast king offend you? Could it be that you've long planned to invade my thousand beast sacred ground and took this opportunity to come here?" Chapter 4380. The golden-winged great Peng snorted coldly as it spread its glowing golden wings. Waves of ferocious flames covered the sky as it charged towards the tens of thousands of Fortune Gate's disciples. The golden-winged great Peng continued, "No matter what the reason is, anyone who dares to invade my thousand demons' sacred territory and injure my disciples must be killed." Xiaohua harumphed coldly. He didn't do anything, but the lightning around his golden body suddenly shot out like hundreds of dragons, protecting the tens of thousands of Fortune Gate disciples. Not only did the lightning strike extinguish the ferocious flames, but it also condensed into several dozen zhang-wide lightning balls in the air, spinning inexplicably. "Ha, you really do have some tricks up your sleeve. No wonder you dare to show off in my thousand-beast sacred realm." The golden-winged great Peng chortled as the space within a radius of 1,000 kilometers began to crack. "Calm down, Holy Peng," the five-colored sea god seashell said in an indifferent voice. "I'd like to ask this human grand ascension stage being what caused him to bully the weak and kill all of my Biqing and Yuer with his hundreds of thousands of disciples. His 200,000 disciples won't be able to escape anyway, and if we force our way in, Immortal Emperor Go Chen and Great Solar will accuse us of bullying him with numbers." "What bullshit nonsense!" the flying feather void beast retorted coldly. "Humans only know how to sow discord and invert yin and yang. What's there to listen to? Holy Bay, if this bloodbath were to take place on my ancient Bell Mountain, how could I say anything to him?" Xiaohua was already prepared to fight, but his brows furrowed upon hearing the five-colored sea god seashell's words. He pondered for a moment before releasing the 3 demon monarchs, and he said, "Your backers are here, so why don't you tell me what they're talking about? I won't wrong a demon, and I won't let a demon go either. Holy Bay, you have to uphold justice for me." As soon as Bai Qingyu regained her freedom, she immediately flew toward the five-colored sea god seashell as she continued, This human Grand Ascension Stage cultivator is bullying the weak, and he's accusing me of suppressing him. I'm only a puny demon monarch. How could I dare to oppose a human Grand Ascension Stage cultivator? Boys of my pitiful Bai Qingyu died tragically in the hands of his hundreds of thousands of disciples. Damn it! The five-colored sea god shell said angrily, I asked you to tell me the reason. Why are you saying so many useless things? Yes, I was wrong. Bai Qing faltered slightly upon hearing this before hurriedly replying, I encountered a dragon around 100 years ago, and we had some enmity between us, so I imprisoned him. Who would have thought that this dragon would look exactly like this Grand Ascension Stage being of the human race? On top of that, this dragon called himself Xiao Hua of the human race. How would this lowly one know who he is? I only knew that he had offended me by Qingyu, which was why I suppressed him. I didn't care about what he said at all. But who would have thought that 100 years later, when I was holding a banquet in Bai Qingyu and invited the people of Sky-Concealing Ridge and Ancient Bell Mountain to gather, this Grand Ascension Stage human came to my doorstep. Not only did he rescue that dragon, he even used it as leverage to force me to summon that dragon. Otherwise, you will wash my banquet with blood. Think about it, Bei Sheng. How could this lowly one be a match for this Grand Ascension Stage human? He rescued that dragon without anyone noticing, so where did this lowly one come from? Isn't this? Bai Qing pointed around with a tentacle as she spoke. Not only did this Grand Ascension Stage human kill my boy, he also killed all of my friends from Sky-Concealing Ridge and Ancient Bell Mountain. This lowly one and these two demon monarchs were almost killed by him as well. Bei Sheng and I Sheng, Peng Sheng, the three of you have to uphold justice for this lowly one. I, Bai Qingyu, no longer exist in the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm. This is all the doing of the human race. Bai Qing's words were 70% true and 30% false, and she had slightly reversed the cause and effect of this matter. However, it was these changes that had pushed all of the blame onto Xiao Hua and the human race. In the end, it was even suspected that she had instigated a war between the human race and the demon race. Damn it! The golden-winged Great Peng roared 3 times, and his voice shook the surroundings. Amidst the thunderous roar, Xiao Hua's indifferent voice rang out, Don't the three of you want to hear what I have to say? The human race has always been good with words. They can even bring the dead back to life. The flying feather void beast chuckled. This holy beast still believes in the words of the demon race. Let me explain. Before Xiao Hua could say anything, Ao Sheng jumped out from the Fortune Gate's disciples and shouted. The 3 great sages had already seen Ao Sheng, and they couldn't help but frown when they saw him. The flying feather void beast calmly asked, Ao Sheng, are you representing the Dragon Island or yourself? Of course I'm representing myself. Ao Sheng naturally knew what the flying feather void beast was implying, and he said, However, Taoist Xiao is the dragon master of my Dragon Island, and I'm sure the Great Holy Hall has already received a message from my Dragon Island. Bai Qingyu knew that Taoist Xiao was the dragon master of my Dragon Island, but she still suppressed a dragon who looked exactly like Taoist Xiao. Where is the dignity of my Dragon Island? I've always wanted to ask the Beast King Bai Qingyu, do you even have my Dragon Island in your eyes? You don't represent the Dragon Island, and you don't have the right to ask. The 5-colored sea god Seashell said indifferently, However, for the sake of the Dragon Island, you can ask. At this point, there's no need to ask anymore. Even though Ao Sheng was facing a great sage of the demon race, and he could barely breathe under the pressure of a great sage, he still had his pride. He calmly replied, Because I already know the truth. Since Ai Sheng doesn't believe in the human race, I'll explain it to the 3 great sages. Ao Sheng then explained everything he had learned from Ao Zhantian, as well as how Ao Zhantian had interrogated Shui Mingzi. He then looked at the 3 great sages with a smile and said, 3 great sages, did I make myself clear? Is there anything else you want to ask? Is that so? The 5-colored sea god Seashell looked coldly at Bai Qing and asked. All right, Bei Sheng, I didn't receive any messages from the Dragon Island, so I naturally didn't know that this Grand Ascension stage human was the Dragon Master of the dragon race. A few days ago, a dragon envoy from the Dragon Island came to pass on the Dragon Palace's message. At the time, I was completely baffled, and I hurriedly asked the dragon envoy to identify it. In the end, the dragon envoy said that the dragon I was suppressing wasn't a dragon master, and only then did I heave a sigh of relief. Bai Qing replied with a serious expression, "As for what the dragon envoy said, some of it is true. For example, I did indeed capture that dragon master. As for the rest, it's all just his wild guesses. How could I possibly risk offending the Dragon Island and provoking a rift between the Dragon Island and the Great Sage Hall? Of course, if this Grand Ascension stage human feels that I've offended him, I'm willing to apologize to him." As he spoke, Bai Qing manifested a 5-colored soul from within the seashell. The soul took the form of a human and bowed toward Xiaohua. "And I Sheng, this dragon master is exaggerating." Seeing that Xiaohua was ignoring Bai Qing, I Quan hurriedly said, "I don't know what he's talking about. I was only invited by Bai Qing to attend the banquet. If what he said was not his guess, then it was the despicable things that this lowly one's descendant of the human race did. This is also a matter of the human race. It has nothing to do with my ancient Bell Mountain or the Thousand Demons' sacred realm." "Where's your human descendant?" the golden-winged Great Pring asked. "Well," I Quan smiled bitterly, "Peng Sage, I have countless human descendants. Who knows where the human descendant he's talking about is?" "Ao Sheng, there's no proof. Where's that human?" Peng Sage looked at Ao Sheng. "I've already killed him." Ao Sheng replied indifferently. "Silencing him?" I Sheng smiled. "This is a common method used by the human race." "I'm not a human." Ao Sheng was furious. "I'm a dragon master." "You dare to call yourself in front of this sage?" Peng Sage was furious. "Even Ao Jia wouldn't dare, right?" As he spoke, a golden light flashed in front of Ao Sheng. Then, a golden claw that was hundreds of feet long grabbed at Ao Sheng's back. Although it was just a shadow, the space around Ao Sheng was completely sealed. Ao Sheng didn't even have the chance to struggle. It was at this moment that the lightning in front of the golden light rumbled. A hand made of lightning appeared and crushed the shackles. Then, it grabbed Ao Sheng and lifted him up into the air, dodging the golden claw. "Damn it!" the golden-winged Great Pring roared again. "Human, it seems like you don't want to return to the hidden immortal continent." "Xiaohua." At this moment, the 5-colored seashell also said coldly, "My clan's demon monarch Bai Qingyu has already apologized to you. Isn't it time to settle the matter of you killing my Bai Qingyu boy?" When Xiaohua heard the 3 great sages singing the same tune, he understood that the 3 great sages would definitely side with him. Moreover, as a Mahayana realm cultivator of the human clan, he was a 9th-grade origin energy realm cultivator. This was a huge threat in the eyes of the demon clan. Perhaps the 3 great sages had come here today mainly because of him. They didn't care about Bai Qingyu's matter at all. Their goal was to keep him in the Thousand Demons' sacred realm. Of course, at the very least, they wanted his strength to drop by a realm. Ha! Thinking of this, Xiaohua looked up to the sky and laughed. There's a saying in the human clan, a powerful dragon can't suppress a snake in its old haunts. Originally, I wanted to give you a proper explanation. Killing Bai Qingyu's demon clan can be considered as venting the anger in my chest. Since you're not afraid of making a big deal out of it, I'll accompany you to the end. It's just 3 great sages of the demon clan. I really don't care about them. While speaking, Xiaohua suddenly waved his right hand, and the universe in the sleeve technique appeared, instantly enveloping Ni Quan, Bai Qing, and Peng Jun in the air. The 3 great sages were shocked. They didn't expect Xiaohua to suddenly make a move in front of them. Just as they were about to rebuke him, they heard Xiaohua shout, "Fortune Gate disciples, send troops to the ancient Bell Mountain and heaven-concealing ridge. First, flatten the ancient Bell Mountain, then destroy heaven-concealing ridge. P.S. Thank you for the tip in the WeChat group. Although I didn't receive it, I've received your kind intentions. I remember when Buddha Bodhi attained enlightenment, he said to the heavenly demon Hualu, Namo Mithriya Buddha. Disciple is praying to Buddha here. I implore Buddha to raise his hand. If it's the Buddha kingdom, it should be returned to the Buddha kingdom. If it's the Buddha kingdom, it should be returned to the heavenly demon. Perhaps Zhenjian's kind intentions are what the third-place candidate needs the most. I thank you for this. Now that I think about it, sometimes human nature can't be tested. Also, everyone worked hard to guess the questions last night. I thank you for this chapter. Of course, there are also many fellow Taoists who supported me, such as habit and nature. Chapter 4381. Yes, flatten the ancient Bell Mountain and annihilate the sky-concealing ridge. The group of Fortune Gate disciples roared. Although their voices were weak, their momentum was unstoppable. Kill! The flying feather void beast was enraged. Without waiting for the golden-winged Great Peng to say anything, it flapped its wings. In the next second, 1,000 li of space around Xiaohua was torn apart, and a spatial storm swept toward Xiaohua. At the same time, it also attacked the Fortune Gate disciples nearby. If others don't bully me, I won't bully others. If others bully me, I will exterminate them. Xiaohua smiled faintly and the Kunlun mirror appeared in his hand. A pillar of light shot into the sky as Wen Chu flew over. As his true energy turned into pearls that filled the sky, the spatial cracks within 1,000 li were instantly mended. A group of Fortune Gate disciples flew away from the Rome Gate. You are. The flying feather void beast was shocked when it saw Wen Chu fly out. Which immortal palace's literary star are you? This Wen Chu is not a literary star, and this immortal realm is not an immortal palace. Wen Chu replied indifferently, this little one is Wen Chu. I like to help when I see injustice, and I hate people who distort right and wrong. Since the great sage of the Great Sage Hall is slandering fellow Taoist Shao, then this little one has no choice but to help. This little one will fight with you. As he spoke, a boundless pillar of noble qi descended from the sky. Wen Chu had activated his subbody, and it also grew to several tens of thousands of feet tall. He waved his right hand in the air, and a ray of sword light descended like a river towards the flying feather void beast. Damn it! When did so many 9th-grade origin Qi masters appear in the human race? The flying feather void beast sensed the sharpness of the sword light and cursed. It flapped its wings and disappeared into the void, while its sharp claws slapped the air. Rumble! The space rumbled like the sea, and layers of spatial cracks formed into waves of Qi that rushed towards Wen Chu. Pa pa pa! The spatial cracks like a snowstorm drowned the sword light, and the entire sky was filled with the sound of spatial explosions. When the sword light destroyed the spatial cracks, it also destroyed itself. Every time the sword light and spatial crack was destroyed, it would create waves of qi that covered the sky and earth, surging everywhere within 1,000 li. What a powerful aura! Wen Chu narrowed his eyes and said coldly, "You are indeed a great sage of the demon clan." Even though the space crack had been destroyed, the sword light was still surging towards him. However, so what if he's a great saint? My heart is magnanimous, and I use my will to communicate with the heavens and earth. My sword is traceless, and I use justice to destroy evil. Wen Chu's voice was like the hum of a sword. He waved the sword in his hand 3 times, and countless pillars of energy fell from the void. Along with the sword energy, they sealed the space within hundreds of miles. As the sword energy soared into the sky, Jia Ming and Wen Chu's poems and essays released a righteous song that shook the heavens and earth. This sword of justice carried the boundless righteousness of literature as it pounced towards the flying feather void beast. Kachacha, kachacha! The roaring space chi exploded and collided with the sword hair seal. At the same time, the space cracks were torn apart, and the poem condensed by the inscription armor was also hit by the space force. It turned into a stroke and disappeared in the air. You are indeed a human Confucian cultivator. This is the first time this saint has seen such loyalty. The flying feather void beast's voice rang out in the void, and the arrogance in its voice had lessened by 30%. Clearly, this trial strike had allowed it to see that Wen Chu's strength was on par with its. When Wen Chu heard the flying feather void beast's voice, he clenched his right hand into a fist and punched the void without hesitation. This fist wasn't simple at all. Where the fist landed, the fragile space was torn apart once more. Countless pillars of vast energy rushed into the fist through the cracks. It was only a distance of 100 miles, so the fist arrived in a flash. In the blink of an eye, the fist had transformed from 100 feet in size to a meteor-like object. Boom! With a loud bang, the space dozens of miles in size was shattered by Wen Chu's punch. As the space cracks spread, circles of space collapsed, and Wen Chu's fist punched deeply into the void. Ha! The flying feather void beast's voice rang out again behind Wen Chu. Its laughter was full of mockery. Human, who do you think you are facing? How can this kind of attack be a match for this saint? Wen Chu smiled and withdrew his fist. He glanced around with bright eyes. He knew that this flying feather void beast was proficient in spatial arts. Although it didn't release its domain, it could move freely in this space. If Wen Chu didn't have any other means, he could only use his domain to suck it in. Only then would he have a way to deal with it. But the other party was a great saint of the demon race. In terms of strength, it was only stronger than him, and it was also proficient in spatial magic. It was unlikely that he could suck it into his space. He could only think of other ways. Wen Chu thought for a moment and opened his mouth to recite, Zhao Ke's beard tassels, Wu Go's frost and snow. Silver saddle on white horse, valiant as a meteor. As the poem was recited, countless pillars of orange chi fell from the inscriptions on the armor. Then, the figure of a knight on a white horse appeared in the sky. The white horse galloped, and the sound of the horse's hooves was very clear in the sky. Oh my God, you really scared this saint? The flying feather void beast was about to burst out laughing in the void. He shouted, You actually used such a method to fight this saint? Do you think this is a game for you humans? As he spoke, the nearby space rippled again. Space bubbles big enough to collapse mountains rushed out of the void and rushed toward the white horse. Ta-da! The sound of the white horse's hooves was still crisp, and it was still calm. No matter how the bubbles burst, the saint easily steered the white horse to avoid them. Although the air waves blew the saint's clothes askew, the saint's eyes were as tenacious as Wen Chu's. The flying feather void beast suddenly had a bad feeling. Although the knight on the white horse was just charging straight ahead, he always felt that the knight on the white horse's eyes were locked on him. A kind of fear that he had never faced before gradually approached his heart. Damn it! The flying feather void beast muttered in a low voice. As its feathers swayed, a spatial storm dozens of miles away was set off, and it fiercely rushed toward the saint. At this point, the flying feather void beast no longer dared to treat the saint as a battle puppet. Killing 1 in 10 steps, leaving no trace for 1,000 miles. When the deed is done, leave with a flick of your sleeves, hide your identity and reputation. Wen Chu saw the flying feather void beast attack, and as he chanted, the flying sword in his hand slashed down again. The sword light was different from before. The sword light illuminated the night sky, and it split into countless sword hairs, each one sharp and unshakable. When the sword hairs fell on the spatial storm, all of the spatial cracks were split in half. There was no exception. What surprised the flying feather void beast the most was that the sword hairs, which were originally split up, suddenly flew up again after the spatial storm was suppressed, and suddenly pierced into the void. The flying feather void beast was a little stunned. What's going on? But a moment later, the flying feather void beast came to its senses and laughed loudly. Its laughter echoed in the air, and it was impossible to find its specific location. The human race is really cunning. I was just trying to lure this saint into a trap, but you actually went so far. Ouch. Just when the flying feather void beast thought that it had seen through Wen Chu's trick, the knight on the white horse suddenly turned around and pulled out a bright sword from his back. He then slashed down at a place below him. The flying feather void beast was shocked. Wasn't the place where he was hiding? Just as the flying feather void beast was shocked, Wen Chu raised his hand and slapped the top of his head. Boom! A stream of Xiantian true qi spewed out, and the heaven and earth pagoda appeared in the clouds. The heaven and earth pagoda appeared in the sky, and immediately emitted a bright brilliance. This brilliance scattered all over the space where the flying feather void beast was hiding. Along with this brilliance, countless streams of noble qi fell and quickly condensed in the space within 1,000 miles. An unparalleled wave of true qi came from the heaven and earth pagoda, and at the top of the space, a blue sea-like sky was born, completely covering the space. Below the space, a wasteland like earth was also born, echoing the sky and confining the entire space. When this confinement was born, a wave of ripples swept down from the sky to the ground, and the flying feather void beast's figure was revealed behind this ripple. Until now, the flying feather void beast's face was still full of disbelief. He really couldn't believe that Wen Chu could actually identify his tracks with a saint on a white horse. Eat my sword! Wen Chu didn't give the flying feather void beast too much time. As soon as his figure appeared, he immediately released the flying sword that had been accumulating power for a long time. Boom! The flying sword fell like a meteor, dragging a dazzling brilliance behind it as it pierced towards the flying feather void beast. The huge roar was deafening even under the suppression of the heaven and earth pagoda. The flying feather ni space beast snorted coldly. It twisted its body, and the tail on its back smashed through the air. The huge shadow was like a mountain range. Even the heaven and earth pagoda above the flying feather ni space beast's head trembled slightly when the shadow moved. Clang! The flying sword hit the flying feather void beast's tail, and tens of thousands of sparks flew. At the same time that Wen Chu's flying sword was sent flying, more than 10 cracks appeared on the flying feather void beast's tail. There was still a lot of sword qi between these cracks, which was madly worshipping the demon runes around the flying feather void beast, wanting to rush into its body. Seeing that the flying sword was ineffective, Wen Chu's figure flashed, and he turned into a stream of light and rushed up. As he waved his fists, the noble qi pillar fell again, and along with Wen Chu's fist, rushed towards the flying feather void beast. "Hi human, you're too bold. You actually dare to compete with a great saint of the demon race?" The flying feather void beast laughed loudly, spread its wings, and also waved its front claws to meet Wen Chu. Although the nearby space was sealed by the heaven and earth pagoda, a star mark appeared on the flying feather void beast's chest. Endless power of the stars and moon came from that star mark and rushed towards Wen Chu, its power no less than Wen Chu's. Chapter 4382. Boom Boom Boom. Wen Chu and the flying feather void beast clashed in close combat. Shockwaves that could destroy a mountain peak surged out one after another, tearing apart the space within several thousand miles. However, the shattered space quickly recovered under the suppression of the heaven and earth pagoda. Putting aside the fact that Wen Chu was fighting the flying feather void beast, the two 9th grade essence power great masters were evenly matched. Just the fact that as Wen Chu flew out, the golden-winged great rock's sharp eyes had already clearly seen the true form of Xiaohua's transcendent artifact. He sneered, "Kunlun mirror? No wonder you could bring several 100,000 disciples to Bai Qingyu. So you have this treasure." After saying that, the golden-winged great Peng's gaze turned towards the 5-colored sea god seashell. Although they were several hundred miles apart, the 5-colored sea god seashell could clearly see the golden-winged great Peng's gaze. 9th grade cultivators of the 3 continents were the foundation of the confrontation between the various forces. Just like how the Fortune Gate's 200,000 nascent Soul Realm disciples had attacked Bai Qingyu. Although Bai Qingyu's demonic beast clan was completely annihilated, as long as the 5-colored sea god seashell appeared, these 200,000 nascent Soul Realm disciples were nothing but dust. Only Xiaohua, who was a 9th grade cultivator, was a match for the 5-colored sea god seashell. The sudden appearance of a grand ascension stage cultivator like Xiaohua had already shocked the golden-winged great Peng. Now, Xiaohua's Kunlun mirror actually flew out of the 5-colored sea god seashell. In an instant, the balance between the human and demonic beast clans was broken. Although the two great sages of the demonic beast clans didn't take Bai Qingyu's matter seriously, the matter between the human and demonic beast clans didn't allow them to have other thoughts. They only had killing intent in their hearts. Almost without hesitation, the five-colored sea god seashell sneered, "Cunning human, hurry up and release my clan's juniors, or don't blame this great sage for being impolite." "Xiaohua, how did my clan's juniors offend you? How dare you capture them in front of this great sage? Hurry up and release them, or don't blame this great sage for taking action." The golden-winged great Peng also scolded. Xiaohua had ordered more than 200,000 Fortune Gate disciples to flatten the sky-concealing ridge and ancient Bell Mountain, and the only taboo was the three demonic beast kings. How could he release them? When he heard the two great sages' words, he laughed loudly. When did the demonic beast clan learn how to hide? Don't you just want to join forces to kill this Xiao? Why are you saying so many sanctimonious things? Kill! The five-colored sea god seashell roared furiously. 5 colors blossomed around its body like fireworks, and the brilliance that covered 1,000 miles rushed toward Xiaohua. Boom! Xiaohua pretended to shake the Kunlun mirror, and another pillar of light shot up into the sky. A figure flashing with green light flew out with an emerald soul armament in his hand. It was Taoist Wu. Taoist which landed in midair, and his soul strands flickered inexplicably. Countless ghost-like wails and wolf-like howls came from the void. As the sound became louder and louder, Taoist Witch's body also expanded by 1,000 feet. In the end, he was hundreds of miles in size like a five-colored seashell. The five-colored sea god seashell said, "You," 3 times in a row, but in the end, it couldn't reveal Taoist Witch's origin. Because even with the five-colored sea god seashell's great sage ability, it couldn't tell whether Taoist Witch was a human or a demonic beast. Taoist Witch's eyes were dark green, and his face was also formed by soul strands. The five-colored sea god seashell could only see boundless primordial strange scenes on his face, and couldn't see his true appearance at all. Taoist Witch cupped his hands and said, "I am a shaman." See. Hearing the word shaman, not only the five-colored sea god seashell, but even the golden-winged great Peng sucked in a breath of cold air. An ancient memory and the ancient records of the great sage Hall rushed into their minds. However, in just a moment, the five-colored halo around the five-colored sea god seashell calmed down, and it said coldly, "You really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. How dare you call yourself a shaman? Today, I'll teach you a lesson." Ah! Taoist Witch was so angry that he laughed. He waved the subbrush in his hand, and in his laughter, countless green seal characters surged out and turned into 3 corpses in thunder that roared within 1,000 miles. He said, "You're just a great sage of the demon clan, and you haven't even taken off your shell. How dare you boast so shamelessly? I was born in heaven and earth, and I obtained Tao from heaven and earth. I'm a shaman. How can you not know this? You don't even have Dharma eyes. How can you see eyes' origin?" Damn it, damn it. The five-colored sea god seashell had always been proud of its monster body. It had never heard someone mocking it like this before. With a furious roar, the unbelievably huge seashell spread out in the sky, covering the sun and moon. The five-colored halo even shrouded everything within 1,000 miles. Without giving Taoist Witch any chance to struggle, the seashell immediately grabbed him and dragged him into its five-colored domain. Within the five-colored domain, all the essence of heaven and earth was imprisoned. All the spiritual power and true chi that belonged to the 5 elements were subdued. Apart from the faint halo that still gave off a dreamlike grandeur, Taoist Witch's voice sounded erratic. Taoist Witch had a faint smile on his face as he watched the five-colored light fill his body. The light flashed with inexplicable patterns. Then he opened his mouth and hundreds of green seal characters flew out. Once the green seal characters flew out, they immediately screamed. The sound was distorted in the domain, but the power of gods and ghosts completely ignored the five-colored domain. The green seal characters quickly combined and evolved in the domain until they turned into a huge green seal character. The moment the green seal character appeared, the entire five-colored domain began to shake violently. Streaks of dark green lightning appeared strangely and spread in all directions. The extreme dark green lightning was even brighter than the five colors of the domain. The extreme shaking was even more violent than normal lightning. Wherever the lightning went, the five-colored domain's light was wiped out and the space's imprisonment collapsed. Strands of essence of heaven and earth slowly entered the domain. Damn it, how could this be? In the five-colored sky, the voice of the five-colored sea god shell was like that of a god, echoing everywhere within 1,000 miles. Then, in the places where the lightning hadn't reached yet, all the five-colored illusions appeared. They were waves, mountains, members of the Sea Clan, and even the Sea Clan. These illusions made all kinds of noises and rushed towards the lightning from all directions. Rumble. The entire domain began to shake and layers of bubble-like holes spread in all directions. Wherever the holes went, the five-colored lights and the lightning were all sucked in and annihilated. Ha! Taoist which looked up and laughed. He opened his mouth and spat out hundreds of green seal characters. Waves of mysterious sounds rang out and more three corpses in thunder appeared out of thin air. Whoosh! Seeing that Taoist witch's three corpses in thunder wasn't part of the five elements and that his five-colored halo couldn't destroy it, the five-colored sea god Bei Tong also sneered. However, he saw a spike protruding from Taoist witch's back and stabbing towards Taoist witch's back without any sound. However, when the spike was 10 feet away from Taoist witch, his body suddenly shook and his back turned into his chest. Taoist witch raised his hand and the subbrush touched the tip of the spike. Whoosh! It seemed like water, like flowers blooming, or even like the exuberance of spring. A tiny green dot came out of the spike. Although the dot was tiny, it was as majestic as a world. In the five-colored sea god seashell's domain, the almost omnipotent spike couldn't move it. The spike made a roaring sound and couldn't move an inch forward no matter what. The green color even started to spread again and corrode the depths of the spike. The spike had no choice but to use its five-colored light to fight against it. Damn it, I don't believe it. Within this saint's domain, this saint can't do anything to you. The five-colored sea god shell seemed to have never been defeated like this before. It roared angrily and no longer cared about the realm that was destroyed by the three corpses' dark thunder at the edge of the space. Instead, tens of millions of spikes appeared around Taoist witch. These spikes were of different sizes and length. Each spike carried a five-colored halo and the will of the five-colored sea god shell. They all pierced towards Taoist witch's Dharmakaya. Green light flashed in Taoist witch's eyes and he saw the tens of millions of spikes. The tip of each spike had the hideous smile of the five-colored sea god seashell. Each spike was a clone of the five-colored sea god seashell. Taoist witch knew that if he was stabbed by the spike, his body would be destroyed by the five-colored light and his will would be controlled by the will of the five-colored sea god seashell. However, the green light in Taoist witch's eyes flashed with a hint of mockery. He really wanted to know how the five-colored Neptune shell would feel if it found out that he was just a clone of Xiaohua when it rushed into his mind. However, this was merely a thought in Taoist witch's mind. Taoist witch was different from when he left the three continents. The essence of his physical body was sufficient and was even 100 times stronger than ordinary cultivators. He had become an independent individual. He couldn't take a huge risk and take an unconventional approach. After all, he had many methods to deal with the great saint of the demon race. Taoist witch closed his eyes slightly. Boom! Green seal scripts appeared on the surface of his body and spun. They left his body and condensed into a huge light shadow a few miles to the left of Taoist witch. This light shadow wasn't a magic array or a human. It was the image of God Shibai with a human head and a beast's body and two green snakes on his ears. This light shadow rippled slightly on the surface of Taoist witch's body and then retracted. As the light shadow fell on the surface of Taoist witch's body, Taoist witch's human form transformed into God Shibai. At this moment, tens of millions of spikes had already landed on Taoist witch's body. What puzzled the five-colored sea god seashell was that Taoist which didn't have any way to defend himself. He just let the spikes get close to him. A strange feeling suddenly arose in the five-colored sea god seashell's heart. Chapter 4383. However, as soon as the spikes pierced into Shibai's body, Taoist which let out a deep roar. The roar seemed to come from the abyss, yet it also seemed to come from the sky. At the same time, Shibai's light figure began to tremble violently. Along with the trembling, an unparalleled bloodline power was born from the light figure of Shibai. Wherever the spikes pierced into, the green seal script turned into tiny whirlpools. The bloodline power flowed through the spikes and rushed into the body of the five-colored sea god shell. Woo! The entire five-colored sea god shell turned upside down. A huge five-colored halo appeared from afar. It was the primordial spirit of the five-colored sea god shell. Oh no! The five-colored sea god shell was shocked. He didn't expect Taoist which to have such an unfathomable ability. His biggest reliance was the five-colored halo. This halo contained the truth of the five elements. Everything in the world would be restrained by this five-colored halo. Unfortunately, Taoist witch's ability was a soul cultivator. It had nothing to do with the five elements. Even the brush was a brush of life. It didn't belong to the five elements either. That was why the five-colored sea god shell's ability failed. In addition to the five-colored halo, one of the divine powers of the five-colored seashell was the five-colored realm. The realm was bordered by the shell of the seashell. Any cultivator, whether human or demon, who was enveloped by the realm, would be isolated from the outside world. Even if the great sage of the demon tribe had the star mark, it would be extremely difficult for him to escape from the realm. The golden-winged great roc once fell into the sea god shell and spent a lot of effort to escape. Unfortunately, the five-colored sea god shell didn't know that Taoist which had obtained the inheritance of the 13 great gods of Meng Mountain. Shibai's bloodline power was one of them. When the five-colored sea god shell trapped Taoist which in its five-colored sea god shell, it isolated Taoist which from the outside world. However, it also exposed its primordial spirit to Taoist which. Although his original body was everywhere in this five-colored domain, his actions were tantamount to inviting a wolf into the house when faced with the bloodline power of a ninth-grade elemental force. Therefore, when Taoist which activated his bloodline power, the five-colored sea god shell hid his primordial spirit very well. All illusions were useless in front of the ubiquitous bloodline power. Taoist witch's primordial spirit was easily pulled out his primordial spirit. The five-colored sea god seashell was really scared out of his wits. At this moment, his primordial spirit was hundreds of miles away from Taoist sorcerer. However, this distance was nothing in the eyes of the great sage of the demon clan. Almost without hesitation, the bloodline primordial spirit general opened its mouth and a pillar of five-colored brilliance shot into the sky, piercing straight towards Taoist witch's head. Taoist which was Taoist which was Taoist which was Taoist witch. Taoist which wasn't afraid at all. He waved his hand and the brush waved in front of his eyes. A picture of plum blossoms suddenly appeared. The plum blossoms seemed to come alive as the brush was lifted. They expanded rapidly and covered hundreds of miles of space in an instant. The plum blossoms on the plum blossoms contained endless vitality. When the murderous light beam landed on the plum blossoms, it turned into nothing. Although the light beam was so powerful that the plum blossom's vitality couldn't completely destroy it, the five-colored sea god shell's primordial spirit dimmed in the explosion. On the other side, Taoist which also opened his mouth. Whoosh! The thick green light beam condensed into the shape of a flying sword. It pierced through space and flew towards the primordial spirit in the distance. Gotcha! Seeing the soul sword fly out, the five-colored sea god shell felt a sense of danger from his soul. He didn't dare to be careless. He couldn't care less about his primordial spirit being restrained by Taoist witch's bloodline power. He hurriedly activated the power of space and layers of five-colored spatial barriers appeared. However, the barriers were transparent in front of the soul sword. The soul sword wasn't restricted by the power of space at all. It forced its way towards the primordial spirit even faster than lightning. Faced with such a strange soul cultivator's attack, the five-colored sea god seashell could only dodge. However, his primordial spirit was controlled by the power of Taoist witch's bloodline. Not only could he not dodge, he was also pulled towards the soul sword. At this point, the five-colored sea god seashell didn't dare to hold back anymore. Boom! With a loud sound, the five-colored halos within thousands of miles suddenly surged and the entire five-colored realm collapsed. As the starlight shone high up in the sky, two giant shells engraved with mysterious ultimacy shook in the distance. Taoist which sensed that his bloodline power had missed. Similarly, where the soul sword landed, rings of five-colored halos bloomed like flowers. However, the soul sword couldn't break through the defense of the five-colored sea god seashell. Taoist which didn't dare to be careless. He hurriedly kept his soul sword. Then, he raised his hand and imitated Xiaohua. Boom! A bunch of green seal text rushed into the sky, and countless godly and ghostly sounds reverberated within a 1,000-mile radius. The green seal text landed on Taoist sorcerer's body, and great god Shibai's image changed again. He turned into the image of great god Dijiang with a human face, a bird's body, 4 wings on his back, and 6 claws on his chest, abdomen, and legs. As great god Dijiang was born, Taoist which suddenly flashed and flew to the sky above the five-colored seashell. Taoist which waved his 6 claws, and a dark green brilliance shrouded thousands of miles in starlight. A space domain was formed. Great god Dijiang had the power of space. Taoist which used the power of space to trap the great saint of the demon race in the five-colored sea god shell. The five-colored sea god shell was lured away by Taoist which. Only Golden Wing Great Peng and Xiaohua were left in the sky. Golden Wing Great Peng wasn't in a hurry to attack. Instead, he coldly looked at the two groups and said to Xiaohua, "Human Great Ascension Stage, you're quite capable. You were able to recruit so many experts. It seems that this saint underestimated you." Xiaohua rolled his eyes and said flatly, "It's nothing. They're just my avatars." Ah. The golden-winged great rock raised his head and laughed loudly. "You might be able to fool a 7th-grade origin energy kid with such a crude lie, but if you bring it to us, the great sages of the demon race, wouldn't you be looking down on us? No matter how exquisite your Dao techniques are, how can you refine another Confucian avatar with the same cultivation level as you? Even the most wondrous avatar technique of the demon race can't refine so many completely independent avatars." Hee hee. Xiaohua smiled but did not reply. The golden-winged Great Peng thought that he had exposed Xiaohua's lie and said, "You don't have to hide anything. Your human race has secretly nurtured so many supreme cultivators. What exactly are you planning? If this saint hadn't come to Bai Qingyu on a whim today, I really wouldn't have thought that the demon race would covet the 1,000 demons sacred realm before the battle between immortals and Buddhas has ended." Xiaohua smiled bitterly. He couldn't explain it. It was originally a very simple matter, but when it came from the mouth of the first great saint of the demon race, it immediately became too complicated. It actually reached the level of a war between the demon race and the demon race. Do you want to answer now? Or do you want to wait until this saint kills you? Golden Wing Great Peng asked coldly. Seeing that Xiaohua didn't answer, Golden Wing Great Peng spread his wings. Seeing that the space around the golden-winged great rock had already formed countless tiny whirlpools and streams of moonlight were pouring out, Xiaohua naturally knew that this question was merely a challenge. Today's battle was already unavoidable. "Let's fight." Xiaohua spat out 2 words faintly. Then his figure flashed, turning into lightning and rushing towards Golden Wing Great Peng. The wishful staff in his hand had already been swung out. The golden-winged Great Peng had been accumulating power for a long time. When it saw Xiaohua flying over, it spread its wings, and its entire body turned into a stream of light. Its 2 golden claws carried the power of heaven and earth, and the aura of a great sage, as it descended from the sky towards Xiaohua's head. Boom! The wishful steel staff hit the golden claw, but a small crack appeared on the golden claw. Several unmatched forces poured out from the cracks of the claw. Xiaohua's wishful steel staff flew diagonally with the golden light. Xiaohua's body was hit by the demon body of the golden-winged giant Peng bird. Damn it! Xiaohua cursed. He knew that his magical power was not the opponent of the first master of the demon race. Then he grabbed with both hands. Boom! The thick ninth heaven divine thunder turned into a thunder sword in Xiaohua's hand. Looking at the golden wing Great Peng's figure, which was more ferocious than a mountain, Xiaohua stretched out his hand. The thunder cut through the sky and hit the wings of the golden wing Great Peng. Boom! Where the lightning landed, the golden-winged rock's body was stopped. Although its wings, which seemed to be made of gold, were bombarded into a mess by the lightning, the golden light that overflowed once again annihilated the lightning. Damn it! The feathers of the golden-winged Great Peng were disheveled. He couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed and angry. He also cursed and flapped his wings. Woo-woo! A hurricane was born, blowing the space within 1,000 miles until it collapsed. The powerful hurricane landed on Xiaohua's body. Not only did it cause his protective light to sway, but it also made it impossible for him to stand steadily in the air. He was about to fall into the distance. But just as Xiaohua's figure was just out of balance and fell into the hurricane. Whoosh! Suddenly, Xiaohua's body flashed with a light blue brilliance. Then Xiaohua urged the wind escape technique. Against the wind, he approached the golden wing Great Peng in the blink of an eye. Oh! Seeing that Xiaohua actually knew the wind escape technique, the golden wing Great Peng was a little surprised. However, he was not afraid of anything. With a flap of his right wing, it seemed as if the entire sky was collapsing as he smashed towards Xiaohua. Rumble! The golden-winged rock's right wing had only just flapped when Xiaohua first moved. As his hands rubbed, thousands of crystal lights fell into the air, and layers of divine lightning from the 9 heavens were born from the top of his head, rushing towards the golden-winged rock like a mountain flood. Moreover, just as the lightning poured down, Xiaohua waved his hands slightly again. Hundreds of strands of 4-colored spiritual fire were caught in the lightning and rushed towards the golden wing Great Peng. P.S. Thank you, Mr. Xianqing, for representing all the fellow Taoists. Thank you, fellow Taoists, for your support. You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.